KFM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Precise Men's Medical Center, Cleveland's leader in men's health. Restore your sex life in just one visit. Call 216-201-9992. Guardians had no less than 4 players with 2 hits apiece in their win against the Cardinals last night, 9-3. One of them was the legend, Jose Ramirez. Skipper Stephen Vogt not shy to talk about how good he believes Ramirez is.
Jose's the best player in the game. We know that, and the base running is probably his best skill. He's such a great hitter, but he's one of the best base runners in the game, and he's smart, knows the game, always thinking ahead. Even defensively, Jose, we always know he's ready to go.
Guardians continue their series in St. Louis tonight. Guardians took the opener last night, 9-3, as both Angel Martinez and Brian Rocchio had home runs. Joey Cantillo gets the start this evening, 1-0, a 2.45 ERA. Cavaliers one last day off before they begin preparations for their first-round playoff matchup against Toronto. The Cavs return to practice tomorrow, getting ready for Game 1 against the Raptors. Game 1 happens Saturday afternoon at Rocket Arena. Game 2 will also be in Cleveland, but no date or time has been determined just yet. Before we get to the Cavs-Raptors and the rest of the first round of the playoffs, NBA's got to do their play-in games. They get going tonight in the East. Charlotte plays host to Miami. The loser heading home for the summer in the West. Portland is at Phoenix. The winner moves on to be the 7th seed in the playoffs. Browns continue with their voluntary offseason workout program today in Berea. The team doing meetings, strength and conditioning, and rehab. The Browns can start some on-field work next week. Meanwhile, GM Andrew Berry talking about the NFL Draft. That's coming up on Thursday. Catch the press conference live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
We keep closing in. We keep closing in. The NFL Draft. Getting here, Andy. It's getting here.
I'm ready. Let's go. Give me some new players. Let's go. Let's give some talk about. Yes, let's go.
Yes.
Got another quarterback in
It's
there?
less than 10 days
that'll make
away.
things even more confusing.
Less than 10 days away. April 23rd, Pittsburgh. First round of the NFL Draft. And is there clarity coming to what might be going on in the NFL Draft for a certain team that wears an orange helmet?
Are you asking?
I'm a little curious.
Do you want my answer?
Yeah.
No, there's no clarity. There's no clarity on what they're doing. I don't know how you can have clarity for a team that rarely gets to pick in the first round, or when they do, they move back all the time. The history will tell you expect to trade. History will tell you they're willing to give up their first round draft pick. History will tell you these things. But when you look at it, you can't tell me what the Browns are going to do with any certainty. Good luck. And that's maybe the way it should be. Good for them.
Maybe. Or maybe some experts really know what's going on here.
Maybe.
Maybe. We're going to get into that in a second here. Mary Kay Cabot from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. She's going to join us at 11 o'clock. We'll get Mary Kay's insight into where things stand right now. Coming up at noon, going to do a little looking at the Cavs and the Raptors in the first round. Chris Fedor, PlainDealerCleveland.com, will join us at noon. And your Guardians made some moves yesterday, but the move they made that I like the most was Angel Martinez sitting there and still playing. Give him at bats. Let's see what we get. We're going to talk some Guardians later on in the show. This is the time of the year, Andy, when folks start going nuts. And folks, I mean media folks covering the NFL. Everybody has an opinion about what's going to go on in the draft and how this is going to go. Correct?
Correct.
That's the way it seems to roll. And one of the great sources that I enjoy looking at, all the experts at NFL.com. These folks work for NFL.com. NFL is in the name of where they work.
Sure.
So they have some insight into what's going on.
We think.
If not, it's a good conversation anyway, isn't
That's
it?
right, yeah. I'm more of a CBS type guy, but that's okay.
CBS speaks highly of you too.
That's okay. I've always appreciated the way CBS lays out all their mock drafts. So
they do
We're
a nice
tight.
they do a nice job as well. For our little exercise this morning, I took a look at NFL.com,
okay.
who currently has 9 different people doing mock drafts. So they have 9 different mock drafts out, and I thought, okay, some of these people probably have some real good insight. Some of them maybe not. But, they're all working together. They're hearing things. Where's this going to go? And I went through and I compiled everything that they had in their mock drafts just to see if there was any different type of direction or any thought here that we might be able to discuss. And I think there was.
Okay.
And I'm going to quickly go over, and then we'll do a summation, okay, of what these folks thought. And we'll start with the one that was out there just lately. Gennaro Felice is one of the guys who did a mock draft.
Yep.
He had the Browns, and the only guy who had a trade with the 6th pick.
There's a smart man right there.
He had the Browns trading down to number 9 with Kansas City, where the Chiefs took Reuben Bain at 6. The Browns picked up a 3rd-round pick to drop down 3 spots. And then he had the Browns getting Carnell Tate at number 9.
All right, I can take that. That's a win.
And then he had Monroe Freeling, the offensive tackle, going at 24 to the Browns. Rhett Lewis at 6 had the Browns taking offensive tackle Francis Moinoa.
Okay.
And then at 24, wide receiver Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M. And last week we talked to broadcasters from both Miami and Texas A&M on the same day, I believe it was, and they had some great things to say about such things. Chad Ryder, no relation to Daryl, does a 5-round mock, so Chad needs to get out more.
He's been out with us before.
Yes, he has. Yeah. He's terrific. Monroe Freeling at 6, which I thought was really kind of interesting. Offensive tackle Georgia at 6. And then he had a trade at 24 where the Browns moved up to 22 and gave up a 5th and a 6th to do it, where they took wide receiver Jordan Tyson.
Okay.
He also had them taking an edge rusher at 39 because he did more. T.J. Parker from Clemson. Lance Zierlein is the guy who does all the analysis and the draft profiles for, you type in anybody and get their with draft profile, and almost always it's Lance Zierlein who did the analysis. At 6, he had the Browns taking Monroe Freeling as well, the offensive tackle from Georgia. And then, and one of the reasons why, perhaps Carnell Tate went to 5 in his draft to the Giants.
Okay.
And then he had the Browns taking an edge rusher at 24, the same guy that Ryder had going at 39, T.J. Parker from Clemson. Our buddy Nick Shook, and Andy, you rehearsed this name like crazy. At 6, he had Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
At 24, he had Max, is it Ian Auer?
I got to look at it. Hang on.
Yeah. The offensive tackle from Arizona State. When we had the phonetic pronunciation in front of us, it was right. When the phonetic pronunciation was in front of us, boom, nailed it. Without it, it's like, wait a minute, how was that name pronounced? Anyhow, it was Max Ian Howitshore, whatever it was, offensive tackle at 24.
Ian Encore. No,
Max.
Max, yeah.
At 24.
I can't remember how I said it.
This is NFL.com's mock drafts compilation. At Mike Bland did one.
Okay.
Mike had, again, Monroe Freeling at 6.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
And then Omar Cooper, the wide receiver from Indiana, who did so many good things for Fernando Mendoza in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He had him at 24. Charles Davis, who's been on the show. Carnell Tate at 6. Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle from Utah at 24. Bucky Brooks, who was on the morning show today, correct? No, afternoon show yesterday. Yeah, afternoon show yesterday. Bucky Brooks. And Bucky's been on our show. He's terrific. Just like Charles Davis. Carnell Tate at 6 and Caleb Lomu at 24. And Daniel Jeremiah, who was on our show recently, same deal. Carnell Tate at 6 and Lomu at 24. So that's what they did individually. And I thought, are we learning anything out of this? And I think we learned one thing. Well, a couple of things, but one thing in particular. 9 mock drafts from experts at the NFL.com fabulous website. And they have at 6 either a wide receiver or an offensive tackle. But the wide receiver at 6, all 5 guys who picked wide receiver, it was always Carnell Tate. They had nobody else sneaking in there. And I thought that was interesting. Of the offensive tackles at 6, 3 of them were Monroe Freeling. And the other was Mo Inoa from Miami.
Okay.
Who, by the way, it was Dan Bailey from Miami told us, yeah, he's terrific right tackle, and you can move him inside. And the general thought seemed to be, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, and he could probably play left tackle too. Wasn't that basically what Dan laid out? Dan thought he was phenomenal, but it was kind of like, yeah, he could probably play left tackle.
Pretty much what Dan Bailey told us was, yeah, that guy could play left tackle. They just put him on the right side because that's where he's always been.
Yeah. I don't know. You willing
Sounds
to,
like Jed Wills to me. I don't know.
It sounds like you.
Not the same guy, but, the same story. Well, we can move him to the left side. Really? Okay. I hope.
I just think if you're going to, at 6, you better make sure that the guy can play left tackle if that's why you're bringing him in.
Now, let me.
I don't think you can. There's no hesitation on that.
Andy, I agree with you
better
completely.
believe if you're taking him at 6, you're doing that.
Because I don't want to draft an interior lineman at 6. Doesn't mean you couldn't end up with a phenomenal player. Like if you had the 6th pick and you took Joel Bitonio, that would have worked out because Joel's had a phenomenal career. But I do think it's interesting. There are no edge rushers. There's no quarterback. It was all wide receiver or all offensive tackle, 5-4, edge to wide receiver, and Carnell Tate. And it just made me think, is that the best guy on the board? Or are you really drafting for need there?
So let me double down with what you're saying and I'll just glaze over it. But CBS Sports, very similar to NFL.com. 3 of the 6 guys they have up there all have Monroe Freeling going at 6. 1 is a trade, and then otherwise
a trade up or a trade down
back
from
to
6?
12, where they took Monroe Freeling at 12.
And that's the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah,
pick.
that's Dallas. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 6 believe the Browns are going to take Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle, first. The only other person to deviate was they said one person said Carnell Tate from wide receiver at Ohio State. He was the only person there. The only other deviation that I thought that was interesting for CBS, only one had the Browns taking an edge rusher with their 24th pick, Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M. And then Pete Prisco, you may find this interesting. This is the only other player outside of the top 2 picks for the 6 people they use. He's got the Browns taking Ty Simpson at 24.
Ooh. At 24, the NFL summation here, NFL.com.
Yeah.
3 wide receivers, 3 different guys, Concepcion, Tyson, and Cooper, and 5 offensive tackles, mainly Caleb Lomu, because they figured everybody else would be gone by that point, I'm assuming. But they had Monroe Freeling. Somebody did at 24.
Only one of the 6 at CBS did not pick an offensive lineman with one of the 2 picks. And that was Carnell Tate at 6 and then Howell at 24. That was Blake Bruckmeyer.
Everybody at NFL.com had wide receiver or offensive tackle at 6 and 24, or whatever it resulted in after a trade, except one edge rusher. One edge rusher, and that was at 24. Does that feel right to you folks? The thing that might not feel right to me about it is, and yeah, we know those are needs, but are you just drafting for need and not the best player available? Because if Andrew Berry actually says that we view every draft as an expansion draft and go for the best players, is it just coincidence that the best players are wide receivers or offensive tackles? Or are these folks thinking the Browns have such dire need that they must draft for positional need? 216-474-0092. Meredith will take your phone calls. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
up on Thursday, you can catch the press conference live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Less than 10 days away, the NFL draft. We're getting pumped. Mock drafts maybe a little more significant right now. Maybe the experts are starting to hear some things. NFL.com has 9 people who put out mock drafts. We just went over them. And I think it's really interesting that they had 9 guys do mock drafts, and they concentrated on the same 2 positions. No surprise, wide receiver. 5 folks thought Carnell Tate, the only wide receiver at 5. And then 4 folks thought offensive tackle. 4. And Monroe Freeling from Georgia, the main guy there. My only fear here, Andy, is it position of need, or is that a best player available? And should it be position of need, or should it be best player available?
Why can't it be best player available at the position of need?
Well, that would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that makes more sense too.
Well, but is that the case? Is that the case?
You said your mock drafts. I looked at the NFL mock drafts. I looked at the CBS mock drafts. They mirror it, Jeff. They mirror it. I mean, you're talking about offensive lineman, wide receiver. That's all we've been talking about. The only deviation of their 6 picks was 1 edge rusher, Cassius Hall, out of Texas A&M with the 24th pick. And then they also said, Pete Prisco said Ty Simpson at 24. So you'd be looking at 1 quarterback and then more drama than you could ask yourself for.
That would be plenty of drama. What do you think of what these experts have thought, folks? And is it just the sensible, good way for the Browns to go about this? My buddy Don, who's a terrific general manager in the National Football League. I don't know if you know that.
What?
Don's terrific.
Yeah.
He said, I hope they don't overthink the 6th pick. I would take Tate and be really damn happy. Doesn't drop the ball. He's a good citizen. Runs routes. Only weakness, maybe a little speed, but Jerry Rice had the same thing. Don, you make a lot of sense, my friend. Ryan in Las Vegas. Ryan, what do you think?
Rhino.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm Central Florida today. Yeah, I just want to chime in. I tell you, man, those guys had it spot on. Obviously, the wide receiver tackle position, the 2 scenarios, obviously, whichever Browns fans is waiting for. Again, the perfect storm of a draft day, obviously, first day that is a trade back coincided with that wide receiver tackle. And I think it's a rational thought to actually feel that those 2 players will be available, Freeling and obviously Tate, hypothetically at 9 and 24 or 12 and 24. Again, we could have our cake and eat it too as Browns fans. Again, I think Jimmy Haslam is hell bent on obviously getting those draft picks back, but he obviously lost with Houston a while back. He's 1 year down with the Hunter trade last year. I think this year is inevitable. I think it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to be some type of trade in the first round together. It's 27 or 28 draft pick coincided with just players of need. This is really going to be a fun draft. I think it's going to catapult a Browns future really well. I think Barry and Haslam are on the same page of what they want, and us Browns fans finally. But anyway, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Rhino, thank you very much.
Take that last line he said. Do you believe that? Barry and Haslam are on the same page? I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm more concerned about Monken and Barry being on the same page.
Yeah, okay. I would agree with that. That makes more sense. The one fear to me about trading down, if you trade down and lose the guy you really want, why trade down? For instance,
why would you even consider a trade, though, if the guy you want is there? I totally 100% agree with what you're saying. If the guy you want is at 6, do not trade that pick.
I agree. For instance, if Carnell Tate's the guy you want,
boom, easy.
Just take him.
Yeah.
Don't get cute. Don't.
But they always overthink it, Jeff, and we always sit here and analyze the fact that they overthought things.
Even
Myles Garrett is probably the only guy they didn't overthink.
Well, yes, and you could make the argument that though Myles is a Hall of Famer and best defensive player in the game, maybe you should have taken the quarterback. But at the time, Myles was a no-brainer. You can't go wrong with picks like that.
No, not at all.
And that's why if Tate is sitting there and you really like him, for instance, the one mock had him trading down with Kansas City. Well, what if somebody behind likes Carnell Tate a lot, and trades up to 7 or 8 to take him ahead of the Browns. That's why if you're sold on somebody, just take him. Don't get cute. Will's in Medina, home of the Bees. What's up, Will?
What up, Will?
What's going on, guys? You know, it's interesting. All these mock drafts have us doing the same thing, which is usually tells us it's the opposite of what Barry's going to actually do.
Amen. Amen. You are right.
And the other thing is, you know, we're looking at this. It's hard as a Browns fan. We're like, oh, man, if the offense was a little bit better, we have such a great defense. But the other way to look at it is like you got Delpit, who's a free agent and going to need an extension. You got Hickman, who's on a 1-year tender. You got Ward, who's in the back end of his career. This team doesn't just need a tackle and a wide receiver. They need a lot. They need an injection of youth for losing all those first-round picks the last 3 years. So he could go any way. I mean, there's no telling that he won't draft a defensive end if he thinks it's the best player available. Mansour Delane could be a top 5 pick if, you know, they feel that Ward's at the end of his career, and maybe those trade rumors are true that they're starting to shop him. So,
hey, Will, wouldn't it be though kind of a gut punch if they drafted a corner at 6? And I know he's supposed to be phenomenal, but seriously, with the need at wide receiver and on the offensive line. And you could make an argument for a need on the other side of Myles Garrett. Wouldn't a corner just be like, are you kidding me?
You know, you would think so, but at the same point in time, leave it to Barry. I think there's more potential for a trade for a wide receiver. I wouldn't be, you know, maybe that Marvin Harrison Jr. starts to come up if the Cardinals say want to move to 24 and draft their quarterback and Ty Simpson. No, it's not a gut punch because, frankly, like I realize that this is really all about supporting a team in the future, the dome coming, needing a quarterback still in 2027. I think that they're just going to pick players that are going to – Barry's not about wins or losses this season. I think it's all about finding 4 or 5 legit starters to keep his job and to keep the franchise moving in a good direction.
Will, thank you very much. Will always has good thoughts in his phone calls.
Well, the bigger thought, though, is do you trust what you see? The whole world is saying – get a wide receiver, get an offensive lineman. Do they see that in Berea? That's the question.
Yes, I could sit here and make the argument if you think there's an edge rusher there that, like Bailey from Texas Tech, if he happens to be sitting there at 6, he might be the guy you have to take, Andy. You have to take him. What if Arvell Reese slips? Don't expect that to happen.
No.
What if he does?
Oh, you're there. Take him.
Well, and that's something that I think is hard not to consider. I think you'd really have to consider something like that, and then it comes down to your evaluation. One thing we do know for sure, Andrew Berry has done a much better job of drafting defensive talent than he has offensive talent. So at 6, if there's a defensive player that he thinks is the guy to take, I think you'd be hard-pressed to argue with him. And I say that because of his track record. He's nailed some defensive picks, and they have messed up some offensive picks.
So let me ask you this. Like Josh Edwards' mock draft on CBS. At 6, it's Arvell Reese. The difference is the Browns have traded out in his mock. And so Dallas would get Arvell Reese with the 6th pick.
Yeah. And then he has the Browns taking Freeling at 12.
That is correct.
Yeah.
I think that would aggravate some Browns fans.
It might. Dan's in Cleveland. Hello, Dan.
Dan.
Good morning. I know you guys are probably not going to like what I'm going to, or not like, but make fun of what I'm going to say. But
we don't make fun of anything except each other, Dan.
Yes.
I'm looking at this from a building the Browns standpoint. I don't trust Barry for nothing, okay? You spelled out his record in drafting yesterday, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We don't know 2 through 5 how these people are thinking when it comes to next Thursday. But if he becomes available or if he's available, I would build this team with an elite running game. And I want Jeremiah Love because he is the biggest playmaker. I like Tate, and I'm an Ohio State guy all the way, okay? I went there. But he's the biggest playmaker. Now, Jeff, your argument would be, well, we have Junkin, but if I'm Monken, I've got to tell the GM and the owner that up and above, Jeremiah Love is a better talent than Junkin, and he's got a bad ankle and a busted leg now. He's a in-your-face runner, you don't know what you have going into this season 100%.
And who did Todd Monken have in Baltimore? Derrick Henry.
Right.
He
so
loves
an
the running game.
overwhelming
Yep.
running attack, because then you force the other teams to stop your run, which now whoever you end up with, other receivers that Monken would want, they're going to be more likely not covered as well as they would if you had a Tate.
So Dan, let me ask you this.
Design an offense with an elite running attack. I hope I can call you back and say I told you
okay, so let me ask you this, though, Dan. Are you willing to trade up to get him because of the mocks I'm looking at?
Thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that you haven't mentioned yet. You keep talking about going back. I don't want to do that. I want the best available player. That's why I want Tate, Jeremiah Love first, Tate second, and any of those other guys that are going to be picked.
Yeah,
we don't know
here's
how
the
it's gonna
problem.
happen.
In most of these
You've
mock,
got your
hang
ace
on,
in the
can you
hole
listen for 1 second?
Myles Garrett. What if you can trade
Dude,
up?
you got to slow down a little bit. Just listen.
Dan's
Love a little
excited.
I know he's
I'm sorry.
excited.
I get excited on this.
I know.
That's good,
My
Dan.
point is, though, is that Love may not make it past 4. That's what I was going to say.
but what if he does? What do you do?
Oh, then if he's there
Yeah.
and you think that's what you want to do,
Dan,
do
thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Good phone call. Sometimes we got to slow down, folks. That's all.
Dan's pretty passionate about Jeremiah.
He's always,
Love.
yeah, and I'm okay with that.
He's called before about Jeremiah.
And he's an Ohio State fan, not a Notre Dame fan. So,
See,
as he just said.
There are two things that, if I'm Andrew Berry, that I have to think about in this draft. And Dan, I think Dan's right. If Jeremiah Love is there at 6,
And there's a chance. Because Jeremiah Love's not going past 7.
Are you thinking about it? Because he's probably not going past 7. And you could throw up a smoke screen and get Washington to give you a 4th to move up 1 spot, something like that.
To take Love?
Yeah.
Because he's locked in on a lot of these mock drafts at 7 for Washington.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But if the Browns can convince Washington at least enough that either somebody's interested in trading up for Love at 6, if he's still on the board, or that the Browns might actually take him, which I think that would be tough, Dan, and only because they took Judkins and Sampson last year. That would be tough. 3 running backs that high in consecutive drafts, I think that would be tough, but it's something to think about.
Any chance? Maybe I don't know what to do this right now, but any chance the Raiders change their mind at the last second?
No, Andy.
And sell off that first pick?
No, Andy.
Why?
Because it's not happening.
Okay, well, Jeff said it's not happening. There's no way there is a 0.0% chance of that happening.
That is correct.
If somebody walked up to the Raiders and said, "Here's our next 5 first-round picks," they wouldn't trade Mendoza.
Or one of our earlier callers
you can only
said,
trade 3. Sorry, you can only trade 3.
One of our earlier callers said, it seems like Haslam and Barry are on the same page. I wonder if Haslam and John Horst are on the same page. And does that matter? Are you confused? You should be, because we have to explain it next, but there's something that could happen that might involve the owner of the Browns. It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international.
Speaking of, we close in on the upcoming NFL draft.
Yeah.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9.
Is that tonight?
Yeah, that's tonight. Nice. With Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. So you can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're talking about the Browns draft and general consensus among most of the experts that we've checked out. Wide receiver, offensive lineman in the first round. You could maybe change some things. Who knows? We'll see. It's going to be fun to see how it plays out. I saw something this morning and I thought, well, that's interesting, isn't it? And it was a tweet by a gentleman named Jerry Wolfel. And Jerry has his own website covering the NBA, and he's in the Pro Basketball Writers Association. He's a basketball writer based in Wisconsin. And he sent out this tweet, and he sent it out 2 days ago. The Milwaukee Bucks will undergo a massive reconstruction project this offseason. He's told it could commence sooner rather than later. Well, it did because Doc Rivers out. Mm-hmm. And as soon as this week, he was right. And he says, while the highly anticipated Giannis trade likely be on hold until around the draft, here's something to keep an eye on. Changes in ownership.
Oh!
He said, sources contend Jimmy Haslam is angling to become the controlling owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. And he said, as of right now, Haslam, Wes Edens, and Jamie Dinan all have equal power. And Jimmy's a co-owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. And they alternate years of being the main governor of the franchise is basically the way that goes.
That seems silly.
It's a cumbersome arrangement, certainly. But according to Jerry, and Jerry sent this out 2 days ago, and yesterday morning, the doc is out. He said the Bucks will undergo massive reconstruction, perhaps as soon as this week. Well, he's right. It's already started. But again, he says sources contend Jimmy Haslam angling to become the controlling owner of the franchise.
I wonder what that means. Because his original ownership stake was 25% of the team. So if you have three, then
Well, I think they all own 25%, and then there are other owners.
Sure. So you got to get to 26 then, right, to be the majority owner?
No, I would think you got to get to 51. Because the other two guys can always outvote you.
Unless, I guess.
You got to go Art Modell, and
you got to double your investment from the original investment.
Bob Grease, right?
Yeah. Huh. Interesting.
What does that mean to you?
I wonder what does it mean for the Browns? What does it? I mean, in some worlds, what does that mean for the crew too? But I still think the Haslams are, fully vested in the city of Cleveland. Even if they take over the Milwaukee Bucks, it just makes Jimmy and Dee more sports mogul type than they are in. You know what I'm saying? Like
they would be more. They would be more Blitzer Group type.
Yeah,
owning multiple franchise.
It feels like equity firm kind of feeling. I don't know if that's the right.
They want to. You said it. They want to be sports, and this is okay.
Yeah,
they want to be sports moguls and not just the owner of fill in the blank NFL team.
Mm-hmm.
They're also talking of a Columbus NWSL team with the Haslams funding that as well.
Yeah, I saw that in the news this morning.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago that came out.
So they're collecting.
Aren't we looking at a team here too?
At one point, yes. I believe they're still looking to do it, but the Haslams are also interested.
They're looking to become owners of many sports franchises, and that becomes their new biz. No telling what that could mean to the Browns. Could mean absolutely nothing. I mean,
an
NFL franchise,
a little bit because
an NFL franchise is the biggie.
It would mean a little bit. It would mean the two of them, Jimmy and Dee, are spreading themselves thinner.
Maybe. John Horst, by the way, is the general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks. So, maybe Jimmy.
His family was.
Remember, Jimmy.
Big in radishes, weren't they?
Jimmy, in talking about That's funny. Jimmy, in talking about Doc Rivers, when Doc was still the head coach, said, I talk to Doc every day. Gulp. Wonder if Arthur Blank is calling Kevin Stefanski every day.
Doubt it.
Hi, Kev. It's me, Art.
I would think that would take away from his time with the Browns.
Well,
although
it's taken away now anyway, because he's one of the key guys with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Right.
Would it be good if he was taken away? If you're taken away, Andy, the more you're away from stuff, the more you have key people in place to run operations.
Well, let me ask this, okay?
You would think,
and maybe you've already answered this question. In his world, then, let's say he does become the majority owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, right? Prioritize his entities, and you have to include the stadium now. You have to include the Dome Stadium has to be as big as the Browns, the Crew, or the Bucks in his world, right? That's like the stadium itself is an entity. It's.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah,
I wouldn't see any reason possible why the Browns wouldn't be priority number one,
or would the building be priority number one? I mean, I understand he is his own primary tenant.
Yeah, this situation would be number one, which Browns fans may or may not like. If you like Andrew Berry, I'm sure you'd rather have him be left alone.
I also, just out of curiosity, wonder what Dan Gilbert thinks of that. Like, and do they once you own what Dan would think of Jimmy owning the Bucks? Because they're already, they already compete in this town. Then they'll be on.
Do they compete, Andy, or is it a big partnership?
Jeff, with the exception of the Cleveland Sports Commission, it's competition.
Okay,
isn't it? Everyone's trying to fill seats. I'm just looking again. The new Bedrock thing has a concert venue, and I was looking over some of that stuff today. You going to tell me the new Browns Dome Stadium isn't looking at concerts too?
I think they're looking at big shows.
Yeah, you don't think that when Dan has stuff going on downtown and all the peripheral things that are going around the arena, those don't affect business down there that could help his business down here for Dan, and now Jimmy and Dee are looking to enhance their business in Brook Park. You don't think there's competition between the two? I think healthy competition is good for all of us, but you kind of have to wonder. I mean, Dan Gilbert has invested in the new facility, new training facility that they're putting down in the flats. Folks, so those are all kind of things you go back and forth on, and you're like, are these guys trying to outdo? Please keep trying to outdo each other and keep the money here in Cleveland.
Benefits the city.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
The folks in Milwaukee who, and I don't put a lot of credibility into comments, but some of them are kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just give you two clean ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Somebody said, if Haslam is the controlling owner, then get used to the NBA lottery.
Wow.
And another one said, Haslam controlling voice is death to the Bucks. Might as well move them to Seattle. And went from championships to the Cleveland Browns of the NBA.
Wow.
So the folks in Milwaukee are not overly impressed. But then again, this is social media. Who says nice things on social media, Andy?
No one does. There's nothing better to do on social media. What do you think the feeling is in Milwaukee there, Wisconsin, Dan?
I am the wrong one to ask that question to on this one.
But you can do the accent. That's the key. We really can't. So.
Well, we'll let him come on in here. We'll pour him a Bloody Mary and see if he's okay. We'll check him out and see how it goes. Then from there, we'll really evaluate it and see what we can do to best the Bucks.
And what does that mean for Giannis, the relationship, if Jimmy would take over there?
Well, he's got a lot of ties, awful lot of ties to the area. It's very nice to have. It's a beautiful area. I swear. Spring, summer, fall in Milwaukee, you can't beat it, especially if you get up north. You get there in about October and you'll probably snow it in. You may as well start ice fishing.
That's not bad. That's really not bad. Do you want?
Okay. I want him to take over. Have fun. Knock yourself out with the Bucks. I'm good with it.
Take a look at what we have here in town. We have one owner who owns a baseball team, and that's what That's what the Dolans do. They own a baseball team. They have some legal practices, but they own a baseball team. Then we have a basketball owner who's bringing in another franchise, but runs a business empire as well. So he's running a business empire and owns a sports team and bringing another one along.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the owner of the Browns, who no longer runs a business, but is making pro sports a huge business. Just kind of a variety of ownership styles, Andy.
Well, I mean, you're a year away, Jeff, perhaps from David Blitzer taking over for the Guardians, too. Blitz, as the good folks like to call him.
Really?
Yeah, Blitz.
Really?
And that could make things interesting, too, because now you're looking at a guy who's got, the Devils, the Sixers, all that stuff. So, interesting.
I've always wondered
how involved was he in Ramirez's extension, right? He was involved. And so what does that mean for him?
He's going to have to write the check eventually, isn't he?
Yeah, or him and that group that he's with, too. But, yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting. He was at opening day, and he was pumped. I saw him there. So
was he?
Yes, he was very excited.
You saw him there, did you?
I did see him there, yes. He
Look
was
at
there.
Andy Baskin.
He was there.
Rubbing elbows with the rich.
Well, I'm with you every day, Jeff, and that makes me rich.
It brings you right back to normal, doesn't it?
And that means I'm just rich at heart with good friends and great libations.
You spend your day hanging out with this guy and somebody wearing a Trash Pandas T-shirt.
Yes.
I mean, we bring you right back to reality real quick.
That is true. I'm hearing that Clarion hat you're wearing is coming back.
Clarion University?
Yes.
That's right.
You got it for free. Had to have, right?
$10.
I don't know if you have any ties with
$10.
Clarion. Were you a wrestling fan or something?
No.
They have excellent wrestling.
My family has vacationed in that area since before my mother was born, and my mother is 91.
Wow, that is impressive. So you guys vacation. What's that like to have a vacation?
What are you, in a Progressive commercial? Mary Kay Cabot covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Anxious to get her thoughts about the Haslam Bucks thought. And, of course, the draft. She's next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
if you're looking ahead, and also the fact that they're healthy. It's the healthiest this team has been all year.
It's
amazing.
This is about as close to what they wanted as you
Yes.
could possibly find. So now there's nothing to be afraid of. Now this is what they wanted, and you got what you wanted.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
A week from Thursday. Here we go. Been talking about the NFL draft for way too long, extensively here in the last hour. And by golly, we're going to do it some more. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, as she does every Tuesday at 11 o'clock, unless she's busy doing other things covering the Cleveland Browns. Mary Kay Cabot joins us. Hello, Mary Kay.
Hey, Mary Kay.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. We are well. Mary Kay, of course, covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. You can follow her on X at Mary Kay Cabot. Okay, here we go. Early in the show, we looked at a bunch of mock drafts. General consensus, wide receiver or offensive lineman. How stunning would it be if the Browns get out of the first round and don't have an offensive lineman and a wide receiver? Or would it not be stunning?
Well, I think the chances are probably pretty high, but I don't think it would be stunning because the thing that everybody has to remember is that Andrew Berry does not draft for need. He does go into each draft as though he's stocking an expansion team. So he's not going in there saying, we have to have a receiver out of this first round and we have to have an offensive lineman out of this first round. They probably have to have a wide receiver or two and an offensive lineman at some point before the start of the season, but not necessarily out of the first round of the draft. Now, in this particular draft, the strengths of the class just so happen to line up with the Browns' needs. So it is a good wide receiver draft, and it is a good offensive lineman draft, just like it was in 2020 when they needed a left tackle and they drafted Jed Wills. But if they felt like there were a better player at another position, say defensive end or something like that, then Andrew Berry would do that. As he has said, he's looking for highest sustainable impact from that player in the draft, especially in the first round. So that's what they're going for there. And then you can fill in the rest of what you need in other rounds of the draft or in other ways.
What do you think they need? What do you want them to do at 6, Mary Kay?
Well, I would definitely be exploring a trade down. I think that would be wise, and I think that they will do that. And I'm on record, again, I'm not jumping on the table. I'm not jumping on the table for anybody at this point. But I did say on the morning show one day that I probably, and this was a couple weeks ago, that I probably would take Ty Simpson at number 6, but I don't even really want to get back into going down that road because even then I said I could change my mind on that in 3 days or 4 days. I mean, this is I'm very much looking forward to hearing what Andrew Berry has to say on Thursday when we have him for the pre-draft press conference, and I certainly never thought that they would actually do that. But I have my reasons for saying that, and I think they're legitimate reasons. And like I said, I don't really want to relitigate the whole thing.
Sure.
But my reasons for that would be if you're not 100% certain on a player at number 6 overall and you can't trade out, that's where I like to take a chance on a quarterback because there are so many different positions that don't hit very well in the first round anyway, that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to take your chances there. So that's why I said that. Again, I'm not jumping on the table for Ty Simpson. I don't really have one player in my mind that completely stands out as a have-to kind of guy there. I just don't have that guy.
Okay. I'm not even sure of this morning show thing that you were talking about. I'm not even sure what that is. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm just joking. Listen.
Wow.
The other part of this whole, like you said, what I thought in the beginning, trade, right? That just screams Browns to me. But I think they're in a weird spot this year because, I mean, who knows? Maybe the Cardinals, the Titans, the Giants, who are all ahead of them, and Washington, they all seem open for business if somebody wants to make a trade. And isn't that something they have to deal with this year? For some reason, it feels more so this year than most years. But the trade factor around them and how that could affect them trying to make a move.
Well, I think that there will be a lot of discussion that happens, obviously, between now and April 23rd, with all of those teams in the top 6, even the top 8 of teams considering trading up, teams considering trading down, teams considering trading for a veteran. So I think those discussions are ongoing, and I don't think anybody has any real definitive answers yet on exactly what's going to happen 2 through 5. So I think we're going to be playing the wait-and-see game. Again, we might get a little bit more insight into what Andrew's thinking is when we talk to him on Thursday. We might not. He might send up some smoke screens, right? So we might not know any more on Thursday than we know right now. But I do think that you're going to have a lot of teams calling around over the next 9 days and seeing if they can stay, move up, move down, and whatnot.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com. Mary Kay, we know the needs, a wide receiver and offensive line. But if they have a defensive end sitting there ranked very highly above wide receivers and offensive linemen, you could easily make that case, could you not? Put somebody on the other side of Myles Garrett. Myles, 30, not certainly, he's made the turn, let's say, and is on the back 9 of his career. Doesn't mean he can't play for a number of years. But if you added another force to that defense and tried to win football games based around a great D, that makes a lot of sense, does it not?
Well, it does make a lot of sense, and there are some really, really good edge rushers at the top of this draft, obviously. There are 3 that could go very, very high in the top 6, 7, 8, or whatever. So, yes, I could see them going edge rusher there and then maybe coming back and going receiver, tackle, whatnot. I could also see them making a trade for a veteran player with one of their first-round picks. So I think at this point, pretty much anything can happen. Now, last year he was willing to pretty much rule out a trade up to number 1. So I wonder this year, and I actually posed this question in a post this morning, would they be willing to trade up for someone? I don't know. I don't think that there's a player that they would be willing to trade up for 2 through 5, and they need too many things to want to sacrifice assets. But they are open for business, and anything can still happen at this point. I don't even know how they necessarily feel about Jeremiah Love. And at this time of year, if somebody tells you that they know exactly what the Browns are thinking, well, you can definitely take that with a grain of salt.
Would you is Carnell Tate so far and away the best wide receiver in this draft from the folks you've talked to, Mary Kay, that he's a no-brainer if he's sitting there for the Browns at 6?
I don't know if he's a no-brainer for the Browns at 6. I think it would depend on how their board is set up and who else they have ranked right near him or who else is going to be available for them at number 6. I don't think that would be a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't think he's a lock to them at number 6. I think you could, also look at some other players. I think if one of the edge rushers does fall, if David Bailey falls to them at number 6, maybe you're doing something like that. Or maybe you really, really have fallen in love with one of these offensive tackles and think that he can be your left tackle of the future for the next decade or so. So I don't know if he's a lock there, but he's certainly within consideration.
You think they're ready? I especially because they're in a different position that we've seen before, right? No Paul DePodesta. I don't know, is Andrew on his own? Was Andrew always on his own going into this thing? I know Andrew's going to talk later this week, but I'm just kind of curious on how this might shape differently than it did in the past. And it also makes me wonder how they were able to be so successful last year in the draft compared to, Andrew Berry's first couple drafts.
Well, I think you get better as you go along. So I think that has something to do with it. You learn from some of your mistakes, and then also you start to get first-round picks that you haven't had in previous drafts. And it's a whole lot easier to make a blockbuster trade and hit it out of the park like that when you have the number 2 overall pick, and you can make a trade like that. You can't do that 22, 23, 24 when you don't have a first-round pick. So that has a lot to do with it. I think when people look at that draft, people do forget he parlayed number 2 into 3 picks last year alone. So, he did exactly what Jimmy Haslam mandated that he do, and that was to really nail that 2025 draft. And now he's got an opportunity to do it again, in part because he has 2 first-round picks. So they basically made up for the loss of those 3 first-round picks in my mind. I don't think we can look anymore at those 3 years and say that they have completely set back the Cleveland Browns. I don't think you can do that. I think that they've overcome that.
Mary Kay, an NBA reporter based in Wisconsin, put out a tweet recently that said his sources contend that Jimmy Haslam is trying to become the controlling owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. And right now he's one of 3 guys with equal power there. If Jimmy actually becomes the controlling owner of the Bucks, what's that mean for the Browns?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't think it really means anything for the Browns. I think that he would be equally invested in the Bucks as he is in the Cleveland Browns. And with the new stadium coming here and with Jimmy's World being built in Berea, I certainly think that
That's funny. That's funny.
I certainly think that the commitment to making the Browns be a perennial contender is there in full force, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon.
Mary Kay, let me throw this one at you. We talked about potential trade for a veteran. Is there a veteran you could see on this roster that might be a value piece that they might look at and say, maybe we should be trading this veteran? I know everyone says Miles, but
yeah.
I mean, there's more to it than that.
Or is there another big move that could be made aside from the draft to go along with what Andy just said?
Well, I think anything is on the table right now. I think Andrew Berry likes to make trades. He likes to engage in the trade market. Some of his best acquisitions have come via trade. And I do think that they will look at trading away a veteran if they have to. They will look at acquiring a veteran. And again, they'll look at going up and down in the draft. So he's open for business. People know that about him. And, I don't know if they would be willing to trade any of their quality veterans. I don't think that they want to. I think that they love the fact that they have Denzel and Tyson Campbell as arguably one of the best cornerback tandems in the NFL right now. He's basically told us that Myles Garrett is a career Brown. So I don't even know how that's going to be addressed or brought up again on Thursday. But I think, as Jimmy pointed out at the owners' meetings, they feel like they're on the cusp of getting this thing turned around, and they don't want to be parting with their core players if they don't have to.
Mary Kay, we thank you as always. Next week, we get it rolling. Draft on Thursday. Can't wait to see your coverage. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She mentioned a name that's died down a little bit. We're going to bring it back up. And he plays that position that you have to have in the NFL.
Long snapper?
I don't think it's it. Oh. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it time to replace your roof? Then it's time to call Weather.
episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest in the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com was just with us. And she said a couple of things that have us thinking a little bit. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. And Dan Mennigan, day after his birthday, behind the glass, wearing his Trash Pandas t-shirt. One of my favorites from the Mennigan collection, by the way. That's a fabulous shirt.
Is that available on any other, the Mennigan collection?
Yes, in a dumpster near you.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yes, very much so.
They're based in where? Alabama?
Yes.
Is it Huntsville?
Yes.
Yeah.
If your dog would sleep on it, I will wear it.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty valid from what we've
What
seen.
are you wearing? Wet pet? Oh, so nice.
That's part of our Musk collection.
Mary Kay brought up the fact that on the morning show, that would be with the delightful Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima before us.
Yeah.
That she had mentioned Ty Simpson in the Browns. And Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, who basically was the starter there for 1 year, did really well for the first half of the season, got injured, and then didn't do as well. But mentioned Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
And that's a name that, as we've gotten a little closer to the draft, Andy, has not popped with the Browns, I think. ESPN has a mock draft out. They have, and it's a compilation of a bunch of their guys, including Mel Kiper and Field Yates. They have Simpson going with the first pick of the second round to the New York Jets.
I told you what Pete Prisco said.
Which makes a ton of sense. Pete said
24, first round.
to the Browns.
To the Browns, yeah.
If it's still an issue, wouldn't that make perfect sense at 24?
What's the issue?
The issue is, what's Todd Monken think? Does Todd think, Deshaun?
What is Todd Monken going to learn about his quarterbacks between now and the draft? That's my question. Enough to say we've got to draft this kid?
Possibly, yes.
Wow.
And he's going to break down tape like crazy.
Also, are you handing that first-round pick to your head coach if you're the general manager?
No, but if you're the general manager, you haven't gotten quarterback right yet. Maybe you should listen to somebody else.
It's not how you become a GM in the National Football League. I don't think you're listening to anybody else. You can't, because if you don't want it to cost, if it's going to cost you your job.
Deshaun Watson's here.
Maybe Deshaun Watson wasn't his call.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How's that happen? You listen to somebody else.
That's right. Listen to somebody else and barely hang on to your job. At least that's the way it looks on the outside, where on the inside it doesn't feel that way at all.
If the Browns evaluate Simpson highly and Monken likes him, now those are two big ifs.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take him?
Absolutely. You would take him. Jeff, we argue about a lot of things, but if you think Ty Simpson is a game changer, if you think Ty Simpson can lead your team to the promised land, then 6 is no price.
If you think he's going to be as good as Kirk Cousins in his heyday,
okay,
you might have to take him.
Okay? You're not filling me with enthusiasm. I wish you could
I know,
find another
but Kirk
quarterback.
Cousins has made a lot of money and has played some pretty good football.
Yeah, but made a lot of money.
No, but he's played some pretty good football.
Okay.
That's the second part of that.
Is that what we're going for? Pretty good football, or are we going for
Have you
great
seen
football?
the quarterback play here in Cleveland?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
Would you like some pretty good football?
I would like competitive football. My bar is lower. My bar is lower than pretty good football.
Well,
what I want is championship football.
Then maybe if Todd likes him, maybe competitive football is what he can give you.
I don't know, man. If you're the captain of the Titanic, you better make sure you got a pretty good orchestra
There's
that
a
can
new
play
captain,
you can
and
play
he has a better map of where the glaciers are hiding.
You think so? Okay, well, he has a new orchestra.
There's an iceberg
And can they continue to play as the ship is going down?
Go left.
Yeah. Keep playing, boys. I know this is your first year as the offensive line, but
hey,
just play till the ship goes all the way down.
This map says the iceberg's, straight ahead. But it's far enough away. We just go left, will you?
Listen, if we sign the Iceberg for, I don't know, biggest contract in the history of icebergs, and then we give away a couple picks to the Penguins on the outside that are selling the Iceberg, you never know. They may get Mario Lemieux out of it.
Dan and I had the exact same look on our face.
What?
This.
You're the one that started talking. Are you driving the Titanic? That's the question.
No, you're not driving the Titanic.
Well, you can't tell me you're not a little bit of fear.
You're Todd
when you
Monken, man. You're optimistic. You're pumped up. This is your chance, Andy. You've waited your entire career for it. You spent 7 or 8 years at Eastern Michigan hoping to one day be a head coach in the NFL.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jeff. I'm surprised you haven't said, well, why hasn't this guy been hired before? Why doesn't anybody else like him as head coach?
Why didn't anybody hire Bruce Arians?
I agree.
Because they screwed up.
We wanted Bruce Arians. So do you think we got Bruce Arians? Is that what you think?
I don't know.
I hope you're right if you think that. But I could see you saying, the league didn't want him to be a head coach for years.
That's all right. The league doesn't want a lot of guys to be a head coach, and they can be successful, they can not be successful.
But you're like really good at saying, well, they liked him so much they passed on him because they didn't draft him, or they liked him so much.
Why do I have such a handle on the language? I get that out quickly.
You say that you say stuff like that. Those are Phelps-isms. Yeah, well, they didn't like him so much they drafted him in the 5th round. Every team passed on him 5 times.
It seems to me that you follow a similar little vein of conversation there.
But no, I've just absorbed this through osmosis, like the Wonder Twins, shape of water, form of what?
If Monken likes Simpson.
Beeman was one of them. I always thought osmosis was more falling asleep on the textbook and hoping that you remember biology in the morning.
If Monken likes Simpson.
It doesn't work that way? No wonder I had such bad grades.
And Andrew Barry reads what Paul DePodesta left behind, and it says, we like Simpson. Why wouldn't you draft him?
How do we did I miss something, or did DePodesta say that he wanted Simpson?
I was kind of trying to be cute.
Okay.
How'd that go?
Well, I just got really worried there because it sounded like you were telling something.
You know why DePodesta likes Simpson?
You mean like when presidents leave notes to the next president?
Thinks he'd play a fine left field.
Oh, my God.
No,
we're in trouble.
No, seriously, why wouldn't you take him?
I would take him if they believe. Listen, if they believe Ty Simpson is the guy to lead this franchise to the playoffs and beyond, do it.
If they think he could be a top half of the league quarterback,
why do you sell it short? If you're you better believe that if you're taking Ty Simpson at 6, he is going to take you deep into the playoffs, if not the Super Bowl.
Or 24.
At 24, just get me to
if
the
they
playoffs.
like him at 24, there's no question they have to take him there.
Well, they better believe you're going to the playoffs with him within 3 years?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm being generous, I think.
Sure. Mary Kay also said, trade a pick for a veteran player.
Yeah, I thought that
and we all
was
went,
interesting.
What would you trade him for? Would you trade the 24th pick for A.J. Brown? Wide receiver, Eagles.
Be hard not to on that, don't you think?
I think you'd need to get a pick back.
I think it'd be pretty easy. He's 29, guys.
Yeah.
But Dano, if you made a trade like that,
would you trade 6
and
or
picked up
only 24?
I wouldn't trade 24 either.
If you gave up 24,
I think you can get him for less.
If you gave up 24 and got A.J. Brown and future draft assets. Remember, Andrew Barry worked with Howie Roseman for a year. There's a dialogue there. They could make something work.
Hey, right. He knows how much of a pain in the butt A.J. Brown is.
I'm not arguing with you there.
I think, Jeff, every
think
time
you'd have
we
to get
think
some draft capital back.
Yeah, but every time we think this trade, and fans do this all the time, and I'm in that group. You're like, oh, you want to get A.J. Brown? You're going to have to give up 24 to do that. We overvalue someone because we're here. Can't you see? And we've seen other big name players get traded.
Like whom?
Get traded for less. Who have we seen get traded for less?
Oh, no.
Oh.
In other words, you think A.J. Brown might just bring a second?
Maybe. It just depends on what Philly thinks.
I'd be hard-pressed not to give up 39 for him straight up. Yeah.
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 That's a pretty decent deal, don't you think?
I would think that's real solid.
And headaches aren't a problem here. This is
the only problem is
you would or wouldn't.
I got to pay him.
Oh, that's
I'm
true.
not handing out more contracts for was. I want to hand out contracts for is. And for what will be. If you pay A.J. Brown, you're paying him for was.
Maybe.
Well, how much is longer on his contract, you know?
It's 1 year. That's the reason
Oh.
he's on the trade block right now.
Yeah, 1 year.
No way.
1 year?
No way. He wouldn't do it.
Well, you wouldn't give up a second-round pick for a guy on a 1-year deal.
Exactly.
You'd have to sign him to a
Have to-
contract.
I mean, goodness, you traded, what was it, a third-round pick? Was it a fourth-round pick for Jerry Jeudy? And then you had to hand him a contract.
I want to say it was a fifth, but
You think A.J. Brown's going to roll in here and not expect a contract?
A.J. Brown's not going anywhere without a contract.
I'm good. No, thank you. And it's the same thing with Brandon Ayuk. I'm good. No, thank you. I got enough headaches going on right now. I don't need more.
Ayuk could be a little bit of a...
I don't need to buy stock in acetaminophen. Trust me, we got enough headaches.
How'd Michael Pittman end up in Pittsburgh and Browns weren't in on that? Anyhow.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, anyhow.
I'd rather draft a wide receiver and then maybe wait for some kind of falling out. And then, Andy, I'm with you. Try to get as many draft picks for next year to get that Jeremiah Smith guy because I've heard he's pretty darn good.
I still have this one thought in my head that I like it a lot. Look around the league. Is there a quarterback sitting on somebody's roster?
Yeah, I thought about this.
Who could become your Brett Favre? And what do I mean by that? A guy who was in Atlanta and was a backup and was deemed expendable. And you guys might know who I think is the guy that I'd go after. And it's not Anthony Richardson. It's Jalen Milroe. He was drafted slightly before the Browns took Dylan Gabriel.
Right.
It was Milroe the guy they wanted? I don't know.
Felt that way before the draft, didn't it?
Kind of did. Tommy Reese ties and all that when Tommy was here. But Sam Darnold's not going anywhere. I mean, he has a Super Bowl ring. He's not going anywhere in Seattle. And there sits Jalen Milroe, backup quarterback, actually third stringer. Drew Lock is there too. Could you would you want a guy like Jalen Milroe? You talk about mobility and Todd Monken's type of quarterback. I would think he's it. There are just options and interesting options, I think, for the Browns. And I'm wondering if Andrew Berry pulls the trigger on anything interesting rather than just make your picks or maybe make a little trade down.
You made me think about the second-round pick, about Andrew Berry trading second-round picks. It's interesting to look at the second-round picks he's made. Carson Schlesinger, home run. Michael Hall, still
Hopefully.
healthy. If he's healthy, it's not a bad. It was a good play.
As long as he's still on the field.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I mean, health took him
That
down.
worked.
And Grant Delpit. So, yeah, maybe I'm a little less hesitant. He's made some pretty good decisions, too. So, it's kind of hard to
Whatever
argue
you
that.
decided in the second round, please do it in the third.
For the
Headlines coming up next on Basket and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel, NBA fan.
start some on-field work next week. Meanwhile, GM Andrew Berry, he is going to talk about that NFL draft coming up on Thursday, and you can catch that press conference live right here on 92.3 The Fan. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest in the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at noon, we'll be chatting with Chris Fedor. Covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Cavs getting ready to take on the Toronto Raptors. Playoff series coming up starting on Saturday, 1 o'clock over at Rocket Arena. Chris's thoughts on that coming up. I'm Jeff Phelps, my buddy over there, enjoying a fine going lemon lime today.
I don't know. It was weird for some reason. I think there's some kind of advertising.
I don't think I've ever seen you buy.
I never have
A lemon lime drink.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted the crisp, cool sensation.
Is it sugar?
Yeah,
or sugar free?
No, not free. I grabbed the wrong one. That's all right. I'll drink it anyway.
All right. Well, very good. That's Andy Baskin. Meredith's taking your phone calls.
Yes.
And Dan Mennigan, among other things, doing headlines.
Live from the 6-Minute Newsroom. Here's Dan Mennigan.
Our time changes on that frequently. Have you noticed that, Dana?
Every day, Jeff.
It should. It's probably about the amount of work that goes into most of these and most days.
Live from the 32-second newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
Live from the... Oh, crap. I got to do that, don't I?
Okay.
All right.
Glad we've got a lot of quality going into this production.
Refreshing.
Well, yeah, we got the music.
Yeah. That is some of the best music we have.
That's what we're aiming for.
It's very newsy, isn't it?
We
It's
wanted
newsy.
something newsy and official for it.
Very good stuff.
All right, gentlemen, you wanted to start. You brought up Chris Fedor, the NBA. We will start with the play-in tournament, which will kick off tonight with the Miami Heat taking on the Charlotte Hornets. That'll be 7:30. Portland versus Phoenix will follow that one. Let's start with this question first.
Okay.
I understand it is on Amazon Prime, and I know that may play into this. Do you guys enjoy watching the play-in tournament?
Why, no.
Okay. Mr. Basket, do you enjoy the play-in tournament?
The answer is no.
Okay.
It doesn't mean won't watch. Doesn't mean I won't pay attention. But I would say, oh boy, playoff tournament. Can't wait to watch. I'm not there.
There's only one thing worse than the play-in tournament, and that's when the Cavs are in the godforsaken play-in tournament.
So then let's answer this question, Bob.
Okay, get rid of it. Love your idea. Perfect.
So, but that's the thing that's about it, is it's got that March Madness thing that we all lock into, where it's basically like, it's one game. This is it, especially if you're the lower seeded team. This is it. You've got to win this game, or else your playoff journey comes to a complete and total close, which is absolutely hypnotizing when it comes to March Madness in college basketball. So why does it work for March Madness in college basketball, but it does not work in your mind for the NBA?
Because you win the right to go get your brains beat in by the number 1 or 2 seed.
NBA is also playing 82 games during their regular season. So, I mean, obviously you probably played the team you're playing 2 or 3 times at least throughout the regular season. And how many 7-8 seeds have a real chance to do anything in the playoffs?
We believe Warriors.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun.
All right.
Captain Jack, Matt Barnes.
Their season's
Barron?
over tonight. Could be over tonight.
Monte Ellis, man, that was a good time.
They played tonight. Did you say Clippers Warriors tonight? Yeah, right.
No, that is tomorrow.
Sorry.
night's game.
Sorry.
We were gonna
They've
hit
already lived to see another day. Sorry.
Put it this way, though. If you're a Warriors fan, you might be a little bit worried because Steve Kerr has said that Steph Curry, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford will be under minutes restrictions for Wednesday's game against the Clippers. Which, oh boy.
What are they? They're restricting them, obviously, to help prevent injury. So why play them at all?
Because it's win and you're in and lose.
So why put a restriction on them?
Yeah, because if they're playing the playoffs, it's not like you're going to restrict them in the next round, is it?
Steph, you're out. You're only playing 20 minutes because we want you ready for the next. Oh, we lost. I'm sorry. Steph, enjoy your summer.
See you in Charlotte.
Hit him straight.
That's why it's kind of funky. You'd think it would almost kind of go the other direction where it's like, okay, everything in the tank, because if you don't, you're going home.
Kill the play-in tournament. I hate it. I just hate it. I hate it when we're in it too. Sorry.
I am with you.
I do like.
I hate the fact
because you know why? The last 10 days of the season, it was down to the wire to try to figure out the positioning in this anyway. So let them battle it out for the 8th seed and call it a day. If you didn't make it through the regular season after 82 games and you couldn't get to 8th place, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs.
Well, the NBA is taking a victory lap on this one because the only team that is in the playoffs right now, or the postseason, I should say, is the Golden State Warriors with a record below 500. So the NBA is very much like, look at us go.
Is it not the playoffs? Here we go again.
I went with postseason because I didn't want to have this argument because it makes my brain sad.
Good.
A long headline.
Makes my brain.
Because you had your birthday. That's
you know what? You do your own segment.
Okay. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us.
I'm playing along. He's not. Why are you punishing me?
Headline. You know what? Go sit in the hall.
Just seemed like a discussion that, it was a topic, not a headline.
Oh, producing on the fly. Can we go back to headlines, please? Let's go.
Let's do it. Hit the music.
Andy, I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
You can sit there and think about what you've
why
done.
don't you go in the corner, Phelps?
I wished you a happy birthday on the air.
I did too, after he did.
I didn't want that.
I was respecting your privacy until he did it, and then I felt the pressure.
That's what I wanted.
I felt the pressure, peer pressure, to say happy birthday
We
to you.
didn't bring it up and make it a deal. We threw it in at the end. Hey, there's music. That means headlines.
If you said it on the air, it's a deal, Jeff.
Did you have soup to eat?
Yes, it's a meal.
I wish.
Shams Charania reporting that Luka Doncic will be reevaluated Tuesday after undergoing treatment in Spain last week. He's dealing with that hamstring strain that he had to go to Europe to get the platelet-rich plasma injected into it to hopefully heal it. Guys, I think the Lakers are in serious trouble, especially with the fact that Austin Reeves is unlikely to play for a good chunk of this thing with an oblique injury, and it's just going to be LeBron and the boys. Or do you think LeBron's got a little bit of magic left in him?
Oh, I'm devastated. The Lakers aren't going to be able to be powerhouse in the playoff. What am I going to do? Oh, man. Such a downtrodden franchise. They never get any attention. Ugh.
You want a final chapter on the legacy?
Yes. Coming home?
LeBron without Luka and without Austin Reeves leads him to playoff victories.
Oh, stop.
No, I'm serious. You imagine what that would look like? That would be huge.
How far do they go?
Not very.
Okay.
I think they're getting... I mean, the problem is they're going up against the Houston Rockets team that is like...
young, athletic.
Kind of dysfunction junction, especially when you get into 4 minutes left and they're all kind of looking at each other like, do you want to shoot Kevin Durant? You should shoot Kevin Durant.
Young, athletic.
We'll see.
And with KD.
Yeah, we'll see. The Rockets have been a little clunky leading into this whole thing. So we'll see what it looks like. It'll make for a fun
If all those guys are... Rockets in... How many, Jeff?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, let's take the fun out of it. Go ahead. Sucking the life out of the segment. Jeff Phelps, keep going.
Doing great.
Sure.
All right, Andy, since it's just you and me doing segments, and someone else can just eat his soup.
No, there's no soup. I'm just sitting right here doing the show.
Still grumpy.
He did have a couple peanuts over there.
Still grumpy with him.
No.
Buffalo Sabres have made the playoffs in the NHL.
Yay!
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Good for them. It has been a very, very long time. The first division title since the 2009-2010 season for the Sabres. That is cool. Good for the city of Buffalo. That's fantastic to see.
Does Josh Allen play hockey as well?
Wow.
Imagine that guy's a defenseman.
Might be able to.
Wow. Let's say congratulations to former Padua Bruin, former Bowling Green University Hobie Baker winner, Brian Holzinger. Congratulations. Your former team is in the playoffs. Let's bring it home. The pride of Parma. See, you can always bring it back home.
Gentlemen, see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions have been finalized?
I did see that, but I only heard one group.
All right, so here's your list. It's Phil Collins, Iron Maiden, Billy Idol, Queen Latifah, Oasis, Sade, Joy Division / New Order, the Wu-Tang Clan, Luther Vandross, and there's a couple others, including Graham Parsons, who will be inducted as influences as well. What do we think? Is this a pretty good class?
Yeah, I'd go see that. Just trying to think of who. Yeah, they've all been relevant during my lifetime, so yes, I'm good with it.
The Popular Music Hall of Fame is a great place to go visit. Glad it's here included.
Jeff, of those groups, which one is your favorite?
The Popular Music Hall of Fame is great.
Of those groups that are going in, which one is your favorite?
Go Phil Collins.
Okay, I thought
Little
that.
Phil.
I would at one point when I was in college, I would have said New Order.
Oasis followed by the
Oasis is the.
Yeah, it would be.
I feel like Phil Collins is high school, New Order is college, Billy Idol's high school, Iron Maiden's like.
Oasis, Wu-Tang Clan, Iron Maiden would be my three.
And Luther.
The Maiden is awesome. I'm
and
so
Luther,
happy.
you are every date I ever went on before I got married. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Props to you, Luth. Thank you.
It's very cool. This is good to see. This is a good group that's going.
This is. We should be thanking Luther more than anybody else, though.
No fight back on my popular music Hall of Fame.
Because I've given up.
I know, because it's just like, what do you?
It's not a fight worth fighting.
It isn't.
Okay.
Can't it be everything to everyone? You took the Rock and Roll Classic, Kent, didn't you?
No.
Dr. West? Oh, you didn't take it?
It's just not worth fighting. Again, eat your soup.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
Little bit of shaky. We will end headlines with this one on a subject that both of you will proceed to sigh heavily at me and have no idea.
Let me pre-sigh.
Good job. So the sporting director, a.k.a. the general manager, essentially, of U.S. Soccer, has left the position for a similar position with Saudi Arabia, which basically tells you, A,
got a raise.
Here's a giant pile of cash. Here's a Scrooge McDuck level of cash.
Got a raise.
Come play the position here. But your team is 2 months out of the World Cup. And now the guy who hired everyone and brought you in and recruited you is going to Saudi Arabia. Not to mention there's been some chaos inside of U.S. Soccer as well, especially on the men's side, and the fact that your team is not playing well. And then all of a sudden your GM is like, Jets, take care of yourselves.
Is there going to be a live soccer tour now? Is that what we're looking at?
No, this is all going to be... Are you kidding me? Andy, there is no institution on this earth that could be more corrupt as FIFA.
That's true. Okay, first of all, Matt should have turned down the job from day one when the title was sporting director. The hell is that? That is the most non-American thing you can call any title that screams Euro. And so it means you probably shouldn't have had the job in the first place.
If it screams Euros, that's not bad, though, Andy.
That's true. U.S. Soccer Sporting Director.
That's what they call it.
Mad Cracker.
Hey, make fun of a man's title. He just got a whole lot more money to keep the same title and go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, it makes sense there. It doesn't make sense here.
This is a mess. I am worried about the men's team.
Oh,
going into the
Matt
World
Crocker.
Cup.
He's fit.
I'm worried about the men's team. I got a feeling this is going to get ugly.
Especially with, are we going to be okay in the Olympics? Wait, what's first? World Cup, right? World Cup's coming up. Yeah, okay.
World Cup's coming up in 2 months.
All right. Hang on. Oh, man. At what point do you stop sleeping?
Already.
Are we in it? Because we're the host team? Do we automatically
because you're
make
the host team, though. I don't know if you're making it out of the group stage. I pray they do. I pray the U.S. does. I want them to. But God, they've been a mess.
I'm turned. They're not even playing. Who cares? Like, they're not even anywhere near here. I got to tell you, I'm almost anti-World Cup this
Saturday.
Yeah.
Best of 7 against the Toronto Raptors, first round NBA playoffs. What does Chris Fedor think? Chris covers the team for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. He joins us here at The Fan as well, and he joins us next on Baskin and Phelps.
continues with meetings, strength and conditioning, and physical rehab. The team will hold an extra voluntary veteran mini camp next week ahead of the draft. Andrew Berry will be speaking to the media to preview the draft on Thursday, and you'll be able to hear that press conference live right here on The Fan. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting next Monday on 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff Thomas getting his own show.
That's awesome.
It's about dang time.
It is about dang time.
I'm in for 5% of everything he does, so I can't wait to get my check.
Wow.
I'm a big Jeff fan.
We both are.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps.
No, it really is.
One Jeff,
Thomas
one
too.
Andy here. Starts on Saturday. Cavs against the Raptors. If you're looking, first of all, if you want to hear some great information about the series, stay tuned because the guy who's joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline will have that for us. He also hosts the Wine and Gold Report. He's Mr. Chris Fedor. Chris, welcome. But first of all, you want to read a first-round playoff series preview, by all means, go to cleveland.com. Chris has one out right now, and it's fabulous. Very extensive, very good, very Fedor. Welcome to the show, sir.
Congratulations.
Well, what an intro.
You're an adjective
I don't know if
now.
I deserved all that, but thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No, it's good. It's good stuff. Cavs and Raptors. This is not a number one seed taking on a winner of the play-in tournament game. This is a 4-5. How dangerous is that?
It's certainly more dangerous than it was last year against Miami, but I do think that there are some things that the Cavs have that are advantageous. Look, Toronto is a team that they do some of the things that bother the Cavs or have bothered the Cavs throughout the course of the regular season. I'm just not sure they do them enough for it to actually matter throughout the course of a 7-game series. There's also something that's looming for the Raptors right now, and it's the health of Emmanuel Quickley. Their starting point guard has been dealing with plantar fasciitis, and now all of a sudden, in the final game of the regular season, he had a hamstring strain. And there's a lot of uncertainty about whether he's going to be available Saturday, how effective he's going to be, if he can play through this particular injury. Obviously, when you're playing against a team that has the personnel advantage, the talent advantage, the way that the Cavs do, and you're a team like Toronto, you can't afford to be missing one of your starters, one of your most reliable players, and the only guy on your roster that has made more than 150 three-pointers, which is a point of emphasis for the Cavs going into the series against Toronto, given the struggles that the Cavs have had defending the three-point line. So I do think that this is something that's probably going to be more competitive. I don't think you're going to see the most lopsided series in NBA history, the way that we did last year between the Cavs and the Heat. But I just don't think the Raptors, over the course of a 7-game series, are going to find enough answers against this version of the Cavs.
All right, let's just make sure we can pretty much erase the 3 games they played against each other during the regular season, right? Yeah. There's no reason to even think about that.
7 months ago?
Yeah.
Something like that.
When Larry Nance Jr. was in the starting lineup, when Lonzo Ball was in the starting lineup, DeAndre Hunter was in the starting lineup. One of those games, Luke Travers played 15 minutes. Chris Livingston, who played 14 minutes. Tyrese Proctor got meaningful playing time. So, yes, you can throw those out the window.
Andy took care of that one.
I just want to make sure. I needed to hear it from you because I was like, there was a point about 6 weeks ago that I was a little bit nervous about this series. And, knowing that the new Core 4 has played a full 7 games and feel much healthier than they have since going, I feel much better. Are we concerned about the fact they've only played 7 games, 94 minutes together?
92.
I'm sorry. How can I screw that up? It's actually 92.3 minutes together. I'm sorry.
You gave them a little bit too many minutes.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Concern?
Oh, man, they're going to be too confident now.
Is there concern? Yes. I think there's a level of concern about the lack of rhythm that the Cavs are in. They're not going into the playoffs like the Oklahoma City Thunder that have won basically every meaningful game that they tried to win down the stretch. They're not going into the playoffs like the Denver Nuggets that turned it on and peaked at the right time. There are still some things that the Cavs are trying to figure out about themselves. Combinations, lineups, who's going to be the fifth starter, who's going to be the closing group for Kenny Atkinson, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, late game situations. How does that relationship play itself out? Is Jared Allen going to be on the floor to finish games? Or are they going to go with one big and just Evan Mobley? Or is it one big and just Jared Allen? I find that hard to believe. But there are just certain things that the Cavs are still trying to figure out about themselves that some of these other championship contending teams are not. Detroit has more answers about who they are because they've been together longer and they've had more of a runway to figure those things out. Denver has more answers about who they are. Oklahoma City, same thing. Boston, same thing. There's a reason why very few teams that make a drastic roster shakeup at the mid-season trade deadline go on to win the NBA championship because it's too quick of a process to get all of those things answered and all of those things figured out. Now, does that mean that the Cavs can't go on to get to the conference finals? Does that mean that the Cavs can't advance to the NBA finals? No, it just means there are things that are a little bit more difficult because of the circumstances for them than some of these other teams that are probably further along in the understanding of who they are, the habits that they've built, the answers that they have about themselves, the sets that they want to go to in late game situations. All that kind of stuff is working against the Cavs. But I'll say this, in the 92 minutes, very small sample size, that the new four, the formidable four, whatever you want to call this group now, in the 92 minutes that they were on the floor, they just obliterated opponents at both ends. So you can see the idea and you can see the ceiling of this team for sure.
Chris Fedor joining us from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. If I'm the Raptors and I think, how can we knock off the Cavaliers? Is there any better way, any other way than having their wing guys, Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, dominate this series? I think if the Cavs can control those guys, they have this series, Chris. Is that the best hope for Toronto?
Probably, yeah. I think it's try to take the Cavs out of their rhythm offensively. Because the Cavs have legitimate questions about who they can be defensively and what kind of level they can get to defensively. They were middle of the pack defensively before the trade deadline. They were middle of the pack defensively after the trade deadline. They have been a middle of the pack defense. History tells you that that's not good enough, right? But with Evan Mobley, with Jared Allen, two of the elite rim protectors protecting the paint, things along those lines, do they have a different level that they can get to defensively? Do they have a proverbial switch that they can flip to get to defensively? I think that has to play itself out, and that's a wait-and-see type thing. I don't think I can definitively say yes or definitively say no. But because the Cavs aren't a defense-first team, because they haven't proven to be that, this is an offensive-minded team. So can you take this offense out of its comfort zone? Can you get them out of rhythm? Can you force them into more difficult shots? Can you limit the number of threes that they make over the course of this series? Yeah, I do think, Scotty Barnes has the makeup. RJ Barrett has the makeup. Brandon Ingram theoretically has the makeup to make things a little bit more difficult on this Cavs offense. The other thing about Toronto is that they're handsy, they're physical, they force a lot of turnovers, they want to run. So if you can get the Cavs to make some mistakes, if you can get James Harden to be a little bit more careless, Donovan Mitchell, same thing, all of a sudden that fuels your offense, that gets you out in transition, that gets you some easier baskets. But I do think that there is a dirty little secret about Toronto that not enough people are talking about, guys. They cannot beat good teams. They have not beaten good teams. Against the top 10 teams in the NBA, the 6 best from the West and the 4 best from the East, just in terms of record, not net rating or anything like that. In terms of the 10 best records in the NBA, Toronto went 5-22 against those caliber teams. And by the way, 3 of those wins came against the skeleton Cavs. So we're talking about 2 wins against legitimate championship contending teams for the Raptors. It's like they've had a good year. They've gotten to the 5th seed. They've done some good things, but a majority of their wins have come against, some of the worst teams in the NBA. So there's a legitimate question about whether that group is ready for this kind of talent gap that they're going to have to overcome, whether that group is ready for this kind of team, this caliber opponent, one that they haven't shown that they can consistently compete against.
All right, let's cut to the chase. How many games is it going to take for the Cavs to knock them out?
Wow.
I think 5.
5.
I think 5, honestly. Look, there are things that the Raptors do that are bothersome or can be bothersome to the Cavs. I just don't know that there are enough of them. And I think the one thing where the Cavs are vulnerable, especially on the defensive end of the floor, the Raptors don't do that well enough, and it's the three-point shooting. So stylistically, if you're a team that's going to take advantage of some of the weak points of the Cavs defense, you've got to take and make a lot of shots. You probably have to be able to score 115 to 120 consistently. And I just don't know, as handsy as they are, as physical as they are, as pesky as they are, as defensive-minded as they are, I just don't know that the Raptors in this current state are capable of that in a playoff environment when the game slows down, when the Cavs are going to be sagging off some of their non-shooters, when the Cavs are going to be able to maybe play with a little bit more intensity, a little bit more focus, a little bit more attention to detail when it comes to transition defense and all that kind of stuff. There is no team in this year's playoffs, except for Detroit, that has been as bad from a three-point shooting perspective as Toronto. And if you're going to beat the Cavs, that's what you have to do, because this defense for the Cavs is designed to overhelp. This defense for the Cavs is designed to protect the paint, protect the rim, pack it in, and they kind of welcome, or they just have a defensive strategy that lends itself to more three-point shots. And I just don't think over the course of this 7-game series that the Raptors are going to be able to generate enough quality offense to be able to hang with what the Cavs are capable of at that end of the floor.
Chris Fedor joining us from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. You can follow him on X at Chris Fedor. It's Fedor. If things don't go well in the postseason, you got to figure there are changes in some way, shape, or form. What do you think those would be, and how extensive would they be? It doesn't feel like this team is in need of gutting or a rebuild or anything else, but it's the NBA, and things change quickly.
How do you define don't go well? I think that's important.
Don't get out of the second round.
If they don't get out of the second round?
Yeah.
Oh, it's DEFCON 1.
Wow.
It is. I mean, think about it. This is a team that, for all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flameout in the playoffs. And I just don't think a lot of people in this organization are going to be able to survive that for a variety of reasons. Look, they came into this year, and President of Basketball Operations, Kobe Altman, said all the right things about being patient, about keeping the core four together, about, hey, Boston had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and the Denver Nuggets had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and the Oklahoma City Thunder had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and they were better because of it. They learned from it and all that kind of stuff. So we have to be patient. We have a good team, but we have to be patient, and we have to figure it out. We have to figure out the 16-game season. We've got the 82-game season. We've got to figure out the 16-game season. And they came into this year, and they had lofty expectations, and they kept the core four together. And then as this season was going on, everybody inside the organization looked at it and said, it's not happening. We're not good enough. We're not ready. We need to find other pieces that are going to help us get to that championship level, because it's just not going to happen. The level of belief inside that locker room was lacking. They were saying all the right things, but they weren't actually believing the things that they were saying. So they made the trade at the deadline, and they shortened their championship runway. They narrowed their championship window. and they brought in a more mature, a more ready James Harden, but they gave up, 7 to 10 years of Darius Garland in his prime, the upside that Darius has that James doesn't. That was a drastic move for this organization. That was a significant move in terms of them saying, we're not good enough. We need something else that isn't already on this roster. It wasn't an all-in move, but it was close to an all-in move. So if that doesn't yield a result that's better than what they've had recently, what do you do it for? I mean, what's the benefit of it? So you've got that, and then you also talk about a team that's paying more than $60 million in the luxury tax. You've got the highest priced roster in the NBA, one of the highest priced rosters in NBA history. So if they don't get out of the second round, considering the path that they would have to travel, that's the other element of all of this. For all of the problems that the Toronto Raptors could theoretically cause, I think people inside the organization were happy about the results of Sunday. We don't have to deal with Atlanta. Now, I don't think anybody was sitting there saying to themselves, okay, like, we're going to lose to Atlanta in round one. But if you're looking at the potential path that they have to travel to get to the NBA Finals, it's as favorable as they're going to get. It is. Yeah, because I think there are two teams that you could look at and you could say, all right, they maybe can beat the Cavs in a 7-game series. And those two teams are New York and they're Boston. The Cavs only have to face one of them. The way that everything sets up, the Cavs only have to face one of them to get to the NBA Finals. And they don't have to face that team until they get to the conference finals.
Chris,
you combine everything together, and you've got all of this pressure, all of these expectations. And if they can't get to the conference finals, then changes are going to be significant in this organization.
So let me just think about this big picture, okay? Right? And I know what happened to David Blatt. We only got about a minute here, too. So, I mean, Kenny's 116-48. And we talked about at the beginning of this interview, he's had, 7 games with his starters. Should he really, unless it's a major coaching flaw here that happens, should he really be on the hot seat? Or it's just something we just expect this because it's Dan?
Well, I think Dan is capable of a lot of different things. I think there's a lot of pressure on this organization when you're paying what he's paying for this roster. You expect results. You expect results at the highest level. And I'm not saying that Kenny would be the first domino to fall. Yeah. I don't think that you can specifically point to one. I'm just saying that many, many things would be on the table. I think trading Evan Mobley would be on the table. Trading Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Kenny Atkinson, maybe President of Basketball Operations Kobe Altman. If you underachieve again, and that's what it would be viewed as underachievement. If you underachieve again, then you're looking at a bunch of different things within your organization to say, okay, what is it that is holding us back? What is it that is going to allow us to take the next step? And maybe possibly they determine that it is a coaching thing. Maybe possibly they determine that it is a roster thing. Maybe they determine that they need just a new voice or new leadership, whatever the case may be. Underachievement leads to pressure. Underachievement oftentimes leads to change.
The coverage will be phenomenal. It'll be provided by Chris Fedor in the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Go read his preview right now. It's exceptional. You can find it at Cleveland.com. Buddy, thank you very much.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Chris
Thanks,
joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You just heard what he said about changes. Huge changes if they don't get to where they need to get. And I threw out, you don't get out of the second round? Chris said huge. What do you think about that? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Chris Fedor from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, just with us. And Chris doing a fine job laying out the series against the Toronto Raptors for us. If you missed that interview, missed any moment in our show or chat with Mary Kay Cabot early on, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Here's what Chris had to say when I asked him about the series maybe not going well. And he said, what's not going well? And I said, not getting out of the second round.
If they don't get out of the second round?
Yeah.
Oh, it's DEFCON 1.
Wow.
It is. I mean, think about it. This is a team that, for all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flameout in the playoffs.
What do you think about that? And then he went on to explain further as to who, what, when, where. He didn't just say coaching. He said, in fact, didn't go coaching first.
No.
But there are some things there that DEFCON 1 if they don't get out of the second round of the playoffs.
Personally, I think it's a little ridiculous when you talk about a team that's had 7 games together with what they believe to be this core. And I understand, Harden may be up there in age compared to the other guys, and we don't really know what Harden's doing in the future. But if Harden wants to be here, I think it's if they get knocked out in the first round, I understand it. I get it, and I can almost swallow it. But Kenny Atkinson, to me, is not the problem if you don't make it very far in the playoffs. So I'll start with the coaches, and I know where you can go with the players on this, and we'll do that in a second. But, do you really think you gave him a fair shot with 7 games on the floor with these guys since the break? And I just don't think that makes any sense. Now, hopefully
you heard what Chris said about those 7 games, though. Absolutely dominated the opposition.
Okay, so there you have it. So that's what it should be. But it's still 7 games. It's 7 games together.
What has
and
Chris
if for
said?
some reason it doesn't look perfect for a series, and I can't see them getting beat in this first series. So that's why I'm not completely freaking out about this. But if they blow him up after losing in the second round, that's just I think it's stupid. It's overreactionary. Unless there is just some kind of flagrant, kind of ridiculous thing that happens that you're like, man, that is all on the coach. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. 7 games. Why'd you hire the guy in the first place? I think Mike Brown's in trouble, too, with the Knicks if they don't make it out of the first round. But that's another story for another
NBA,
day.
Right?
Yeah, it doesn't make it right.
Why do you make a trade and bring in James Harden? Because you think you're building a better team for the playoffs. And I think they have a better team for the playoffs. And now it's up to Kenny to pull it off. If they don't, if they get knocked out early, you get knocked out in the first round, Andy, everything could change.
But here's the inherent problem with all of this. We're sitting around talking about them getting knocked out early when we probably should be sitting around going, hey, man, they've got Toronto. This is a really good team. I think they can go really far. We are so trained to go into this stuff. It's like, well, if they don't win in the first round, man, we need to start firing people and blowing things up. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's actually just a topic of conversation right now.
I understand that, but we're not the only ones doing this, and I've been hearing it for months.
Well,
people saying, well, I mean, at one point they were talking about firing Kenny. I heard people talking. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? The guy's won 116 games in 2 years. 116, he was coach of the year last year. He's not David Blatt, but the problem is when Dan Gilbert whacked David Blatt in the middle of a season when they were in first place, he set the bar for what every coach would have to be as a part of, even though he had LeBron on the team. I mean, if it was a complete catastrophe and they had to do it, I think a lot of people can see that on the outside. But it also made it look like LeBron was 100% running the team at that point. At least it did to me.
Just for sake of argument, what happened after they fired David Blatt?
They went on and won.
Yeah.
Who's to say they
Yeah.
wouldn't have kept winning?
Who's to say? But again, they made that move, and look what happened. I
get it. It's the overall picture of firing a coach after you had gone to the NBA Finals and the guy was in first place.
Sure.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think Kenny Atkinson is a very good NBA head coach, and I would not want to see anything happen, even if they got knocked out in the first round. I wouldn't. At some point, if they go deep, they get to the NBA Finals, you tweak some things for next year, as all pro teams do from year to year. And that's good because you made that step you needed to make.
Okay.
If things didn't go well, I wonder what the decision-making process, I wonder what the thought process would be about the roster. And forget who would be making the calls on that. Whether Kobe Altman would remain. I think Kobe's put together a nice team.
I do too. I think he's done a nice job, especially this season when they thought it was going the wrong direction.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
made big, bold moves as general manager, and I give him a lot of credit for that.
Yeah.
But I just wonder how long. For instance, I like the key 4 players they have on this team. Now, James Harden is not long term, but I don't see any reason that Jared Allen and Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell aren't long term. And I can't, if things were not to go well, man, I don't think changing those guys is a definite answer, but it's the NBA. And superstar players get traded all the time as teams look for the right fit. And so my hope is, Andy, it goes well because I like this group. That those 4 top guys, Mitchell, Harden, Allen, Mobley, that's a really nice group. And then they have some really nice players coming off the bench. Dean Wade is functional in what they want him to do. I like Max Strus, Sam Merrill. You can't have too many shooters.
Right.
And I think they have some really nice talent, but we just know how it works in the NBA. And if it doesn't go well, Chris just called it DEFCON.
Yeah.
Where's it go? How deep does it go? I think it could be astronomical changes in the organization to the point where it's like, well, this didn't work. We're blowing it up. What do you think, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. You're on the Fan.
ahead of the draft, and Andrew Berry will be speaking to the media to preview the upcoming draft on Thursday. You'll be able to hear that press conference live right here on The Fan. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
If they don't get out of the second round?
Yeah.
Oh, it's DEFCON 1.
Wow.
It is. I mean, think about it. This is a team that, for all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flameout in the playoffs.
That was Chris Fedor, who joined us at noon, talking about the Cavaliers if things didn't go well in the playoffs. Now, I thought Chris might say, yeah, there could lead to some changes. Chris made us think, man, if it doesn't go well, you don't get out of the second round, look out. Everything that's not nailed down could be out of here.
Yeah. Is that a reflection of the NBA? Is that a reflection of pro sports, or is that a reflection of the Cavs?
I don't think it's the Cavs as much as it is the NBA. I think that's what happens. A team with expectations, a team with assets, and the Cavs have obviously, ownership has contributed more to that payroll and everything else than any other team in the league. They expect results, and results at some point cease being, boy, we had a nice regular season and we won a playoff series. Yeah.
And
I wonder if we're on the cusp of that happening here if things don't go well. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. Thomas is in Shaker. Thomas, welcome.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Hey, Jeff, I always love talking basketball with you. Like I said, I used to grow up watching you cover LeBron James on TV, so I love talking basketball with you. And happy playoffs. It's always fun to watch the playoffs.
Yes, it is. And thank you, Thomas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. But with that said, the expectation for Cleveland, they should have the expectation of Eastern Conference or Finals or bust. This is a team that's been to 5 finals since the year 2000. There's little kids who've never even been to Cleveland who are big Cavs fans. This is a winning organization, and we should treat this team like a winning organization, and we should not settle for less. As far as the playoffs go, I personally, Andy and Jeff, are very excited about these playoffs. I do think that we have a better chance this year than we did last year for multiple reasons. We're 33-14 since January 1st. That's one of the best records in the NBA since January 1st. But also, I look at this team. I think we have a better chance of winning this year than we did last year because we had tougher players with the addition of Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. They bring an added toughness to this team. I think that James Harden brings a focus that Darius Garland didn't bring, because sometimes it felt like Darius Garland wasn't locked in enough, and you need one of your superstar players to be locked in. I love the development of Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley's been averaging 22 points and 10 rebounds since March 1st. Evan Mobley's been quietly having a great season. I am ready for these playoffs. I'm ready to blow out the Raptors, and I'm ready to beat the Pistons next. I am pumped. Let's go, Cavs.
All right, Thomas, there you go. Now, see, that's what you're looking for, Andy.
That's what I told you before.
You don't want to hear if it goes wrong.
Who's
Thomas
not
is ready.
Going to be here? Who's here now? Let's live in the moment. Live in the now.
Do you have a James Harden concern factor? I know Dan does. I must be honest.
I think this is a golden opportunity for James Harden.
I agree.
To erase all of the Dan Menigans out there, right? All those people are, let's just wait and see till Game 5. Game 6, Game 7.
Dan doesn't sound like that.
I don't know if I can.
A little more nasally.
Yeah. Just wait until. No, can't.
Hey, you're getting there. You're getting there.
Yeah, I'm close. Just wait. Just wait until the back end of a series when they need him the most. I just think this is a great chance for him to to tell all of his doubters to shut up.
I hope you're right, and I hope he does. Chuck's in Westlake. Hello, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Yo, what's up, gang?
Hey, man.
So I want to chime in, first of all, about the James Harden thing. Of course, he just got with us. I think it was more, of course, we're going to get him when we can. It's more about the future, next year than this year. And if we lose, it'll be ludicrous for people to say it's a problem. See, the thing about baseball, what I love so much, it's a sport of patience, What's happened to football and basketball, it's just win now mentality, and it's destroying the connection between the fan base and sports. Everybody's so stressed. There's no optimism. It's no, hey, let's follow the process.
Mm-hmm.
And it's percolating to the sports. You almost can't enjoy the games no more. You know, you can sit back and enjoy a baseball game. What you guys think about the comparison?
Chuck, I think your comparison is on the money, actually. And you sound like me because I've always thought I don't need my team to be a champion to enjoy the sport, enjoy the process of what's going on. I catch grief because I love the building process of a team. Like, I love watching what the Guardians are doing now with a young rotation and some of their young players coming up and hopefully young guys. Lavalette hit a home run the other day at Lake County. I love that process. And if my team doesn't win a championship, I'm okay. I'm rooting for them again next year. You know, is it disappointing? Yeah, maybe it's because I grew up and my team's never won anything. But it doesn't bother me. But I don't own a team. And I'm not writing big checks. And I don't have the ego of a billionaire owner. And I don't mean Dan, I mean any of them. The ego of a billionaire owner. Hey, if I'm spending all this money, I want results. I want that ring. Let's go. And I think that's real, Andy, when it comes to the group of, you know, the fraternity that is owners of big-time sports franchises.
I think there's a difference between frantic sports owner spending money and sports owner who's not afraid to spend money to get better, but is wise. Is that like there's a difference? You can see, like, first of all, if you're going to be a billionaire, you had to get there somehow, right?
Very rarely did you get there by accident.
Yeah, and so, I mean, hearing the word no doesn't happen very often.
Although inheriting is a good idea.
Yeah, it's or marrying into. That's always
not bad either.
That's the Al Baskin theory. I just think, I think we get. Although Kobe's been here a while. That's the other part of this. So it's a tough place to be. Pro sports is a tough place to be. I'll just say it, but I do think he's right that we just don't have the patience, and I think that patience starts from the beginning. You become an athlete, and then it's the expectation. It starts at home, and then it works its way all the way up and through. And you know, loyalty is. There aren't very many loyal people out there. There aren't a lot of Jose Ramirez's out there. And I don't blame him because, I mean, does ownership have loyalty? I don't know. Do you ever have a favorite player get traded when you didn't want him to? I mean, it's a two-way street.
Yeah.
And players are mercenaries at that level for the most part. It's hard to find a Travis Fryman who's giving back his check because he didn't play the last year of the contract, even though he had earned it.
Rarity.
That just doesn't happen very often. All right, well, pay me. See you later. Peace. Bye. That's why it makes it hard to be a fan sometimes because it's hard to fall in love with guys. You want to, this is my guy, my team, like blah, 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 blah. Then they're gone. 3 years, if you're lucky, you get to hang on to them. I don't know. Did it feel different when we were younger? Guys stuck around forever.
Well, free agency wasn't as much of a deal in many cases, and it was a different world.
The other hard part about it is it's not just pros anymore. It's college. It's all this, and it's just like it wears on you as a fan. It's, you know, where do you want your loyalties to be? Chances are the name on the front of the logo is going to stick around a lot longer than the back, and I think some of us are still shell shocked when the front of the logo packed up and went to Baltimore a long time ago.
The one thing about the Cavs situation to me that I think deserves serious consideration here. If you have There are three aspects. If something doesn't go well here, there are three aspects you change.
Mm-hmm.
It's the front office.
Right.
It's the coaching.
Mm-hmm.
It's the roster. You've already changed coaching once on this team.
Correct.
You've changed the roster a little bit. I would think the aspect of the team that would be least deserving of change would be the coaching.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Because it's been here a lesser period of time than the front office, who I think has done a good job,
mm-hmm.
and the roster, the players, who I think are pretty good. You know, and I'd be hard pressed. I'd be hard pressed to make huge changes, even though Chris says that they'd be coming if the Cavs got knocked out, only because I like what's here. And that's a calculated gamble. Now, if you make a trade and, you've got a superstar player like Giannis Antetokounmpo, and it could work out that he could come here, you'd be changing your roster like crazy. Say goodbye to Evan Mobley, say goodbye to so many other pieces.
Right.
But that's the way the NBA goes. But I just think they have a good team. I think they have a good front office. I think they have a good coaching staff. And sometimes it just doesn't work.
Here's the part I struggle with.
But it could this year.
If you just had these guys together for 7 games during the regular season, could you be okay if they ran it all back next year?
Yeah, but they might not because
it's the NBA?
No, do you want to invest that money in James Harden, and does James want to stay here?
Well, that's the question.
Yeah.
I think if James wants to stay, and what's James looking for? How many years, right?
I don't know.
What are we looking for?
Good question.
How many years? So if they can figure that out, I don't have I'm done being – I don't want to be negative and start sitting around talking about if they get knocked out in the first round anymore. I just don't want to do it. But I know it's the reality of the game and what we do and we talk about, but I'm okay. Get to the second round, run it back again next year. You had 7 games together, 7, with this coaching staff and these players who are on the floor. And if Harden wants to be a part of it, then run it back. And if Harden doesn't, then I could see taking a different look or trying to figure out – or if you do have the shot to get Giannis here, I could understand wanting to maybe go in a different direction. I get it. I understand it. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to get to the end, and you want to be the last team playing in June. You want to be the last team cheering in June. I can understand that, but just to blow this thing up just because you want to blow it up because you didn't get past the second round, to me, I think this is one of those situations where you need to step back, say, did we really give this a chance, and then move forward. And I'm not asking for a ton of patience. I'm talking about a 1-year patience deal. Like, massive patience is 3-4 years. I'm not even asking for that.
The Cavs organization, I think, has shown a lot of patience in recent years. And clearly their neighbors at Gateway have shown tons of patience as well. And maybe that's going to be paying off again this year. Guardians made some moves yesterday. They juggled a few things and then went out and beat the snot out of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, take that, Cardinals.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Guardians made a couple of player moves yesterday, juggled a few things around, brought back some injured guys, sent some other guys on their way, and then went out and won the opener against the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin, looking inquisitively at his computer screen.
Oh, I'm always just trying to read the latest, that's all.
Are you? That's a good thing. The moves they made yesterday, and I think we all understand what they were doing with these. They activated Hunter Gaddis, and we knew it was just a matter of time before Hunter got activated. A great bullpen arm for them. And George Valera, who they're really interested in seeing in the outfield. And they optioned C.J. Kafis. Are you okay?
I'm good with it. I'm good.
They also have...
I'm waiting for Travis Bazanas.
On the official release, does this mean anything? Optioned outfielder C.J. Kafis to AAA Columbus.
Okay.
Does that mean anything? Thought he was always a first baseman outfielder.
Maybe it's just they ran out of ink. Maybe they didn't have enough ink.
And then they designated Colby Allard for assignment. Colby, thanks for taking the hit against the Atlanta Braves in the blowout game the other night. Good luck
job
to you.
Thank you for being a part of it.
You ready to go back to Columbus? Because if you're not claimed, we'll send you there. That's what's going to happen, right?
Yep.
Then you go out and you play St. Louis, and you play them well.
They needed that. Little shot in the arm. Everybody getting into that, especially the top of the order, getting into the action. A couple hits here, a couple hits there.
Top of the order and the bottom of the order.
They are a roller coaster, this team, aren't they? One day they score 10. Next day they can't score. Next day they score 4. They win. Yay. Next day, nothing.
You know what I found interesting about last night's game?
No, I won't even guess on this one. What was interesting?
Stephen Vogt used 9 players.
Maybe he's listening to you,
Position
Jeff.
players. He didn't pinch hit anybody. He didn't take anybody in or out. He just played his 9 guys. Thought that was interesting.
Do you think the flow of the game had anything to do with that?
Yeah, it probably did. But how often does Steven manage a game where he doesn't do something?
Where he doesn't manage it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Other than
you
hand
let
out
the guys go. And as you said, the top of the order, top 3 guys all had 2 hits, and the guy at the bottom of the order, Brian Rocchio, had 2 hits and had a home run. And I just think that's really interesting. What kind of should I start a campaign? Should we start a club? Should we do something involving Angel Martinez? Or is he taking care of that himself?
I think he doesn't need us, Jeff. He continues to play the way he's supposed to play.
Don't they all need us?
I don't know. I think he's doing it on his own. Don't you think it's weird, though, Jeff, like I was saying before? 9 runs, 1 run, 6 run, 5. Well, they scored 5 in that loss to Atlanta the first night. But 10, 1, 4. You know, they're so up and down. It's kind of weird.
Well, yeah, but
it's baseball.
That's to me the mark of a good baseball team, but not a great one.
There's no 5-run consistency.
Well, we'll see if they can become a great baseball team. I think the offense still is a clear work in progress, and whether the progress is what we need it to be eventually, who knows? What we do know is this: Gavin Williams is the real deal, and then some. He went out last night and gave up a home run in the 6th inning to lead it off and was yanked. But he threw 93 pitches. He just continues to look, and despite a rough first inning, continues to look like a guy who is in line for a contract extension. You know, they gave one to Tanner Bybee.
Yep.
And I like Tanner Bybee. I like Gavin Williams more. If I'm the Guardians, I'm talking to Gavin's agent. So what are you guys thinking?
You guys playing cards?
How many years and how much money? What do you think? We'd like to buy up some of those arbitration years. Keep Gavin here in Cleveland.
I'm all in. I love this kid. I think he's not even really a kid. Just every time he goes out there, he looks like a pitcher. He throws he dominates. 6'6", 250, big boy out on the hill, doing big boy things in Major League Baseball.
And you know, it wasn't. And this is a guy who came up through the system, was a first-round pick. and developed by the system. And it wasn't until last year, his third year of actually reaching the majors, where you saw like, yep, that's what you're thinking of right there. And it looks like he has figured it out, Andy. And I would sign him up to, if he's willing and he's a pitcher, you never know how that's going to go.
Right.
I'd be really, really open to listening to whatever type of guaranteed dollar offer the Guardians wanted to make me.
It's crazy. Last night it was his low for strikeouts. And he ended up with 4. I mean, before that, it was the first game of the season. It's 7 against Seattle.
You'll have that, though.
Yeah.
You'll have that. Do you think he's the top pitcher on this staff right now? I think so. I thought he was coming into the season.
I was going to make the argument that he was number 1 when the season started.
Yep, I agree.
Dan, do you agree with that? He's the number 1 pitcher?
Oh, he's your horse, without question.
Yeah, right.
There you go, game 1. Go take him. Let's go.
I agree.
I started thinking about this, though, yesterday. I mean, yeah, he got 5 innings yesterday. And this is just a little tweak, so just I'm jumping off the rails here for a second.
Oh, good.
Do you think they should have a stat? Because we're going away from guys being able to make it 5 innings. Like, managers don't want to do it anymore. Bullpens are set up to be a little bit longer. Could there or should there be a different way that we look at victories for pitchers? I know they would probably never do it.
Dan?
What?
Go ahead.
I jumped off the rails, I know.
No, you're just ignore win-loss record when it comes to pitchers.
No, I do,
It's
but
pointless.
I kind of feel like there should be something there of merit for a pitcher that like a win-loss. But
unfortunately,
I mean, you're
wins to me. If a pitcher who wins a lot of games shows this, and this is to me all that wins actually show. You were able to give your team a chance to win a game, and you were able, if you're a starting pitcher, to be out there for most of the game because you've got to throw 5 to get the win.
Right.
And that sets the tone for your team and gives them a chance to win. Now, there's nothing worse than a guy getting yanked after like 4 2/3 and he doesn't get the win.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to just say that's the way it goes. Imagine you'd have to tweak stats like crazy for all-time win records and everything else.
I get that.
That's rough. And I still think a starting pitcher, in order to get a win, should be out there for a majority of the game. And 5's not too many to ask. What is tough? Let's say you go 7. Okay, 6. You go 6 2/3, and relief pitcher comes in, gets an out, and you're down 2-1. Then your team comes out in the bottom of the inning and scores 4, and the relief pitcher gets the win. Got 1 out. They bring in another relief pitcher, but he was the pitcher of record when the go-ahead runs were scored.
Yeah, it's almost
that's
like,
why wins and losses mean very little.
It's almost like if they could come up with a stat, winning when leaving. You know what I'm saying? Like when you are removed for the other part of it too is.
But what if you're yanked in the 3rd? What if you're an opener?
So what if it was
what if you're an opener and they score 5 in the 1st and your team wins 5-2, and you only went 1 inning?
You're being judged off something you have very little control over.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Well, pitching 5 innings is something you have little control over.
Right, and what your offense does, you have no control over.
0, yeah. So it's almost like.
Would you agree, though?
I don't know. I don't know that they could make up another stat for that.
It does put you.
It's not worth it.
I do think it indicates that you gave your team a chance to win the game.
Yeah. Do you see where I'm coming from on this, though? Because it's just something.
Yeah, but
Andy, it's just goofy.
That's just kind of the way it is.
You know, the other thing I always thought was goofy is, okay, so if your job as a starter to not allow runs across the plate, and now all of a sudden there are 2 guys on, and they pull you out, and here comes this other guy. I mean, in essence, it's a reliever to relieve you and help you, but that guy throws one right down the middle, and the guy hits a 3-run homer, and now you get the credit for the 2 earned runs that went across the plate. I always thought that was goofy too, because you don't even get a chance to defend those runs that you just gave up because you weren't even on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From a starter standpoint, this is a very deep philosophical baseball question we're throwing out. Okay.
Well, what I do know is that it looks like you have some young arms that deserve investment. Gavin Williams is certainly one of them. Bybee has already received his. Cantillo has looked good so far.
Yeah.
Real early, though. Real early sample size on him. I'm not giving Joey a long-term contract right now. Slade Ciccone, we like a lot. I don't know if Slade has shown enough yet to deserve, a multi-year guaranteed money contract. And Parker Messick is certainly looking like the kind of guy that does that. But investing in young pitching like that can be really dangerous. And I think it's a balance that the Guardians and other teams have to figure out. You almost.
Do you think?
For instance, look at Shane Bieber.
Okay.
Shane was terrific here, phenomenal, and then hurt his elbow, missed time, came back last year. Guards trade him to Toronto. He picked up his option and returned to Toronto. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
He just got moved to the 60-day disabled list because of elbow soreness. So, whatever is in there, it's not right.
No.
And he's out long term again.
Can you see the Guardians hopping into some of these Connor Griffin deals?
No.
9 years, $140 million.
No.
I don't think
not with the talent that they have here now.
Because they'll always have someone pushing someone. Is that why you think that?
No.
Or?
There's nobody here right now that I would do that with. If Bazana came up and was phenomenal, that's something to think about. If Jace Laviolette comes up, in 2 years or in a year, whatever it is, and he's looking like Nick Kurtz, there's something to think about. But I don't think they have those guys here right now to do that.
I just wonder if that's and then maybe different ownership would change the way they think too. That's the other thing. So maybe today they wouldn't sign a guy like that, the Connor Griffin deal for Pittsburgh, but maybe somewhere down the road with new ownership they might consider it, depending on the player.
Maybe
player who doesn't exist,
maybe
who may exist or maybe doesn't exist.
Dre's in Cleveland. Hey, Dre.
Hey, Dre.
Hey guys, how you guys, man? Long time, man.
We're good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. Just want to, kind of like throw something out here. Like, man, it's crazy how all the stations and every show, all the shows around town you listen to, you guys kind of crown the Guardians like we won 6 or 7 or 8 titles, when the truth of the matter is, if Gilbert or Haslam owned our baseball team, we would be sitting on at least 3 to 4 World Series titles, man. I'm sick of getting all warm and fuzzy talking about the Guardians all year long when we know how this story ends. 80 wins, 80 losses, first or second round exit, when the truth of the matter is this owner never plugs the holes when the time is right to push us over the hump. Like all these young guys you guys are raving about right now, they'll do this. We'll do this all year. We'll talk about them. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as the big lights come on in the first round of the playoffs of the baseball, they freeze up. Like Andy just said, we scored 9 runs one game, and then, 1 run. Then a week later, 9 runs. Man, we're not going anywhere. We know how this story going to end, man. A 500 baseball team exit first round, end of story.
So, hey,
get these owners out of here.
Yeah, Dre, let me throw this. Dan Gilbert's throwing a lot of money at a lot of teams. We have the highest payroll in the NBA right now, and he's got 1 championship to show for it. And without LeBron, they've struggled. They can't do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same. They have 1 playoff victory in a series in the non-LeBron since '93, and that was last year.
I understand that, Andy. That's a good point. But at the end of the day, at least we could say Gilbert is going. When they raise ticket prices or hot dogs cost $16, $18, we could say they're not gouging us for our money. At least we know Gilbert going to go out and attempt to try to bring players in. Y'all can defend these guys all y'all want, man. The Guardians are 500 team, exit first round, end of story.
All right, Trey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dre.
I respect what he said.
I
can understand why you would think that.
The Guardians have been an above 500 team all but 2 years since 2013.
They also made the ALCS 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And they almost stupid rain delay.
Would we like to see them spend huge money on their payroll? Sure. Can you not enjoy a team that's made it to the playoffs 7 of the last 10 years and has invested heavily in their farm system?
Did you enjoy the Chase DeLauder home run?
Well, no, Andy, it's their business. If this is how they want to run their business, I'll be honest, I enjoy watching it because I'm Mr. Process. I love watching the development of the young guys. And you usually, I think, in Major League Baseball, for the most part, you get the most out of players in their first 7 years or so. So I think they get the most out of the guys that they have. And then we'll see if their new philosophy in drafting some power hitters out of the minors changes things a little bit. If that's the case, and some of these young guys they drafted last year and a little shift in philosophy become something, and they can start to develop hitters on a more regular basis as they have pitchers, who's to say that's bad business? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Fan.
conditioning, and physical rehab. The team will hold an extra voluntary veteran minicamp next week ahead of the draft. Andrew Berry will be speaking to the media to preview the upcoming draft on Thursday, and you can hear that press conference live right here on The Fan. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Oh, yeah. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterson from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can do that every weekday. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now. If you're going to have to read it, change it up every day. That's what I say. Have a little fun with it. Let's go to Jeff.
Waiting for it.
Next question. Take your time.
All right.
Let's go to Dan. Dan, next question.
Our baseball team didn't make huge changes this offseason.
You didn't want to jump in the pool, huh?
Well, I thought I was going to set you up for the other Zoom classic, which is you're on mute still. Dan, you're on mute. You got to
Dan,
take
can
it
you
off
unmute?
Dan,
we'll come back to you, Dan.
Take it off mute.
Sorry.
The word we heard was, clear the runway for our young players. And can we just be honest? Clear the runway for our young players sounds like, right? That didn't sound good, even though it might have been completely valid. And Terry Pluto's done some great research and writing on some of the stuff and the strategies that they've been using, and coming through with the front office of the Guardian saying, when we did sign guys, we really didn't get our money's worth. So it really didn't pay off. We spent the money and it didn't really work. And I get that, and it's because they weren't signing the upper echelon free agents. They were signing the guys that might cost you a little bit of money, and you got to keep your fingers crossed. I think we'd all agree. We all wondered, what the heck are you doing when you brought back Carlos Santana?
Yeah,
remember when you brought back Carlos and you didn't keep Josh Naylor?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Remember Juan Gonzalez? There was another one. I'm just going.
Well, but that's going way back.
I know. I'm just trying to.
I'm thinking about this group here,
okay,
and what they've been trying to do, and I see some of what they've talked about with trying to clear the runway, because Angel Martinez looks like a guy who, okay, you might have something there. Oddly enough, here comes Juan Brito. Well, it's about time we get to see Juan Brito, and he's actually been competent, which is interesting. And Andy, can I make you?
Oh, here it comes.
Get you excited?
I don't know. Travis played last night. Let me see.
Nope.
Oh, that's why.
But 3 games ago, he went 1 for 3.
Yeah, he had 5 hits over the week.
The game before, he went 2 for 4. Or the game after that, and then last game went 2 for 3.
That's 5 hits last 3 games.
That's 5 hits. And you know what 5 hits does early in the season?
Oh, it jacks your average up.
It raises your batting average from 191 to 260, 246.
He was hitting 191 before that?
Yes, he was.
But he's been on base almost every game.
Yeah, great.
On top of
he was hitting 191.
Hey, you know what? If you win 1-0 and you got to walk to get on there, we'll take it.
Okay,
maybe you got on by error.
His on base percentage.
Guy makes things happen.
His on base percentage was under 3, so he wasn't getting on base that much.
He was on base every game, like for the first 7 games.
Under 3.
He was on base. Here, I'll go. Do you want me to go back and give you his
on base percentage
game
is the stat you would go by, and it was under 3.
Right, well,
it's now at 3.58 or 3.358. So that's better.
Yeah, okay.
I'm with you here, pal.
I don't think you. I think you're anti-Travis Bazzana.
I'm not.
I think
you know what I am?
He's not ready.
No, well, apparently he's not because he's sitting in AAA.
Well, because
hey, we need a second baseman. By God, we have the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Bring up Brito.
All right, well. Chris Rose also said maybe they're holding him back because of his contract. So,
well, good. Maybe they are. If so, good. It gives them a chance to figure out how to hit.
All right, I'm out because then I'll get there. You guys sound like you're just all you do is bicker. All you two is bicker. Look, Jeff.
All you two is bicker.
Jeff doesn't like Travis Bazzana. Let's leave it at that and move forward. I know the majority of you are with me and you want to see him play, and I'm down with it.
Well, I want to see him play too. I can't wait.
Follow the Baskin train on this one. I'm just saying.
I can't wait too.
Yes, you can.
The organization showed you something that he didn't get called up when they brought up Brito, but that's okay. If he can have a couple, this is my point. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ready to get happy?
Sure.
If he has another week similar to like the last 3 games where he's actually hitting the ball, maybe now's the time. Bring him up when he's feeling good about his swing. Clearly,
if the spot's there, do it. Otherwise, just hang tight.
You tell me.
Yeah.
I think clearly he was the number 1 overall pick. He is the most intriguing player in the entire organization. Clearly.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And we can't wait to see him. You can't wait to see him. If they deem him ready, I can't wait to see him. And it's just 3 games, but by golly, you raised your batting average over 50 points. It's early, but that's good. You're swinging the bat better.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what you're looking for.
I'm talking about a guy that was the number 1 overall pick, and it's meaningful to me as a hardcore MLB draft guy that thinks about Paul Skeens and Jackson Holliday and Henry Davis and Spencer Torkelson. Those guys are all there.
Henry Davis has worked out real well.
Adley Rutschman and Casey, but it's the anticipation, Jeff. It doesn't really matter what they do because
it does, because you have the first
1
pick in the draft. You better not screw it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But there's also anticipation there. Brady Aiken, come on, what?
That search engine world's a
damn
hell of
Google's
a thing.
a great thing.
I got news for you.
Hell of a thing.
Since Dan destroyed me, I've memorized these. I do them in my sleep.
Sure,
now
you did.
Because he crushes me each and every day. I was crushed when he said, "Please name 4 guys that have been drafted," and I was like, "Carlos Correa."
Jackson Holliday's in the minors too because he's rehabbing his broken hamate.
But it's about the anticipation when you have that number 1 overall pick.
We've often said it. It remains true. I want the Noompa Loompa now, Daddy.
Who's like Jeff and doesn't want to see Travis Bazzana now? 216-474-0092.
Dan, do I need to say that that's not the case, or should I just let it sit?
How beaten down do you feel? Scale of 1 to 10.
I'm okay.
Oh, well then, you can say it.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
Some of us are so beaten down at this point that it's just like, eh.
I hope he gets 15 hits the rest of the week, and they bring him up, and he's a stud.
Okay.
How's that?
Sounds good.
How's that? Who's the second most intriguing player in the organization? Is it Laviolette? Is it Laviolette? Or in the majors? Is it Laviolette? Is it still Jose? I mean, to me, the intrigue is gone by Jose because we know he's a beast. You know what I mean? He is what he is.
That's a good question. Who is the second?
Might it be Gavin Williams?
Well, wouldn't it be Martinez or Brito, or has Martinez already gone past that point?
I don't think Martinez has gone past that point.
So it's either him or Brito.
He had a solid year last year, and he's off to a good start.
Yeah.
I think it could be Martinez. I think it could be Gavin Williams. Gavin could become like top 10 pitcher in Major League Baseball. But he's not there yet, but by God, he's moving in on it. I mean, imagine if you get that kind of a guy in your rotation. And I think he's on his way. But I think the organization has some really intriguing guys in it right now.
It does.
Ralphie Velasquez is really intriguing. Laviolette, really intriguing. And more position players than we ever would have expected in the past because they've done a pretty solid job of developing them. And now let's see what you get. Honestly, the next 3 to 5 years could be really fun, man. Really fun. Colton is in Cuyahoga Falls, home of the Black Tigers. What's up, Colton?
Hey, man.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Well.
Good to hear. So I agree with Jeff, actually. Andy, I think you just need to be a little bit more patient. They did the same thing with Francisco Lindor. They waited till he was ready, and he stayed up when he came up.
Bro. Give me somebody other than Lindor, because, Dan, you'll back me on this. They waited to bring him up because financially it was worth it for them to wait.
No, Andy, he had to work on his defense.
Oh, that's what it was. Lindor's a bad example, but I appreciate what you're saying.
So what if they got an extra year of Francisco Lindor? That's fine.
What if he would have helped them win earlier, Jeff? I mean, what if they would have won more games while he was here and they would have won the World Series?
What if he hadn't? Colton, go ahead. Your time.
I was just agreeing with Jeff. That was really my point.
Good. Go.
Yeah,
Kill him. Knock him out.
No, he was agreeing with me.
No, he said disagreeing with
Yeah,
Jeff.
but earlier he said he was disagreeing with you, that you need to be more patient.
Oh, well, why don't you disagree with Jeff? It'll make me happier.
I'm sorry, I can't do that right now, Andy. You got to pump the brakes a little bit. You got to be patient. We want to see him. We all want to see him, but bring him up when he's ready. That way he can stay up. I want to see him as bad as you do, but my gosh, let him be ready.
Okay,
Colton, thank you very
Colton,
much for your sensible phone call.
Colton, ask your friends if they want to see him. Just ask them. Ask anyone. I dare anybody today to walk around the office. If they know who Travis Mazzana is, just say, hey, do you want to see him now? Do you think, would you like to see him play today? Yes.
Well, get a ticket. You can go to Columbus.
I have 100 words for you, all of which will make this my last day.
Come on. Go with him. Go with him.
No.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Mennigan and Phelps.
A lot of different combinations.
I can't believe we've gone this far and no one said Chase DeLauder. That's the one I had circled. That I want.
Chase DeLauder
is so intriguing.
I got to be honest. DeLauder's kind of just.
You've already accepted that he's here?
I've already accepted him. I don't think he's.
No. You know why?
I'm going to take him. As long as he's healthy, we're good.
Boy, after about a month, pitchers start making adjustments, and then you find out how good a hitter truly is once the pitcher's making adjustments.
He's hitting everything. Healthy. It's not like he's hitting curveball. He's hitting breakball. He's hitting fastball. He's hitting everything right now.
You know what he looks like? He looks like a professional hitter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd be more concerned if I felt like he couldn't hit something. Dan, he's been able to hit everything.
He cannot hit a changeup.
Here come the stats.
Yet.
Can I hit a changeup
yet?
$143, slugging a $143 on the changeup, 30% whiff rate.
How many changeups has he seen?
He has seen
a lot of them in his life.
43 as of right now. He's seen a lot of fastballs currently, though. Hitting fastballs quite well.
So why doesn't everyone just throw a changeup to him?
I think he's going to start seeing them.
That's exactly Dan's point.
Mm-hmm.
It's Baskin and Phelps right here on the Fan.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Masters finished up on Sunday. Congratulations, Rory McIlroy. That was fabulous. Great thing to watch. We all enjoy it very much. But I've learned things about the Masters this year that I never knew before.
Oh.
And another thing coming up in a second.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Okay, there you go. That was very, very well done by you.
I could say to you, as always, listen to this show and all of our local shows on the Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I can say
that was really well done.
Thank you. That's how I roll, man.
That was good. What we learned last week that we didn't know, the defending champ actually has to pay for the champion's dinner.
True.
Did not know that.
Now we do.
And we learned that, last week. Saw somebody wrote something about it, and, they win gazillions of dollars, so writing a check for 10 or 15, 20 grand the next year shouldn't be too bad to pay for dinner for like 35 guys.
You would think so.
But that's what Rory McIlroy had to do. It's what he'll have to do again. There's this that I didn't know that I found out. And a story that I read this morning, the Masters headline pays out fortune to former champions who decided not to play. And I thought, what? What's that about?
Yes.
Turns out, and they call it an honorarium, okay?
Okay.
I'd like a few honorariums here at the station.
Oh, well, you've earned it, Jeff.
Honorarium. Apparently, they bring the former champions back and they go to the dinner.
Yeah.
You get the free dinner.
Free food, yeah.
Courtesy of Rory.
Yeah.
I'll have the Wagyu filet, please, and I'd like to not pay for it. No problem. Rory did.
Put it on the McIlroy's
That worked
bill.
out great. 15 former Masters champs came this year who did not play.
Okay.
They did not play. And between them, Augusta National, the Masters, gave them $375,000. Apparently, former champs who come to the Masters, just show up, hang out, get the free food from Rory, they get 25 grand.
Question.
The Masters just gives them 25 grand for coming to the tournament.
So Jack Nicklaus was there, right?
Jack was there again.
And he hasn't played since 2005?
Hit the ceremonial tee shot. I think he hurt somebody.
He is the ceremonial tee shot every year now.
Well, he and Watson and Gary Player.
Well, since 2010, he has been designated ceremonial.
Well, and Gary Player. And now Watson replacing the late, great Arnold Palmer.
Here's my question for you. So that means over the time, so he quit, so he was, his last one was 2005, so he's probably, call it 500,000. He's about 500,000 to 25,000 a year, if that's what they've been paying. Does he get
25 grand?
25 grand a year would be $500,000, but since he's won twice, should he not get $1 million? He's a two-time past champion, not just a singular past champion.
No, he doesn't need it.
A two-timer.
No. He gets his 25 grand.
I'm going to say
if you're the Masters,
I think he should have got $1 million.
See, one of the cool things about the Masters is that these guys are always there. They come back for the champions dinner, and you see them around, and three of them are hitting the ceremonial tee shot and all that stuff.
Don't these people have jobs?
Isn't it? No, they don't need them. Isn't it an easy little payment to add the mystique and the charm and the coolness of the Masters to have all these guys around? And it cost us just 25 grand a pop, 375, which is nothing for them. Isn't that pretty cool? On the other hand, if you're one of the former champs, would you go back every year and on your own dime?
No, you're getting 25,000. Why is it on your dime?
No, if it were your own dime.
Oh, there's no way I would go back every year.
Yeah, because you'd have to fly in, then you've got to find a place to stay, and that's not going to be cheap during Masters Week. You're not going to get the Wagyu steak for free. I actually think it's really smart of the Masters to do this.
Isn't that kind of like going back to your high school, like within the first 5 years of graduating? Like once you kind of hit true alumni status and you kind of can be like alumni, it's okay. But if you're within the first 4 years, it's not real cool to go back to your high school, is it? It's kind of the same thing with the Masters.
I don't know.
And
Stopped by today. Said hi to folks.
Oh, you did?
No.
Oh. I'm just saying, there's an awkward period there. You got to, move on.
I do think it's pretty cool, though. Do you not?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea marketing wise. I think it's a fantastic idea that all the champions are on there.
And they basically $25,000 will put a little money in their pocket after tax, and it'll pay their.
Look at Jeff, worried about the taxes.
And
yes.
You know why? I like my freedom.
No, because tomorrow is tax day. That's why you're saying
I was going to say, there's your FYI.
And I like my freedom.
36 hours to get that in.
But, they used to.
Did you do yours? Did you get done? Did you get yours done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious. Under the wire right here.
There was a gentleman who, and folks in the Akron area may know the name Herman Kaiser. And Herman ended up living in Akron for a very, very long time. He was a golf pro at Portage Country Club for a long time.
Related to Deshaun? Or
was at Firestone Country Club. But he, only if he were Deshaun Kaiser. But he won the Masters in 1946.
Mm.
And then he ended up out on Cleveland Massillon Road. Yeah, it was on Cleveland Massillon Road. Had a driving range.
Nice.
Just this little driving range, and I never met Mr. Kaiser, but he had this driving range, and I remember later in his life he passed away in 2023. He was 89, but he went back to the Masters later in his life and was able to return and go.
Fantastic.
But I always thought it was really kind of cool that this gentleman who won the Masters owned this driving range on Cleveland Massillon Road.
That is a pretty cool story. Even with me making fun of the fantastic rolls that his family probably brought us at one point.
God, you're just the worst.
Poppy seeds on there.
You're the worst.
Perfect for burgers. I mean, come on.
You got to have your ratio right, though, with the bread and the burger.
It's too much.
You don't need a whole lot of bread.
Like, I could eat a Kaiser roll, no problem. But I could do butter and jelly on a Kaiser roll. That's fine with me. It's too much bread for a burger.
And you don't want too much. Your ratio has to be correct.
I don't know why, but as I get older, I want less bread on the burger. I'm almost at the point now where I'm just pulling the burger out and just eating it. It's too much bread sometimes. I don't know.
My kids yell at me because if there's too much bread, I'll peel the top off the bun.
Yeah.
Get rid of a good chunk of it. And, it certainly paid off.
Jeff,
cutting back on those carbs.
This conversation proves that we may have hit rock bottom. I just want you to know.
No, we've been there a long time.
Okay, good.
$25,000 though for the former guys to show up in Augusta.
Pretty good. I still think Jack should get. He and Nick Faldo and now Rory deserve $50,000 for every time they show up because they've won twice. I forgot somebody in there too, didn't I? There were 4 too.
Moment of the show, as if that wasn't it. Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Chris Fedor, and we played these comments a few times already, but this is the full context of what he thinks will happen with the Cavaliers if they have an early exit in the playoffs.
If they don't get out of the second round?
Yeah.
Oh, it's DEFCON 1.
Wow.
It is. I mean, think about it. This is a team that, for all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flame out in the playoffs. And I just don't think a lot of people in this organization are going to be able to survive that for a variety of reasons. Look, they came into this year, and President of Basketball Operations, Kobe Altman, said all the right things about being patient, about keeping the core 4 together, about, hey, Boston had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and the Denver Nuggets had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and the Oklahoma City Thunder had to go through their lumps in the playoffs, and they were better because of it. They learned from it and all that kind of stuff. So we have to be patient. We have a good team, but we have to be patient, and we have to figure it out. We have to figure out the 16-game season. We've got the 82-game season. We've got to figure out the 16-game season. And they came into this year, and they had lofty expectations, and they kept the core 4 together. And then as this season was going on, everybody inside the organization looked at it and said, it's not happening.
That was Chris Fedor. He joined us at noon. Some really great, insightful stuff as the Cavs getting ready to play the Raptors in the best-of-7 first-round series starting on Saturday. And Mary Kay Cabot joined us at 11. You can go back and listen to those interviews. Again, rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Why Are We Smarter After 4 hours of Baskin & Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Trash Panda Man, Dan Mennigan.
I'm smarter thanks to Chris Fedor. Also, our social media mentions are powered by Sheipen Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. But now I'm just mad. FIFA has banned tailgating for all of the matches that are coming up. What a friggin' joke.
Really?
Yes. They're going to have designated fan areas. So if you're at Arrowhead or Philly or any of those, you can't friggin' tailgate. What a joke.
They're never going to be able to enforce that, are they? No way.
That's a
I
good,
don't know,
that's,
but
yeah.
I think if I go any farther, a bunch of four-letter words are going to fall out.
Which would be bad.
You can say
Then we'd be
once.
back to Baskin and Phelps tomorrow.
Meredith.
I'm smarter because I've never heard Dan that legitimately angry in my entire life.
That's really true.
I mean, he is such a nice guy and very even keeled and very level headed. And then
Dan's a hothead,
he was
but we
told
love
he
him.
can't drink at these FIFA events, and now he's mad. And this is the angriest I've ever seen him.
It's a joke.
Andy.
I'm DEFCON 1. That was it. Chris hit it.
That was great. That was really insightful from Chris. I'm smarter after our early conversation about what the guys in the mock drafts did around the NFL. And everybody in every mock draft, offensive line or wide receiver at 6 for the Browns. Nobody thinking out of the box, going defensive end.
Nobody.
And I wonder if the Browns are going to surprise everybody. We'll find out, won't we? Draft coming up week from Thursday. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero. Be an organ donor, lifebank.org. You know who's next. It's the afternoon drive. Vroom, vroom. They get you home next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey.
because all anyone will talk about on the lead up to this is I'm not putting any money on Harden.
Well, Harden's always got playoff pressure attached to him because that's what comes with James Harden, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he just chokes, which I think is hard for him to do in the role that he's in, but if he absolutely chokes in the playoffs, then yeah, it's going to go back on him in some ways.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We got another win for the Gardos. We got 9 days until the NFL draft. Options galore. All options are on the table. Even the table's on the table. And we got the Cavs waiting game going on as we get in and we get you set for the NBA play-in tournament over the next 2 days. Well, the first round of the play-ins, but that opened courtesy of Guardians TV and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because we fear him. We fear what he might do if we don't salute him. Jake Murren, man, on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and, of course, producing for us as well. If you're watching along on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe. And, of course, we love to be liked, so like our videos as well. And, of course, we've got Katie Pollock on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Feeling good.
Good.
I'm still debating how much NBA play-in action I'm really going to take in tonight.
Not all of it's not the answer?
No. I'm pretty in on the Hornets. And pretty much every other play-in tournament team I couldn't really give a rip about.
Okay, that's not good for the NBA then. That's not what they want to hear out of you.
I mean, so it doesn't help that this is the lowest year of my NBA interest in a considerable amount of time.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny because the Cavs have never been more interesting from what we talked about yesterday with, basically having 4 different seasons in one and all the implications on the line. The rest of the NBA, not so much. But I'm hoping for a little Knipple play tonight. A little bit of Knipple, just balling.
You love your Knipple play.
I do. And people say it about Nick Wilson all the time.
Is tomorrow's slate better for you? I feel like you're an Orlando, Philadelphia guy.
Not after, like, Orlando just, what at the bed. It's so hard to lose so much stock in one game's time. But it was such an impressive kick yourself in the nards moment, losing to Boston's G League team in Game 82, that I think I've gone from, I don't want to see them in the first round of the playoffs, to I don't want to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, letting Ron Harper Jr. do what he did there. All right, that's fine. I'm going to watch a lot of the Hornets tonight. I'm interested in that one. But Miami better lose this game.
Yeah.
Can we just be honest about it? Like, Miami, anyway, I don't know, Cavs fans should have, this is not the take, by the way, but Cavs fans should have some rooting interest for the Hornets in this one, because they do have a legitimate chance to take down Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, I wouldn't put it at over 50%. Detroit's going to be the favorite in that matchup. But if I put
the Hornets can score and the Pistons can't.
And I don't know, 25%, 30%? Why not?
Yeah.
And then we talk about this road to easy. Well, if you get a road that starts off with Toronto and then goes into the Hornets, like, all of a sudden we're cooking.
I also like the fact that the Heat have become the play-in team. Like the team that was, we poach everybody's stars. The team that was like, hey, we don't just compete for a title. We compete for titles. The last decade of Pat Riley has been, so are you the 10 seed, the 9 seed, the 8 seed, or the 7 seed, Pat?
Built on just a world of tryhards and gym class heroes.
Somebody feeds him applesauce and changes his diaper.
But maybe.
That sounded really personal. I didn't mean it.
Well, you made Pat Riley into a geriatric, and that was, that's...
I think God made him into a geriatric.
Well...
Because he lived long enough.
Yeah, but you went diaper and applesauce with Pat Riley. You think he's already at that stage?
I mean, you've seen his basketball decisions.
At what age do you... I mean...
It's different for everyone.
If you're of a proper mindset, I'm thinking now, if I live long enough, should I get ahead of being like, I'd like the diaper, please?
You're going to ask for the diaper?
I think I want to get ahead of this. At 86,
you don't want them to mandate it on you? Yeah. You want the diaper to be your decision?
I'm like, there's a couple things in old age I'd like to be the author of, It's like, I feel like every...
Also, here's my driver's license. You don't have to take it. I'll give it up.
I feel this was a big problem within, not a big problem, but a big what to do. And I was talking with Elise's grandma, Ja, who passed away last year. But before she'd passed away, they took away the driver's license. And I'll never forget... I mean, they were right to do so. Like, Josh should not have been on the road. But I'll never forget having this convo with her. She's like, you don't believe it. Like, your kids, you tell them what to do their whole entire life, and then all of a sudden, in the late years, they're telling you what to do, and it's just not fair. And I'm like, I don't want that for me either, Ja. I don't want that for me.
So you're going to
So I'm
willfully
gonna
give
do
it
it
up
ahead of
beforehand?
time. So it's my decision. So I feel like I have control in it. Give me the diapers, take away my license, get me like I don't know, one of those cool little rascal scooters, and we'll have a day.
No, I'm pro fighting it. Make them take it away from you. That's its own act of defiance.
Is that right?
Like, no. I know I shouldn't be driving, but you're going to have to pry my driver's license out of my hands. That's what you're going to, again, you're going to, you want my company? You want your inheritance? You're going to take this knife and plunge it into my chest.
Yeah, no.
That's where we're going to be. Because you've got to earn it for me, baby.
I'm definitely more of the I see their side in it. I probably shouldn't be driving at this point.
That's what you say at 36. I don't think that's where you're going to be at 86.
Well, I gotta get ahead of it. Let's get ahead of it. Although we'll be having cars that drive themselves at that point, so we'll be okay.
Don't we already have those?
We do, but not for everyone. And 60 years from now, we're going to have that for everyone.
All right. So as we get you ready, Cavs' last day off before hitting the practice court tomorrow as they get ready for Toronto. It's been interesting. We got into the pressure conversation with Donovan yesterday, and that conversation only continues to grow. Here's former Cavalier Kendrick Perkins on First Take talking about who has the most pressure on them in the NBA playoffs.
Donovan Mitchell has never led his team to a conference finals, and one could argue that the Cleveland Cavaliers has done more for Donovan Mitchell than they've done for LeBron James. They have done everything and more, not only to please him, but make sure that they surround him with the talent so that he could be successful. But when you talk about a talent that has the most to prove and under the most pressure, it's Donovan Mitchell.
All right.
Who decides the music on that show?
I don't know. That one actually slapped. We played something yesterday coming back from the Four Letter Network where it just didn't vibe with what we were playing, and Matt kept playing. This is not a shot taken. Matt kept playing our rejoin bed under it, and I thought I was going to have a stroke. That one was kind of a vibe.
What, does Perkins have his own? Does he have his own music that just exists for him? And then Stephen A's got his own as well, and then whoever's running the show has to be all right, Stephen A's about to speak, run that one. Or Perk's about to speak, run the one that seems like elevator music, but also kind of is close to smooth jazz.
That sounds like a lot of thought being put into something that I guarantee you it's just like, hey, we put 50 pieces of sound in there. Roll with a 42.
That sounds like some great NBA 2K menu music, basically.
Don't hate that either. But the good stuff from like 15 years ago, not whatever trash they play now. I think it's interesting. I don't know that it'll come to be this. It does feel like for a lot of people in the NBA, a lot of NBA analysts going into the playoffs, they're setting this up as a now or never moment for Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, which I've never really approached this year as that. We've had the conversations leading up to this, what this means for Donovan, and obviously there's an exit plan that could be executed. I just have never looked at this season as this is the last year with Donovan Mitchell in a Cavs uniform.
Well, I think so that's one way to take it. I also think it's now or never. If you can't get to these Eastern Conference Finals, maybe your points deducted and how you're looked at around the NBA.
Well, and he will be. I mean, there's no denying that. When you have Harden and Mobley now, the cachet that comes with that and having those type of players is you have to, at some point, you have to get over that hump. The second round and not being able to exit out of that in 8 years in his NBA career is shining pretty bright right now.
I just think when you're 29, you're a 6'2", 210-pound combo guard, and you've been the best player on every team you've been on for 8 of the last 9 years in the NBA. Yeah, at some point you got to have something that constitutes a breakthrough. When he came to Cleveland, the knock on he's not good in the playoffs. Donovan, if you just watch his performances, I think between Cleveland and Utah together, I think he's knocked that down. So the only frontier left is, okay, can you win that extra playoff series? And it's just so funny to me that, you could go to Game 7 against Boston in a second-round matchup, and it wouldn't be looked at the same as if you got, gentlemanly swept and somehow ended up, again, against Boston in, the Eastern Conference Finals. The idea that, one extra win means that much to Donovan's career, it does harken to something I don't love about the NBA, which is just the heightened era of ring culture and what it's done to discourse in the NBA.
What was it? The convo we were having before we got on the air was if you have 4 or 5 divorces in life, chances are that you're probably the problem, right? If you have 4 or 5, at some point you got to look yourself in the mirror. I appreciate you getting right back up on that horse, but at some point it's probably you. And I think that's kind of where Donovan's at. Like, he's been through enough iterations. He's been with enough teams. If he's not able to get past it, instead of us making excuses for him and being like, oh, but he had a 50-point performance in Game 7 against the Nuggets, we're going to look at it and say, all right, maybe there's something that's a problem with you and how you do this.
See, it's funny because I don't think Cavs fans are going to feel that way.
No,
like,
I
don't.
I mean, I'm speaking more the national narrative.
Yeah.
Because Cavs fans are going to love Donovan because we're not in basketball hell, and we can point to Donovan as the reason why.
But I also think it's so even nationally. Just because I agree with you, by the way, that he was going to take more of a national hit than a local hit, and that's something we talked about a little bit yesterday. But I even think I think the benefit of getting bounced out in the second round of the playoffs is by the time the NBA finals are over, no one's talking about what happened 2 rounds ago. You might still be talking about a narrative that was fresh in the conference finals, but one of the benefits of getting bounced out consistently in the second round of the playoffs is that the storylines have just changed. You've just kind of been forgotten and kind of preserved in second round conversations, which means you really haven't been held. Like I guess my thing is with the now or never thing, what's the fallout? Like, people be like, well, he's only the 11th best player next year. Because I agree, it does feel like this is an important moment, but I'm just trying to figure out, if it's now or never, and it's never instead of now, okay, what's because I do think the Cavs thing is interesting.
Well,
I think that's okay.
Is it Donovan looking himself in the mirror and saying, all right, I'm not the guy. I'm not the Batman I thought I was.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
And then making an adjustment from there. Well, I know, but these are how many years in a row can you go to this and not get past a certain point? I wonder if that's part of it. I also wonder. I don't think this is the end for Donovan in a Cavs uniform. I really don't. I think the Cavs will ride with Donovan until the wheels fall off. It feels like. So I'm not putting much stock into what Bill Simmons said yesterday, where Donovan would search for another team. I just don't put much stock into that.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do want to hear from you guys today. Is it now or never for Donovan Mitchell? A lot of people talking about Donovan having the most pressure on him in the NBA playoffs. What if instead of now, it is never? We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst at 3:20. We got John Fanta coming up at 4:20. NBC Sports. He is heavy into the NBA right now. We'll talk about Donovan Mitchell and the Cavaliers. We got Albert Breer at 5:20 of the MMQB. We'll talk about ceiling and floor for Carnell Tate. The Browns want to move down, but to what end? That's coming up at just about 5:20. A.J. Brown rumors, Miles rumors. Is he going to get a payday? All that kind of stuff. And then we do have the mock draft of the day coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. But is it now or never for Donovan Mitchell and style points with the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Talking Cavs and Donovan Mitchell. It does feel like it's now or never for Donovan. And I think that's what makes, honestly, it's what's exciting about this. Like everyone's talking about, not everyone, but I know we've talked about LeBron. I know we've talked about James Harden. We've talked about Evan Mobley as a potential fall guy. Where Donovan would be mentally, and the difference between getting the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA Finals, and where Donovan would be mentally if, again, you topped out in the second round to like a okay-ish Detroit team, okay-ish in terms of like, I don't think they're one of the 4 best teams in the NBA. I hate this because it's going to sound like I'm emotionally detached. I'm not, but fascinating. Like it is, yeah. It makes me a little nervous.
It's the high stakes part of the NBA that I love so much, though. Yeah. It's like they put so much weight into what happens in these series. How like Knicks fans over the past 48 hours have been losing their minds about like, do we have to fire Mike Brown if we don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals? Like we just fired a coach last year. Do we do it again? Like this is the stakes are what makes this all so fun. And so I feel like with Donovan, I feel like you have to show to everyone that what they built and what they made with this trade is at least trending towards something positive. Mm-hmm. And like you can always use the excuse that it was a short amount of time, but if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, you have shown that with another summer and then add some pieces, make some moves, like you're right there. You're right in the mix.
So I do think forward momentum is huge, just to stop you from doing drastic things. Right? Like, I don't consider, hey, LeBron wants to come home. I don't consider that drastic. That just feels like
taking
good
advantage
business.
of an opportunity.
Yeah. Even trading for Giannis, price dependent, doesn't really feel drastic to me. If you think, like, hey, we were knocking on the door last year, we just need one more player, or we need whatever gap is between Evan and Giannis. But I want those decisions to be made. Like, I felt like you were backed into a corner with the Darius trade. And I don't mean that to relitigate that, because I know it always ends in a Donnybrook anytime we talk about the James Harden trade on any show on this station or any spot in this town. But, like, I felt uncomfortable when it was like James Harden or death. I don't want to be in that position this offseason. Like, whatever moves you have to make, I want you to have enough success that if it's not the ultimate success, you can say, all right, we want to make this move. We see upward mobility with this move, but we don't feel like we have to make this move. Does that make sense?
For sure. And that's kind of what I'm getting at.
I want to remove the desperation from this.
Yeah, that's kind of what, like, if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals and it's just you and the Celtics, I think they can look back, and if they do nothing this summer but just run it back with the same crew, you can say, well, just think about how much better we'd be if we had more than 82 minutes played together. And I think that's going to be a selling point for them, a big selling point for them.
Now, as it pertains to the Raptor series, I do think it's really interesting that style points have already been brought up.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how anyone thinks style points matter with this. Like we just did this last year with the Heat series.
Yeah, well, so I guess this year's a little different from this standpoint. I do think you needed style points last year. The problem is that he got hurt and then everything fell completely on its face. This year, I just need you to prove it's not the Cavs versus the Cavs. Meaning, I need, like, if we had a bunch of competitive games because the Cavs are figuring themselves out, that's one thing. If it feels like the Cavs are playing with their food, or that the Cavs maybe can't get those vibes rolling in the right direction, is that going to be a conversation? Yes. But do I need it? No, you just need to advance.
You need to advance. Now, obviously, don't make me sweat about it. You know, like
that sounds like style points.
It's not style points. That goes the other direction. Style points don't matter. You're talking about like the exclamation point of just absolutely deep pantsing Toronto and not looking back. That's the other side of this is don't make me sweat it out. That's not going to be comfortable for me because I really cannot preach how little I think of this Toronto Raptors team at this point. They're probably not going to have Quickly. He's going to be out with that injury that Toronto announced earlier today.
That happened quickly.
Yes, it did. He'll miss. Maybe it comes back if like a Game 6 or Game 7 happens. But did you know Toronto? They have 5 wins this year against top 10 teams as far as the standings was concerned. 3 of those wins are against the Cavs. Obviously, they haven't played the Cavs since October. So they have like 2 wins against what are considered top 10 teams in the NBA since October. Like, that's not like they're not a good basketball team. They just got a lot of wins beating up on really bad teams.
Yeah, but they do. So, okay, the 2 things, and I'm not trying to sell Toronto as a justifiable first-round matchup. But 2 things that I like out of this matchup that are going to force you to figure things out are, 1, their ability to get out in transition, which has been a bugaboo for the Cavs. And 2, I do think, which, by the way, can also, if you're missing shots, can neutralize some of the Cavs' shot making if you're just not making the damn shots. That was confusing. What I mean is, if you're not making your shots and they're out in transition, that could pull this thing closer than it needs be. But 2, just their length on the wing. I think that's an interesting thing. We talked about at different points, like, all right, Keon Ellis, who's going to be your perimeter stopper? It's not going to be James Harden. It's probably not going to be Donovan. I like those kind of challenges for the Cavs defense, and I like that it's just enough of a challenge that I can think, like, you can't sleep on this, and it's not enough of a challenge that even if it goes 6, am I really going to look back and go, big deal.
Yeah, I'm just not going to sweat on it. Like the one thing that I would be scared of in a series, in a first round series for the Cavs, is a team that could launch the 3-ball. And you just, because perimeter defense has been a problem with this Cavs team. And if we watch them just go in there and just chuck up a bunch of threes, and then you look up and it's like, whoa, we're in a game 6, we're in a game 7. But that's not what the Raptors do at all. They're as bad of a 3-point shooting team as Detroit is. That's why I call them like mini Detroit. They basically they're the same copy paste as Detroit, just a lesser version of that, which makes it so interesting that the first 2 rounds will be just that.
So are you expecting an easy first round?
Yeah, for the most part, I am. I was shocked, actually, that ESPN today, now they had 12 panelists, and all 12 said the Cavs would advance. I was shocked 2 of them had, including Vincent Goodwill, who I respect greatly, 2 of them had the Cavs winning this in 7 games. I was shocked by that. I think it's 5. I think it's 6 if they're going to try to make me sweat it out a little bit, but I'm very unbothered by this series.
But where's that coming from? Is
the idea that Toronto's not very good?
Well, no, not for you. I mean, when people are picking this thing to go, a deeper series, is it about? Are we just playing on the 4 or 5 seed matchups can be a bit of a coin toss?
I don't know. I wish we could have
doubt?
Do we need Vincent Goodwill on or something like that? I have no idea where he got Cavs in 7 out of this. I really don't.
I'm Nicholas Badwill after hearing that take.
Is that right? Was he just trying to shake it up a little bit? Is that the idea? I really don't know where he got Cavs in 7 because I just don't see it with this.
Yeah, if you doubt the Cavs, that's fine. There's no reason to have an immense amount of faith in Toronto. Right?
They've given you no reason to.
They kind of lucked into the 5th seed. And I get the matchup stuff. I do. It's interesting, though. I don't love the style points thing. I just continue to circle back to. And like Lima today said, if you're complaining about style points on Monday, you're not a ball knower.
Oh, did he go back to the ball knowing thing?
Yeah.
Why is that show so hellbent on trying to make sure that you either are a ball knower or you don't know ball, or then in like Ken's case, you like gatekeeps football?
Yeah. I don't know.
So it's just a weird thing. I thought like sports was supposed to be an inclusive thing.
I don't know. I was going to take a shot at them, but I don't feel like it today.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Stick and move then.
I only like to take shots when I really feel it in my soul.
Listen, I just set you up for the shots. If you want to take them, you take them. If not, then that's fine. We can just stick and move.
And I was like, you know what? I'm going to assist back to you.
Is that right?
If you want to take it, you can take it.
No, I'm the lob. I'm the volley. No, I'm the volley.
Only if you want it.
I'm the volley guy. You spike it home.
But I do think there's a little bit of like. So does that mean we can't analyze what happens in this series?
No, I mean, we definitely can analyze it. I wouldn't carry much weight from one series to the next, though. If, like, the goal is to... Now, again, you can do this in the same idea that, like, if the second round we're losing to Detroit, we'd be like, well, yeah, maybe the canary in the coal mine is what happened in Game 6 against Toronto. Like, that world exists. I just wouldn't lose much sleep over what's going on in this series.
So where I agree about style points and the fact they shouldn't matter in this series is that I think the Cavs are still figuring it out. But I also don't know, when do we go from, well, the Cavs are still figuring it out, so there probably should be some patience and grace given here, whether it's with style points or a series going down to the wire more than we thought it should, versus like, when do we flip the switch and say, well, now it doesn't really matter. You're in the NBA playoffs. You've played X amount of basketball together. bleep or get off the pot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing to cross because it's like, do we need to be the Al Davis just win baby line? Is that all we need to do? Or do we need those exclamation points? Last year, it felt like the fans needed a lot of exclamation points, and we got them in that first-round series against Miami. But I just go back to the idea that none of it mattered.
Like, it's funny. I'm content. If this series is about just continuing to figure out who you are so that you can be better for Detroit, and then there will be a smaller amount of that against Detroit. But, like, I'll probably care more about style points against Detroit because I just think they're overrated. I think Toronto is not rated.
Well, and a Detroit series gives you no chance. Like, there's no, hey, this seems like a fun 5-minute stretch to maybe just see if this works for a second here or there. Like, at that point, you can't do that in a Detroit series. There's going to be little stretches where you can do this against the Raptors and get away with it.
216-474-0092. Do style points matter for the Cavaliers? Let's go with Todd in Akron. Todd, welcome to the show.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making it.
I don't think none of those points matter. I just want to see the Cavs rebound. You know, you were talking about Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is not a Jordan. I don't think he's not the player to carry a team. So in my mind, Donovan don't care about the pressure. The media is the one putting the pressure on him. He doesn't care about that.
Stupid media.
The media putting all the pressure on him, talking about he's gonna go, he's gonna get fired if he don't make it. He's not even thinking about that. Yes, he wants to win. Win. I get all that. But at the end of the day, you said Toronto got wing players, and they have a low 3-point shooting percentage. For some reason, every time these teams get in the playoffs against the Cavaliers, they've seen all those three seeds to fall, every last one of them. And those wing players are going to be Achilles' heel for the Cavaliers.
They also don't attempt a lot of threes, though, is the other part of this. It's not just a combo of being bad at threes. Or sorry, it is a combo. It's not just them being bad at threes. They attempt the fewest amount of threes out of anyone in this postseason field, Nick. Like, so not only, like, even if you have that rare occurrence, like that Orlando game a couple weeks ago when it was like, I was like, yeah, Orlando doesn't shoot many threes or really make many threes, and then they, like, just go lights out and shoot 50% from the field. The reason why you can be in those games is because they don't take a lot of threes. They just don't. And so, like, Toronto, again, lowest amount of attempted threes out of anybody in this postseason. You're just not, even if they hit 50% and get lucky one night, it's just not going to kill you.
I don't think that Donovan, the pressure from Donovan is just a media creation. I think Donovan going to the team and expressing his desire to change things up and to change the formula in Cleveland shows that he's feeling a pressure. Donovan, being 8 years into being the face of franchises, you're 9 in the NBA. Donovan talking about how much he wants to win a championship.
Yeah, I mean, the NBA...
That's Donovan creating that and giving it to the media.
The NBA would mean nothing if Donovan didn't have pressure.
Yeah.
After 8 years of being a top 10 basketball player, if you have zero pressure on you, your league doesn't matter. It's not moving the needle. Of course there's pressure.
216-474-0092. Do style points matter for the Cavaliers in a big station announcement to lead off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
See out for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Are we really going to do the Scotty Barnes versus Evan Mobley conversation? You going to have to do that?
No, I don't think we have to.
No?
No.
We'll talk about a little Evan Mobley disrespect. Ball knowers, non-ball knowers. Hopefully we can all get on the same page at about 4 o'clock. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, big announcement today on 92.3 The Fan from the Morning Boys.
Our fans are clamoring for 60 more minutes of local Cleveland sports talk. They don't want to hear national every day. And so who better to help us out with that endeavor than the great Jeff Thomas, who is going to truly start the day, kickstart things at 5 a.m. with local Cleveland sports talk right here on Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Thomas.
That's right, kids. It's the 92.3 The Fan warm-up, starting at 5 o'clock. We're going to start off on Monday, and it's going to be a little different. It's not going to be quite like a sports talk show, though. It's going to be kind of more like highlights and post-game stuff, kind of a recap, kind of let you know what's going on.
All right. One, congrats to Jeff Thomas.
Yeah, that's great.
Come here.
Love Jeff.
You know, so we love us some Jeff Thomas. Very excited to hear what the show sounds like. When do I start firing off cheap shots at Jeff?
Never.
I don't know about that.
No, I will not
He's an
co-sign any of
extension
them.
of the Morning Boys.
No, he's not. That's a separate deal, in my opinion.
Normally I'd agree, but it was announced on the morning show. They had a whole to-do for it. I feel like if I ignore Jeff, then in some ways,
not ignore,
I won't be giving them proper respect of talking crap about him on air.
Maybe we could play something and be like, that was a good point. I liked that point. That was nice. That was well done. And then we shifted into our own version of it. If you talk crap about Jeff, I'm just not going to be able to go along with it. That's what I'm telling you right now.
Here's the thing. I made a point.
Say whatever you want to say.
I did text Jeff a congratulations.
Did he respond
on the
back
show.
or no?
Well, I've texted him 3 times in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
That was a nice text.
Congratulations on the 5 a.m. show.
Good.
And then I jokingly followed up with, also, because I've never gotten a response from him, he said, why do you text everyone else but never text me? And he responded, my apologies, thanks.
Hey, you got the text back.
So now I feel like I'm being kind of dogged by Jeff Thomas. So now I definitely feel like I'm going to start taking shots at him.
Okay, I don't live in that same world with you in the text thread with Jeff.
I know.
Jeff responds to my text.
I know.
Jeff texts me first.
I know. You've been to Casa de Thomas.
I have. I've been to his house, yeah. I have a great deal of respect for Jeff Thomas.
Not me, not now. I did before.
That is odd. Usually the people that we really like, we're all simpatico, right? Like we're, if you're a Jonathan Peterlin guy, you're also a Nick Wilson guy, you know, one of those type things. Nick Wilson guy, also a Jonathan Peterlin guy. In this instance, I don't know what we have here. But if
we
you
got a real Donnybrook brewing, that's what we got.
If you talk crap about him, I'm just going to be, I'll be radio silent. It's the only thing I can do there.
He's nice.
Also, did you see the video where it looked like I didn't? So I once told you, like I think a couple days ago, actually, that I thought Jeff Thomas and Jeff Phelps basically looked like 30% of Northeast Ohio people. Mm-hmm. Legitimately, when I'm out and about, I constantly am like, is that Jeff Thomas? Oh no, just a random guy. Did you see the video today that they posted out? The Fan did.
The one for the announcement.
Yeah. Jeff and Ken look a lot alike in that video.
You know, I
look at it. Pull it up right now.
I know exactly what you're saying. I've had the thought before. I don't disagree with you.
They look a lot
I just don't know who I'm insulting in that matter.
There were a lot of people in the comments below saying, is Ken in the middle of that frame, or is he on the right of that frame?
Is that right? Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, wait a second. What happened here?
Who takes more umbrage to those comments, Ken or Jeff?
Well, Ken calls him the pink tornado, so I don't know what to tell you.
I also thought there were people who thought Jeff Thomas looks like Jeff Phelps, and it's going to get really confusing talking about which Jeff I might be personally attacking on any given day.
Another part of the show today, Ken was previewing the big announcement, and he said with Jeff Phelps, and nobody in the room corrected him.
Yep.
How many times is that going to happen?
Not a ball knower.
Hate to see it. All right, Dwayne Wade. That guy knows ball. But I don't know that we have a new enemy on our hands here. He was on Carmelo Anthony's podcast, and he was talking about his time in Cleveland. Here we go.
Yeah, I was ready to retire. I needed to get out of there. Cleveland was a whole different beast, bro. It was a lot going on before I got there. And obviously coming there as Bron's guy, I got thrown into the shit, you know what I'm saying? And once I got there, you could even look at my hair it was so nasty. I was just, the jersey didn't even feel right. It was a cool experience. They got me out of there quick. Shout out to Cleveland for sending me back to Miami. They was like, you know what, let's send him back.
You take offense to this?
No, because we knew he was retired when he played here.
Yeah, it was kind of the understanding. He didn't have to attack the jerseys the way that he did, I guess. I guess he could have been cooler about that scenario, but everyone knew what that was. That was you doing LeBron a solid, and then you not really being heavily invested, and that just was what it was. It's okay.
Also, if I'm D. Wade, I definitely want to move it to, man, Cleveland was a disaster, just so nobody talks about how Chicago was a disaster. Because when we get into like the disaster periods of D. Wade's career, that 1 year in Chicago was really the worst thing you possibly could have had happen.
Wouldn't you just pretend it never existed? Wouldn't you just never bring it up?
Jordan bullets it? Yeah.
Well, no, at least Jordan with the Wizards, Jordan never addresses it for a reason, but other people bring it up because that stupid Wizards 23 jersey just still goes hard today, to this day. I don't know. It seems pretty easy. Don't do it. I love the idea that, so he's got this love for his number 3, obviously, and I've heard him speak in great reference before about the number 3, and he was like, the jersey was so disgusted I couldn't even bring myself to wear number 3 there. That's why I had to wear number 9. Shut up, D. Wade. That's a ridiculous take. You didn't want to make the 3 Wade jersey look bad because you knew you were going to suck? Come on.
New take.
That's horse bleep.
Historically, there's no more greater overrated NBA player than D. Wade. Without LeBron and Shaq. Now, I'm not going to take the full shot. He'd be nothing without LeBron and Shaq. Congrats on being Pippen for 2 great players instead of just 1 great player. Angel Martinez hit his second home run of the season, going 2 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored last night in the Guardians' 9-3 win over the Cardinals. Nice to be on the winning side again. He's hitting .319 with an OPS of .896 to start the season. When do I get to officially take my Angel Martinez victory lap? Because I do understand it's too early.
Yeah, it's way too early for that. Sorry, not yet. I didn't know you had an Angel Martinez victory lap to be taken.
This is like the Casey Concepcion thing all over again.
That's totally true.
That just infuriated me that you didn't realize that I'm just all the way out on Casey Concepcion.
You hadn't really voiced it in a way that I really thought was worthy of being 5 years from now, people are going to remember I was out on Casey Concepcion.
Mac, have I been hard in the paint for Angel Martinez for since at least the beginning of last season?
I was going to say at least a year, if not a little more.
Yeah.
But you also like 90% of the players on the Guardians.
So do I have to hate somebody to make my
No,
Angel
but you don't.
thing?
But the victory laps don't get to come in spades. Then, when they start to materialize and come out, you don't get to.
I haven't gone hard in the paint for Rocchio. I haven't gone hard in the paint for Schneemann.
Which Schneemann, by the way, is what I thought we were going to go down at some point. The idea that the Schneemann stock never been higher than what it is right now. Great defensive play out in the outfield last night. Obviously, a big hit in the 4th inning.
He's no Angel Martinez.
I mean, Schneemann's been playing pretty great baseball.
Who's got the higher OPS? I actually don't know off the top of my head.
It's Angel. Yeah, it is. But Schneemann's been playing pretty great baseball.
I want to know, when do I get to take my Angel Martinez?
Not yet. Check in June.
I can wait that long. I thought you were going to say All-Star break. June 1.
June 1.
June 2, Angel Martinez, and did they trade Myles Garrett? Just book the show.
Okay. Patrick Queen, was on Good Morning Football, and they asked him about the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers, and he really went on a limb here. He says it's 50-50 that Aaron Rodgers will be back. It's thanks for picking a side. But it is the week that typically Aaron Rodgers has made a decision about whether he will or won't return to the Steelers. If you had to put your money where your mouth is as of right now, April 14th, is Rodgers returning?
I would be shocked if he didn't return. Mostly because if the Steelers had any inclination Rodgers wasn't coming back, I think they would have signed Kirk Cousins or literally any other starting quarterback.
Well, so the report out there today was that the Steelers have basically told Aaron Rodgers some iteration of, if you don't tell us by the draft, we're gonna try to take Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
That was the report earlier today, and it's like, well, okay, are you putting Rodgers' feet to flame here? What are you really trying to do as far as get this decision to be made? All this, everything that accompanies that. I think you're right. I think Aaron Rodgers returns. I think if Aaron, the one thing that stays with me, Aditi always brings this up. Aditi brings up the idea that Aaron Rodgers once told her that if he was not going to play football anymore, he was going to Kaiser Sose it and just be gone. And it would just be you wouldn't hear from him. He would just, now I don't believe him, but he says what he says. He would just be gone completely off the planet. You'll never hear from him again. We've heard a lot from Aaron Rodgers this offseason for somebody that is just going to be gone and not playing football again.
Yeah, and even now, for him he's too big of a fame W from this point to walk off without a big announcement and a big to-do. By the way, they should do both. They should re-sign Aaron Rodgers. He should come back for at least one more year.
You can't let Rodgers dictate what you do in the draft.
And they should still take Ty Simpson because that makes just makes more sense. Mike McCarthy's the guy that developed Aaron way back in the day and just buys Ty Simpson time.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll hate it if he ends up being good. Texans GM Nick Caserio was holding his pre-draft press conference today, and somehow the NBA caught a stray.
It's as competitive as a league as there is. This isn't like the NBA. So, we got a really competitive league.
All right.
That's a little unnecessary.
Oh, you don't like it?
It's a little unnecessary. He's not wrong. The NBA, and really in the past couple months, turned into really an embarrassing product, all things considered, with the amount of teams that were just trying to tank. And I think this is more of a one-off than it is something we'll see every year, because this upcoming NBA draft class is loaded. And I think a lot of people and NBA fans, and they're very understanding of that. But, you're the king. You're the NFL. That's the unnecessary shot.
I absolutely love everything about it.
Unnecessary.
If I'm the NBA, I maybe start doing some internal math here. The NFL, insanely competitive. I know baseball always has a couple teams that just don't try or, they have all sorts of complications or in tanking, whatever. But parity in baseball is pretty damn good in spite of all its imperfections. The NHL, parity-wise, is really strong, right? The NBA, out of the four major leagues, is so far down the rung of competitiveness, and it's not just teams tanking. It's superstars taking off primetime games. It's superstars taking off, almost 25% of the games.
No, they have issues.
We've reached this critical mass where now, GMs in other leagues are just making jokes about the NBA and lack of competition. And where's Slender Man Adam Silver? I believe he's asleep at the wheel.
I think he's going on Craig Carton's show on Friday. It's good for Odyssey sister station. It's kind of wild that he just go on the Fan on Friday.
I do think Craig will at least hold his feet to the flame. We like Craig on this show.
Yeah, no, he will. But the NBA's asleep at the wheel a little bit here, and that's all right. That's fine. I think this year in particular was a weird year because there's legitimately 9 guys in the NBA draft that's supposed to be all-stars and great, and that's just not typical.
What's really on the table for the Browns 1 week, 9 days from now? We'll talk about it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you. If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list.
You Don't Know Ball?
I think so.
I was going to go right to the podcast and go record that and let you get the hell out of here, but now we got to have a meeting over this because I like where your head's at.
I root for my hometown team.
Hopefully it doesn't get stolen by another show that listens to our every word. No, I'm not talking about Nick.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, coming up in about 20 minutes here. I would love to hear that segment called You Don't Know Ball. Like they play a sound of like Gottlieb and he goes, and that's why the Cavaliers will never win anything. Oh, yeah, Doug? You don't know ball. And then they have to harmonize on that one.
Oh, I thought it was a bunch of Lonzo Ball trivia.
Ooh. Well, just Ball brothers. The Ball family.
Sure.
Ball in the family.
Big baller brand.
Oh, did we just come up with a segment? Hopefully Baskin and Phelps don't take it.
You don't know ball. Okay, thanks.
All right, this
it's about as annoying as like a hockey guy that gatekeeps the sport. And then, people have accused baseball fans for years of being like these.
And rightfully so.
But like it's the worst part of any sport imaginable. I hear it's big with the puck heads these days, though. They're like, you don't know puck. And it's just translated over and everyone just screams at everyone like, you don't know puck. And it's like, shut up, guys. It's sports. Just let people watch however they want to watch it.
I think Lima's You Don't Know Ball turn that he's done in the last 7 days, I think he's scared. I think he is scared crapless because
what's
he has
been
of? Because I think he doesn't really believe in this team. I think somewhere along the way, Lima started to realize that he went so hard in the paint that if you have any criticism on the Cavs, that you're somehow being a bad Cavs fan or the big only good vibes. And then he kind of bounced back and forth between criticizing the Cavs and not criticizing the Cavs. And then it said you couldn't criticize. And then it said they should lose. That I think he's now doubling down on his, well, no. If you criticize the Cavs, you just don't know ball. And it's like, okay, or, that's not really how sports talk or being a fan works. Like if my friend goes, man, I don't think the Cavs are going to be able to do it in the playoffs. I'm not like, man, you don't know ball.
Yeah, that's not how that goes.
Yeah,
you don't yell at him ferociously. You don't know ball.
Hey, that'd be funny.
If somebody yelled at me if I was like at a bar and having a convo, and they're like, "Well, you just don't know ball."
Yeah,
I'd probably just get up and leave.
Yeah,
all right, I don't want to have this convo anymore.
I'd probably just be like, "What? I don't even know what are we doing?
Like, do
here?
I need to pass like a sports test for you? Is that how do I prove it to you that I know ball? And then I would be like, I don't have to prove this to you. It's okay.
It just feels like something you would do if you were maybe a little desperate to try and like get yourself over because you've kind of wedged yourself into good vibes only and all that. I feel like I've been pretty consistent on the Cavs. Eastern Conference Finals or bust, right? Don't know if they're going to get there. Would love it if they did. But you know what? Either way, guys, I want everyone to know. Jonathan, you know ball.
Yeah, you know ball
Mac,
as well.
You know ball. Sometimes. Some ball. Jake knows ball and wrestling. But as we are now 9 days away from the NFL draft, solid segue, we do have to get to the options on the table for the Browns, which are seemingly endless, as evident by this clip from Mary Kay Cabot today.
I could see them going edge rusher there and then maybe coming back and going receiver, tackle, whatnot. I could also see them making a trade for a veteran player with one of their first-round picks. So I think at this point, pretty much anything can happen. Now, last year he was willing to pretty much rule out a trade up to number 1. So I wonder this year, would they be willing to trade up for someone? I don't know. I don't think that there's a player that they would be willing to trade up for 2 through 5, and they need too many things to want to sacrifice assets. But they are open for business, and anything can still happen at this point. I don't even know how they necessarily feel about Jeremiah Love. And at this time of year, if somebody tells you that they know exactly what the Browns are thinking, well, you can definitely take that with a grain of salt.
All right, so the idea that anything could happen from this point, we are 9 days away from the NFL draft. That is, I think, what the Browns want everyone to believe. Do you believe it?
I do believe it because I've called Andrew Berry a wild card like 700 times in the previous month and a half, and I think that exists. I think he likes to surprise people in many ways, but if you look at this board and you look at it honestly, at 6 overall, I don't think he's beholden to anything. We don't know what he likes. We don't know who he likes. We're just guessing at the idea that he'd take offensive lineman or wide receiver. We're also guessing at the idea that he'd want to trade down, and then other people are now guessing about the idea that he'd trade up. Like, you can make a legitimate case for every single discussion you could have with what the Browns could do at 6.
All right. So I agree with some of what you're saying. I will take two things right off the rip that I do not believe are on the table. I don't think they're in the room. I don't even think they're in like the general area code of the conversations we're having.
Okay.
One, I don't think they're trading up. This would be the weirdest year to trade up when you have as many needs as the Browns have. Even for a blue chipper, outside of the quarterback, this is from where you are, you can get almost anything that you want in the top 6 picks.
I agree that it's the most shocking, but if all of a sudden you get some sort of whiff that the Giants love Carnell Tate and he's your number 1 wide receiver, are you going to jump to go to get number 4 with the Titans, and what does that cost you?
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either. But
I think Andrew Berry's traded up one time, and it was in the second round?
It's not likely. It's not something I would bet on happening. But
I think it's off the table. I've taken it off the table.
No, that's right. I'm not closing the door on any of it.
Well, you must have a bigger table than my table.
I moved to a door. My door is wide open. It's wide open. We're not shutting. I'm not shutting the door. Yeah. Like my toddler leaving a room because we're in a sleep regression phase. I'm just going to open that door right back up.
They get really good at that, too.
Every time, man. I close it right in her face, and I'm like, you're done here now. And she's like, nope.
And she's like, I disagree.
I'm open and run a while.
So that's off my table. Here's one more. I don't think they're trading. I don't think they're trading either first-round pick for a veteran. One, I can't think of a veteran that makes sense. Two, it doesn't really seem like there's a bountiful amount of good players that would be worth the 6th or 24th pick available right now, as it's been a pretty limited player movement offseason when it comes to big trades. So, and the big trades I think might happen aren't going to happen until June 2nd, like an A.J. Brown or even hypothetically a Myles Garrett. So I'm also taking trading your first-round picks for veterans. That is now also off the table.
Yeah, like Baskin and Phelps are talking about the A.J. Brown side of things. That one doesn't seem very realistic at all.
It's just the weirdest thing.
The timelines don't add up. Like, every part of this conversation makes no sense to me. And on top of it, they're playing with like this finagled idea that all it's going to cost you is like pick number 24 and then some future picks that you couldn't even name. Like that was the biggest dream I think you could ever envision up. And so like no, although I said I think everything is on the table, that one I would put with the least amount of odds because I don't even consider trading number 6 overall for a veteran as something we ever really discuss anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I listen, I think the everything's on the table is the way you should play it if you're the Browns because you're trying to do anything to scrounge up interest to likely move down in this draft. Albert, who reported yesterday the Browns are one of kind of 4 teams in that mix that would like to move down. I'm very curious to see whether they can push somebody to give a 2027 pick of any variety up or whether they just want more draft capital here. I think trade down is very much on the table. Now, if it comes to realistic picks at 6, say Carnell Tate. Yeah, sounds realistic. Okay, Maui Noah. Sounds realistic. Mm-hmm. Like that. The one thing I will give them is if it comes to just sitting at 6 and taking a player, there aren't a lot of guys that I think are unrealistic at 6, and I do think that's some good gamesmanship by Andrew Berry.
I'm just trying to figure out what would shock me the most. What would be that alert that I could get to my phone, and it's like, big trade. Browns have done this at number 6, and I just don't know that anything realistically exists. And that's where I'm saying, like, wide open or anything's on the table, as Mary Kay described it. It's like, what could get me to legitimately stop in my tracks and be like, oh, my gosh, the Browns just did that? I don't know that exists in this draft.
Outside of a Myles Garrett draft night trade.
I mean, is it Ty Simpson at 6? Would that stop me maybe?
Yeah, Ty Simpson would probably go in oh my gosh moment.
It's kind of like, because then I would wonder, I'd be like, wait, is he starting right away? What does this mean for Shedeur versus Deshaun? How does that all now equate?
What does it mean for 2027?
Yeah, and so like maybe that would be the one, but and although people have put that one on the table, I just don't see that as being realistic.
But even that, it's like, well, you need a quarterback. You don't have an incumbent starting quarterback that people feel incredibly. And all of a sudden, the Ty Simpson thing would at least make the hey, we're totally serious about Deshaun thing that has made me nauseous. It would make sense because where you're just waiting to the draft where you get to Ty Simpson and then get everybody excited about the season with Ty Simpson.
Well, no, but even within that, like the conversation would be, you take him at 6, you'd think he'd start week 1, but I don't know that he would. Like the whole journey of Ty Simpson is supposed to be that he's not ready to start right away. He's going to have to take a little bit of time. Are the Browns the team to throw him in the deep end right away, or do you do this kind of like handoff situation like the Patriots did with Jacoby Brissett and Drake May?
216-474-0092. What does everything is on the table mean for the Browns? For one, I don't believe everything is on the table. I think a lot of things are on the table. And I think the Browns are somewhat in power, which is cool to be at with the 6th pick. The problem is there's a lot of I don't disagree that the Browns could be a wild card. The problem is once you get past like pick 3, I think everybody else in the top 10, well, not everybody, but almost everybody in the top 10 or top 12 could be a wild card.
Well, so the idea that nobody knows what's starting at pick number 2, nobody knows what's going to happen is the thing that I find the most interesting out of this. Is it Bailey? Is it not Bailey? I don't know. But in most years, we got some semblance. Like we know, all right, Abdul Carter's going to go, and then we'll kind of go from there. Or Travis Hunter's going to go, and we'll go from there. And like you just kind of you're able to map it out better. I feel like there's like 4 different names we could talk about for being pick number 2 and number 3 overall, and that's kind of muddying this whole thing up. So it's not just that the Browns are wild cards. It feels like a lot of teams in the top 6 are wild cards.
I feel like 2 days from now, I think we're going to be feeling different about picks 5 through 7, as maybe pick 5 is where the draft is starting. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually is officially down to David Bailey for the Jets, which I think process of elimination takes Reese at 3 with Arizona. I think Love is going number 4 to Tennessee. So it's going to be really interesting. Like in a draft where I think everybody's like, well, it's kind of a weird first year to have a top 10 pick. I actually think once we get to next week, I think we're going to be able to firm up a little bit more and say, are they real wild cards or they're still trying to angle for a trade down.
Even like the Titans, though, like you just said it, like, oh, Jeremiah Love at 4, but like there's been debates for 3 weeks about whether or not you could do to Jeremiah Love what the Raiders just did last year to Ashton Genty.
Ruin him?
Basically, we'll throw him into a situation where he's got no offensive line and he's got no chance to really have success year 1. And like there's like real debates that are existing over that. And so I don't know. I just think there's a lot at play here, and there's a lot of moving parts that we're just yet to finalize.
What does everything is on the table really mean for the Browns? Joe DeLeon answers that question. A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst joins us every single Tuesday here at 3:20 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollock.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
The 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat is they're debating the beer selection. I think for you, because again, they're still very stuck on your thermoses there.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I saw somebody suggest, I don't know who was it, maybe it was Keith, maybe it was Turtle there, Chaser, suggesting Busch Light Apple.
For me?
Yeah.
So I do drink Busch Light. I've never had Busch Light Apple, though. I think somebody just said it dropped yesterday. Volnick loves it.
Yeah.
And I want to try it because I've become, in like the past 6 months or so, a Busch Light guy, which is not a trajectory I ever thought I would have in life. I'm a domestic light and cold guy.
Mm-hmm.
I know that about me. But I've become a Busch Light guy, and so I want to do Busch Light Apple.
Now, people also suggested White Claw, and I don't think they suggested it as a compliment. That might have been Chaser.
I mean, there's no problem with White Claw. You got to throw like your own shot with it, though. Like you got to pour your own like vodka shot into a cup, and then you get to throw the actual White Claw on top of it, and then you have a good time.
Here's the thing: I buy what I buy, which is Coors Banquet. I'm not going to turn down a drink if I'm out somewhere. Free drink is a free drink at this point.
Yeah.
With some, there's a couple I won't do.
Well, you know,
it's
I mean, I
mostly
used
foofy,
to
hoppy beers. Not into it anymore.
Yeah, but I used to be a big whiskey guy. That was mainly what I did. A lot of different whiskeys, and I got really into whiskeys. And now at this point in life, I just don't do nearly as many. But I don't drink that much at this point in life either, because young kids. But I'll get back after it someday.
I have older kids, so I drink a lot.
Exactly. It's embarrassing how long I've had this 30 rack of Busch Light in my fridge.
Yep.
Absolutely embarrassing, but that's life right now.
Keep a little reserve stock. Anyways, now we talked about Mary Kay Cabot saying everything's on the table for the Browns with their first-round picks, to talk about the many options, whether it's 6, 24, veterans, all that. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst, the great Joe DeLeon. Joe, welcome to the show.
How you guys doing? Appreciate having me on.
Well, it's great to have you. And obviously, we're 9 days away from the NFL draft. We're doing this because Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, was on our station earlier today and mentioned that she believes everything is on the table for the Browns at 6. Do you feel like that's the right way to play it for the Browns with 9 days to go to the NFL draft?
Well, I always feel like I'm coming into this sounding super negative when evaluating the Browns, but when you're picking 6th overall and you're navigating trying to fix a roster, I think if you look across the board, there's really no position that's off the table. Except maybe defensive end because you have Myles Garrett, or maybe linebacker because Schlesinger had such a good rookie season. But I don't think that this is a false approach. If you're sitting there, I know Browns fans would probably be perplexed if they theoretically picked David Bailey because it wouldn't fit a need. It wouldn't address the problem of fixing their offensive line. It wouldn't address adding to the receiver room that we've discussed many times. But when you're a bad football team, sometimes just taking the best available player is the route to improving and getting better.
Yeah, I think the problem with that discussion, if you took like a Bailey, for instance, and I have no objections to it, I just think most fans would immediately go to then, we're trading Myles Garrett then.
Right, and I guess that would be the immediate reaction because it would make everybody assume, we're in this situation where we need to find a replacement, and then down the line we're trying to move on from Garrett. I would say if they did take Bailey, it would create some sort of a contingency plan, a backup plan, if that was something that was loosely in their minds for the trade deadline or after this upcoming season, if they feel like there's no path forward for building around Garrett, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, there's most of the best teams in the NFL that have really good pass rushes have dipped multiple times at pass rusher in the first round. I mean, heck, I remember last year with the Giants, it wasn't naturally fully expected that they were going to pick Abdul Carter at 3 until right before the draft. And it wasn't a position that was truly of need. They had already traded for Brian Burns. Not long prior to that, they had Kayvon Thibodeau, who was a top pick, and they still ended up taking Carter. It was a little wonky at first trying to figure out this 3-man weave and rotation, but at the very least, it created a really, really disruptive trio, and now it gives the Giants the opportunity to trade Thibodeau, who's been improving, before they have to work out an extension if they can't get to a number that they agree on him with. I know it's a completely different scenario than with the Browns because they have an otherworldly player in Myles Garrett. But teams are going to put a premium on pass rushers, even if it's not a dire need.
Joe, do you think the top 5 is firming up with 9 days to go ahead of the Browns, or do you think there's still a lot to be decided?
I think that there's a lot left to be decided because I think that there's still not much clarity on where the Jets go. It seems like there maybe is some direction that Bailey is at pick at number 2 because the betting odds have shifted in his favor to be that pick for the Jets. I still don't really know where Jeremiah Love goes. To me, he's the biggest wild card, but the biggest thing was the news that came out on Sunday that I think completely shook up our general expectations or just fans' expectations with Reuben Baines' off-field incident with the car accident that he got into that led to somebody's death. I think that, which we could unpack that's a whole gigantic issue. I think that now that comes out, it creates the scenario that the NFL was anticipating, but fans maybe weren't anticipating, was that Bain was going to slide. But nobody really knows how far he's going to slide. That's what's really unclear at the current moment. It was trending towards that he was going to fall off boards for certain teams. And from what I've heard, there are teams that before this news broke had completely taken him off their board or had put him in a position where they would consider it, but they would lean against it. If he ends up falling out of the top 5, I think that would completely reshape who would go ahead of him instead.
Peter Schrager had like a whole run of wide receivers going before the Browns pick at number 24 overall. I think he said 6 overall were going to be gone by the time the Browns pick at 24. Does that mean the Browns have to take a wide receiver at 6 if we want to be in the wide receiver business?
I don't think that it does. And this I've been on this train when I've talked to you guys and talking about the Browns taking a receiver at pick number 6 is that you shouldn't just do it out of desperation. You shouldn't do it out of the desire to hey, we need a receiver, so we're going to overdraft Carnell Tate because we want a really good second receiver. I think that it's very plausible, though, that what Schrager maybe mentioned ends up occurring. Receiver is always a position, especially in years where there's really good receiver talent. There's a lot of really good receiver prospects worthy of going in the first round. They're all kind of bunched together. They've got different skill sets that are going to fit specific offenses and specific situations. I think that naturally there's going to be a run that hits right when that second or third receiver comes off the board. I think that that's probably going to be one of the biggest dominoes that's going to shape and change how the back end of the first round looks. And I think the same thing applies here that we could bring up with offensive linemen because there's a lot of interior guys and tackles that could absolutely end up sliding or end up going way earlier than expected because teams feel panicked because they don't want to miss out on whatever is going to be on the board in the second round.
Joe, at 24, if the Browns do go wide receiver or edge rusher, whatever, at 6, but they don't go offensive lineman, my 2 tackles I like the most at 24, if they're there, are the left tackle out of Utah, Lomu, and then I'm not even going to try and butcher his name. Is he a left tackle, right tackle out of Arizona State? At 24, what tackles do you think have the most value, potential most excitement for the Browns there?
Yeah, Maxi Onachor is one of my favorite prospects in this class, the Arizona State kid that you just mentioned there. I would imagine you theoretically could play him at either spot because this is a kid who's pretty green to playing football. He's not a kid who grew up playing football, and he's still growing into playing the position. And despite that, he's got some really good tape that flashes this rare skill set that he has. I would argue if you're a team like the Browns that are in this position with a new head coach where you're still developing and growing as a roster and you miss out on the chance to get maybe one of the premier offensive linemen that are ready to step onto the field and impact things now, Onachor, who's a developmental prospect, probably makes a little bit more sense for the Browns. You don't need to rush him onto the field. You just added Titus Howard. You can slowly bring him along, and then once he's ready to take over, you pass things along to him and let him get into the mix. I really think that Onachor has some of the highest upside of any of these offensive linemen. And I think that for a team that's trying to get their offensive line better, he's worth that swing. He's one guy that I think is going to start to maybe build some momentum to go in the first round that hasn't been talked about super deeply as a projected first-round pick.
How many of the picks leading up to the Browns do you feel like confidently are going to go one way or another?
You're talking about in terms of at pick 6?
Yeah. So, I think everyone knows number 1 with the Raiders is Mendoza. We can move forward. Right. After that, how many, and I think Bailey's now leading for pick number 2, but how many can you say confidently with a greater than 85% chance you believe is going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, if we talk through all those picks that are ahead of the Browns, it's seems like it's a no-brainer that the Jets are going defense one way or the other. If it's Reese, if it's Bailey, or if it's Styles, theoretically, that to me I feel like has been established. And I still lean that Arvell Reese makes more sense for them because Will McDonald and David Bailey have a kind of similar physical profile, so it would be a little bit redundant. At pick 3 for the Cardinals, they're probably the one team out of any that I would feel I have zero certainty on because there hasn't been much that has come out. There has not really been much of an indication or direction on where they might be leaning. They're a team that feels like they could go offensive line. They could take Maui Noa or Fano. They're a team that feels like they could just say, we're going to try and improve our defense and take who's the next best available defensive player depending on what the Jets do. They're a team that I feel like I've got like a 10% understanding of where they're going to turn. With pick 4 at the Titans, it seems as though from my colleagues that I work with at A to Z that we've got such a deep Titans following and folks from Tennessee that have been so tapped in. It feels like they're leaning pretty heavily defensively, and it feels like they're pretty enamored with maybe the potential of taking David Bailey if he's still on the board for them. And the more that I think about it, I feel like the Giants, if they're still on the board there at 5, they're going to end up taking Caleb Downs. He just feels like a Harbaugh player in a draft class where there's not really that many premier players that would allow for an inflation for a safety of his caliber. And I think that he solves a lot of the problems for the Giants where their run game, or their run defense rather, was terrible last year. And he would be a really good player on the back end in coverage, but also would help their run defense tremendously because he's such a good tackler and he can play in the box with his play style. So I feel like I've got a good understanding, but still trying to feel out maybe what direction some of those teams go in. It feels like some of these teams are kind of narrowing down between 2 or 3 guys.
Joe, Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show late last week and said he could even see the Browns potentially trading up from number 6. Are there any players that you think would actually make sense if the Browns decided to hop up at some point in the top 5?
I missed that, and now I'm trying to think about this. I don't really see a scenario where they would trade up because who would that be? Unless you're panicked and you really love Maui Noa or you really love Fano and you really think that the Cardinals are going to take one of those guys and you don't want to miss out on selecting them. That would be the only thing that would make sense because as we just talked through here, defense doesn't feel dire enough that you would feel so motivated to orchestrate a trade to go grab one of these top defensive players that we've talked so much about. I feel like the Browns, and I know, Pelissero's probably got more sourcing on this than I do, but it just, if we look at the roster, it just doesn't, and the available players, it just doesn't seem like they make the least amount of sense to trade up because the only other player that we can maybe talk about would be Jeremiah Love for a team to trade up for, and the Browns don't really need a running back.
Yeah, I want to ask you about Jeremiah Love, though, because Jeremiah Love in what you described kind of sets up for the Browns at 6 overall. I would think then that would give them an opportunity to trade out and have somebody else come up and take Jeremiah Love. But is there a scenario that exists where Love is just kind of hanging around for a while?
I really don't think that he will hang around. I feel like once we get to pick 4, that is when the clock starts to really tick on Jeremiah Love. I think that a lot of teams are going to start to think to themselves, okay, it probably wouldn't be too expensive if we started to make some phone calls. The Giants control the future of what happens to Jeremiah Love, of if they wanted to choose to pick him or if they wanted to allow for somebody to try and trade up to, go grab him at that 5th overall pick spot. But I would imagine that with the Commanders probably considering it, with maybe a team like the Cowboys, even though they just brought back Javonte Williams, considering it, there would be a ton of teams that would love that kind of a boost on their rosters with hopes of their offense improving this upcoming year.
Joe, great as always, buddy. We got one more hit before the NFL draft next week. Can't wait to see where this thing goes, and we appreciate you as always.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Joe DeLeon there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Did what you did, was that technically a Dustin?
I don't think so, because I wanted specific 1 through 5.
Did you see my eyes light up?
I did, and I didn't understand why, because I was very specific about wanting 1 through 5 based off of our convo last segment.
So the only reason why my eyes lit up is I've gone Dustin twice in a week.
Yeah.
And so
I know you wanted to get back. I get it.
Oh, I needed to get back.
I know it.
Can understand when it's happened twice to me. I don't mind if it's a 1-for-1. I don't mind. It started feeling like more of a 4-to-1.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit.
Very fair.
I did say,
There were-
how firm are things in front of, and then U.S. It felt like a lot of overlap.
Yesterday was. I felt like I was doing a lot of the hey, I have to repeat what I have to say to make sure you got that one yesterday. That was a lot of yesterday.
When was
I felt
that?
like. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
216-474-0092. Joe gave us plenty to react to about the Browns at 6. And if the door's open, would you want the Guardians to walk through it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fanta coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. We're going to have more from Joe DeLeon in the lead coming up at 5 o'clock because we do have a developing situation in the NFL. Obviously, everyone has seen and heard of the story of the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini pictures from some resort. There's been a lot of speculation, a lot of innuendo. The last that we knew, Diana's conduct was under investigation from The Athletic. Well, she sent out something today saying that she is resigning from The Athletic, not because of the independent athletic investigation, but rather from the media fervor surrounding the pictures and what she feels like maybe is a little unfair treatment there. So
yeah,
I did not have that on my bingo card of one of the outcomes of Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel. Is it a scandal? Is it not?
Well, I would think now she would just go like an independent route, right? Isn't that kind of what would happen here? Launch her own podcast, her own YouTube, her own everything, and then just try to make it from there. And then also do this new world of basically broadcasting that exists now, where you get to become your own boss, and then you don't have to answer. Like something like this. And she was one of the highest paid people on the Athletics payroll. She was very well compensated. But one of these things, like a lesson out of this is, well, if there's an ethics and a standards that the Athletic is going to hold you to, and they're going to have to do this review process. And it's one of these things where, like, you don't have to answer to anybody if you do it independently.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll take her word for it. Her word says she's pleased with the Athletics investigation. She's just kind of over the media hoopla around this, which I get. I mean, I understand there's a very unheard of thing. Reporter seen as maybe having an affair, two married people having an affair with an NFL head coach. But, like, I couldn't see this story becoming what it's become. Meaning, like, It hasn't really ceased. It's never kind of let up. I can't imagine being one of the four married people in this trying to navigate this on a daily basis.
Yeah, our current contract also was expiring on June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, so she probably realized that probably wasn't going to be picked up, so you might as well get ahead of it now so you can start the other ventures elsewhere. Or you think she's just stepping aside and just being done?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a mom of two young kids and you're married and you are a hardworking reporter and you feel like I feel like she has every right to feel like she's been besmirched here.
Oh, for sure.
The coverage has been one-sided. And listen, it's been chicken bleep on all sides. Like Levitard saying he doesn't feel comfortable talking about Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel, I think it's chicken bleep. At the same point, I think other people speculating beyond all get out because they saw 3 pictures on the internet, I think is just as cheap too.
Yeah, but the response out of this now, resignation for a lot of people will be, they'll just assume guilt.
I think you're right, but
it's not fair. That's just how we operate in life.
I think it's apparent that Diana doesn't care. I think that's pretty cool.
So that is cool if that's how she goes. I would be shocked. I've just seen too many people fall into, and really, this is not something that she should carry with her for the rest of her life. Like, if she wants to work again, she should definitely work again. She doesn't need my blessing for that. But like, I'd be hard pressed to believe that she would just step away completely with the resources, with all the the inside info that she's built up and the sourcing that she's built up. It's very hard for those type of people to then just completely step away for years and years and years on end.
That's only fair. Mike Vrabel's got to resign too.
Oh yeah, is that right?
That's my rule. Come on, Mike.
Yeah, Vrabel's not doing that one.
Yeah. Why wasn't it the media availability?
He's dodging it. Do you think Vrabel feels a lot of guilt attached to this, or no?
No, I don't. I don't know that Mike understands the feeling of
or
guilt.
thinks about that. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Mike's like. Again, like the
football
guys,
guy robot or what?
Whether what happened, what didn't happen, I who the hell knows. The guys tend to really never take the hit. It's always the females that take the hit. It's the females that bear the brunt of responsibility. So I just would be surprised if Mike felt something about that, because in the end, he might just feel like, well, she doesn't deserve that, but it doesn't mean I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, so that's the latest there. Interesting subplot. We do have to get to a little bit of Evan Mobley. I don't say slander. Well, I'll say slander. Coming up in about 10 minutes here, but our buddy Nick Fink, good friend to you, and former here at the station, has pointed out very rightfully how bad the first 20 games of the season has gone for Frankie Lindor with the Mets this year. There have been defensive miscues. He's not hitting right now. And he mentioned, he wants Frankie Lindor home. You need a shortstop, and hypothesized if the Mets were willing to eat 70% of the contract, maybe you give them some prospects. Could this be a match made in heaven? I think what's interesting is not just what Nick tweeted out, but that so many people were one-sided in their response.
That's the part that took me by surprise. Like, I just assumed that if Lindor had a chance to come back, people would be sitting here with open arms. Now, Lindor's taken a hit in the past couple weeks for sure. The series against the Cardinals, where he forgot how many outs were in the inning, is something I've never seen him do. To then be picked off and not even attempt to go back to the base an inning later, like there's been some weird, uncharacteristic things while also really sucking at the plate. But I don't think Lindor's all of a sudden a bad baseball player.
Yeah, I mean, he was, in the last 3 years, he's averaged 6 WARs a year.
He's been incredible.
6 WAR a year.
He's lived up to that massive contract that they gave him, and he's only halfway through it. It's a 10-year deal. He's still got 5 more years left on this. So, like, any Lindor reunion would come with, as Fink suggests, like a 70%, 75% eating of the contract. But, like, the way Mets fans are talking in the past 24 hours, they're trying to run him out of town.
I mean, I feel like this has become a yearly rite for Mets fans. Frankie had a bad start to the season last year and then just went off on like a MVP type tear. I want to say 3 years ago he did the same thing, and every time it's, well, he's not so-and-so, trade him. I don't know. I don't think it's likely because I think ownership is actually slightly smarter than we give them credit for, even though he's a glorified Mets fan. But I think it'd be a no-brainer. If they ate 70% of Frankie's salary and he's a 6 WAR player per year.
So why are Guardians fans turning around and being like, no thanks, not interested? Like, are you that slighted by Lindor?
Yeah, I think there's a lot. I'm not.
Because I never felt that way.
But I think there is a lot of bitterness towards Frankie. Yes.
The bitterness should be towards the ownership, or really the situation that the Guardians are in. Like, it shouldn't be towards Frankie in this.
I think you could have offered Frankie $360 million. I don't think he was staying. Whereas like I get it. Like, not everybody's going to take the Hosey discount. Frankie, Bieber's another one of these guys that you just knew it was always going to be a matter of when were they not going to be Guardians anymore, whether that's a Cleveland problem, a location problem. I mean, one of the reasons, and I don't want to go there. I was going to go all the way back to when he got drafted. The big concern when he got drafted was, is he going to want to even be here for the allotment of his
with some players it's obvious earlier than it needs to be, right? That's Skeens in Pittsburgh, that's Skubal in Detroit.
And I think even Frankie made some comments after getting traded to New York, like, oh, this is where I always wanted to be. I feel like
he wasn't shy about wanting to be in New York.
I feel like Guardians fans felt like a little bit of an afterthought.
I just have never felt crossed over by him being a Met. I don't know why.
Because the Guardians traded him?
Yeah, maybe. I was always a Frankie guy, though. In the Lindor versus J-Ram discussion that we always used to have about, like, which one's the better player, I would always go with Lindor in that discussion. And so, like, it's aged poorly because obviously J-Ram now has to be the answer and should be the answer and is everything we've ever wanted Lindor to be and then some. But yeah, I was shocked at the amount of people that are like, no, I'd rather lose than win with Lindor.
Yeah, I would not. I would take him back. But I also do think, like, it would be interesting to see if Frankie would have a different attitude this time around, because Frankie kind of a little bit of a big timer there towards the end of his time.
Don't you almost respect it? Like this is almost where I think it got in J-Ram. I think Lindor did J-Ram a service unintentionally, but in going to New York and getting the way that he has for months on end in different parts of seasons, just get booed just ruthlessly. I think it almost taught J-Ram, like, I don't want that life. That's not what I want. I want to go to a place that's going to love me, even if I go through, like, J-Ram, he sucked for 17 games, 18 games now to start the year. Is any Guardians fan saying anything bad about J-Ram? Of course not. We're like, all right, he'll get it fixed around. He does this every now and again. He's gone through month-long stretches of being nothing at the plate. Nobody says a word. Nobody says a word. In New York, they speak like crazy on that stuff.
If a door opened up for a Francisco Lindor return in the future, again, Mets eating like 70% of the contract, 75% of the contract, would you be interested? I think the answer would be an obvious yes. And much like JP, I'm a little surprised at how many people said absolutely no. And from being too hard on Frankie Lindor to being too hard on Evan Mobley. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
No, baby more. John Fanta coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back here on Afternoon Drive. Might have a Donnybrook Bruin with the morning show.
I know. Like it was funny because at like 2:30, I tried baiting you into something, and you're like, nah, not today. And I was like, you never do that. What's going on?
I think what I meant was just not in that moment.
And then
I wasn't ready.
And then like a half hour later, then here we are.
It's just all the people on Twitter who say you don't know ball tend to be the people who nobody really wants to talk to.
Okay.
Right? Like, that's like the laziest form of a reaction. It's like we can engage in like, do you think the Cavs are any good? We can engage in any number of Cavs conversations.
Sure.
When you just repeatedly go to, you don't know ball, as if there's some university of ball that everyone goes through. And
easy now.
I went to the Harvard of ball, and I went to the Bowling Green of ball.
Are we still talking sports? I don't know what's going on.
Ball in, maybe.
Yeah.
But no, and Lima's so funny, and he's so creative, and I think he's either a little bored with the Cavs or maybe a little unsure of himself. He's talked a lot of mess. Like, he's fighting Cavs fans and, like, disgusted at other Cavs fans. He's trying to draw lines on who's a Cavs fan and who isn't.
Or he just really, really believes in the team. I don't know. I know you're not buying that. I don't know why you're not buying that, but like that's
I think he knows if
this
this James Harden thing doesn't go well. I think he knows he's going to get a lot of crap for it. I think he's nervous about that.
Well, I think he knows he's going to get a lot of crap for it, but also, I mean, if I were him, I would just be like, all right, well, let's extend the conversation into next year. Like, it was a short amount of time, and let's figure this thing out. I don't know. I don't see the downside for Lima as much. I really don't.
Now, I will tell you, that was not the most objectionable thing I heard in the morning show today. And It was actually, I'm not now launching another war on Ken here. But Ken said something today.
It's not even separate wars. You got one war going on over there, and this is just commentary.
No, me and Lima have had back and forth.
Dare I say, commentary
for 6 weeks. That's a different thing. But for 6 weeks, Lima and I have been going at it about the Cavs, and that's fine. And I've tried to not lob bombs at Ken, because when I lob bombs at Ken, I want to make sure he's deserving of them. Right? I will tell you what I heard today. There was just a little line, a little blurb that I thought to myself, maybe I've got some proof that we're being too hard on Evan Mobley.
I think to Cavs fans, I think it's Evan. We've been saying that Evan is the next big thing. We're saying that he could be a 1%er. I think it's because we drafted him. And also, I mean, you brought this up yourself in criticism of him. He is not Victor Wembanyama. Okay, he is not. And I know that Chet Holmgren's had a little bit of an up and down go of it, but he's not Chet Holmgren. And so when you put those names with him, and I would say, both of these guys were more heralded, more well-known before they came out. I don't think that matters to a fan. So I look at a national perspective of it, and I think of a local perspective of it. Because if it can't get done, I think a lot of it's going to have to center around Evan.
All right. I will give you that Evan is not Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
I will also say nobody in the NBA is Victor Wembanyama except for Victor Wembanyama. But I will, he's not Jokic. He's not like, name me your 5 best offensive bigs in the NBA. That's not what Evan Mobley is. I will not stand for he's not Chet Holmgren. Like, I'm sorry. I know Chet was in the NBA Finals last year. I know he is an NBA champion. There's a chance he's going to be a 2-time NBA champion. Evan Mobley's a better player, or at least a comparable player to Chet Holmgren.
I think
that to me felt like blasphemy.
I think comparable is very fair. I feel like, their numbers are basically identical across the board. And on the Thunder last year, he was their 3rd best player. For the Cavs this year, Mobley's probably your 2nd best player, maybe your 3rd best. It's an odd thing. It's almost like a direct comp between the two of them and being, could we find a player that is the most identical to Evan Mobley when it comes to a production standpoint and their fit within a team? And it might be Chet Holmgren.
Like, the whole point of Chet Holmgren to me is I actually think, in fairness to what Ken was saying, I actually think Chet's a bit overrated because he's talked about on the same wavelength as SGA and the other guys they have. And I'm like, It's a really nice number 3 player on that team.
All right, one is 18-9 on 55% from the field. The other is 17-9 on 55% from the field. Like it's like they have the direct same numbers across the board. And Mobley's a better defender, obviously, because he won Defensive Player of the Year last year. But and I think Mobley's,
and Evans a better passer.
I think Mobley's got an elevated role within the Cavs that I think does exist relative to Holmgren. Holmgren matters a ton for the Thunder, but it's SGA, it's Jay Will, and then it's Holmgren. Like there's a hierarchy that exists there, and so like I just don't agree.
I also think it's easier to be Chet Holmgren than it is to be Evan Mobley. Offensively, I think when you're talking about having to play, so on the defensive side, when you're talking about playing with another center who there's some overlap in where you like to be on the court, that's a complicating factor for you. Oh, by the way, still reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Then offensively, you're playing with 2 ball dominant guards. Like I know I know SGA, and I know they have good players in OKC. It's not Chet Holmgren doesn't have to have the same fight for the ball that I think Evan Mobley has to have.
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me because they're getting the same amount of basically everything anyway. Like their usage, it's all basically, if you copied and pasted, you got a very similar player in many respects.
But
from a production standpoint, I need to clarify.
I think between the Chet Holmgren thing and the Scotty Barnes thing, I'm a little over we're going to use other players to weaponize against Evan Mobley, right? Like people have talked about individual matchups between Scotty Barnes and Evan Mobley, and I was like, I don't give a rat's ass. I think Evan Mobley is a better player than Scotty Barnes. Evan Mobley scores more points per game. He's a better rebounder. He's a better defender. He's a pretty darn good passer, too, and I think he's actually underrated as a passer. Scotty Barnes plays on a team with what? Like, what is Scotty Barnes? Nobody has any expectations for Scotty Barnes because he plays on freaking Toronto.
I know, but he's another one of these players that his numbers are extremely close to what Evan Mobley's are as well, which is really funny to think about.
Without having to share the ball with Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, from like a production standpoint, he once again falls in the same bucket of guys. He's 18-7 on 50% from the field. Like, it's kind of remarkable, this little world that all 3 of them just kind of exist in. And I get why we constantly compare ourselves or compare themselves to each other. It's because they've all kind of amounted to being, from a production standpoint, very similar players. And so, but it doesn't mean you have to knock down Evan in order to prop up one or the other. They all just kind of exist within that same little hierarchy.
And so if you want to say they're all in the same plane of existence, no problem. If you want to say those guys are better than Evan Mobley, you're being too hard on Evan. And this is where, listen, I think Lima with the you don't know ball is trying to get out ahead of whatever's coming down the pike, whether he has confidence in the Cavs or not. I'm getting right out ahead of Evan Mobley as the fall guy for this Cavs team. It is absolutely asinine that whether you lose in the first round, second round, third round, NBA Finals, whether you win the damn finals, the idea that Evan Mobley is a problem for the Cleveland Cavaliers is just groupthink. It is fall guy-ism, and I think it is lazy. I just have no interest.
He's not a problem. I don't think anyone's suggesting he's a problem. But I do
think by
think
trying to
what
paint
will
him as
happen,
the fall guy, I think that is calling him the problem.
No, but I do think what will happen is they'll say there was an ascension that needed to take place with Evan Mobley, and if he doesn't take that offensive ascension or at least display it in spurts in the postseason, I think it will fall back to that. Like one reason why people are out on Banchero right now, or at least are a little down on Banchero, is because if you look at his numbers, he's the same player he was in year 2 that he is in year 4. It's very similar stuff with Evan Mobley. Like that part of Evan Mobley does exist where he's very stagnant and it has not taken massive leaps. Now, in the past month and a half, we've started to see some changes, and that's where I think people get some optimism from. But, I do think that convo's coming if, in fact, he reverts back to what he was, let's say, 2 months ago, and you have the same Evan from year 2 and year 5.
I'm fine if you want to have the conversation about what's left for Evan to get to and what's reasonable. But if this is going to turn into Evan's why you can't win, you're wrong. And not you. I'm not saying you would do that. I'm going to say if that's where the conversation wants to go, I'm sorry. That's fall guyism. I don't think trying to pin something or shortcomings of this thing when Donovan's got more of a say in the outcome of this. Well, I think even James Harden is the point guard who's going to be trying to set up Evan Mobley. I think Kenny Atkinson and the usage of Evan Mobley and when to use him, and it's also been a wonky year, but that's a sidebar. I just am not going to entertain any Evan Mobley slander as it relates to well, he's why you can't go farther in the playoffs.
We got to see how the games go. I mean, because Mobley does have, in the past stretch, he has these games where he just completely disappears. Are we having Game 7 against Boston, and all of a sudden Mobley has one of his 8-point performances like he had a month ago, where you're like, where was he today? Where was he on the court? Like, I think all of this, it's just premature to do the convo because we don't know how the playoffs are going to go, and we don't know whether or not he has a glaring stinker like we've seen him have before.
Well, but don't we have the telltale signs here? We had a Cavs fan on hold we didn't get to.
We do.
But who said Scotty Barnes is a better player than Evan Mobley? We got Ken saying Chet Holmgren's a better player than Evan Mobley. That's this is going to sound heavy-handed, but people are telling on themselves about how they feel about Evan before the playoffs even happen.
Oh, again, we haven't seen if he comes out in a Game 6 or a Game 7 and scores 30 on somebody, I think the conversation will be different. But if he comes out and has one of those 8-point games like we've seen him have and disappears, we will be like, what happened to Evan Mobley in that game?
But he's likely to have both. With the way this is set up.
Well, I think that's why he's so controversial for a lot of people.
Well, but the thing is not built for him to take over a series. Right?
Yeah, but it's not built to have him disappear as often as he does either, and I think that's where he becomes a controversial player. If you're going to be the second best player on a team that's supposed to go to the Eastern Conference Finals, we can't have long stretches where we just don't even see you contribute.
What's long stretches? A bad game? I mean, Donovan's got a bad game in the playoffs. I'm sure we can find it.
Yeah, but his bad is really bad, and what we've seen in the past...
His bad offensively is really bad. Find me the awful defensive games from Evan.
Yeah, but you don't win in the playoffs just based off of a great defensive performance. Like, it's going to be... We need him offensively. That is part of the equation.
Yeah, but I think my point is, I feel like because if Evan has 8 points, then the defense doesn't matter to people. Like the only point where, Evan was a dog out there defensively is if he also scores 20-plus points, at which point that's not how the Cavs are going to win every single game with Evan.
I'm just pointing out the obvious that's going to happen if it goes down the way that we've seen Evan do it in the past. And like this is part of his story. Part of his story exists with the idea that he does have some offensive clunkers in there. One thing for me in watching this postseason, what I'd love to see out of Evan is be more consistent offensively. And if he's able to do that, I think he's going to win a lot of people over, and he's going to get a lot of praise.
I just think if we're saying, well, Donovan's got to prove he can be the man, and then Evan's got to prove that he's consistently we're expecting a lot out of this team while also expecting them to win.
Well, that's, again, the expectations that come with it. We've all levied them at this team. Yes, there are expectations on individual players.
Well, I think
the same way there's expectations
belong
on the team.
with Donovan first.
They do.
And then we can get to Evan.
They do.
With comps to Scotty freaking Barnes.
But the difference is that we haven't seen Donovan just lay eggs in the postseason. Like Donovan. I mean, Donovan is
if
legitimately.
If you're the best player on a team and you haven't got out of the second round of the playoffs, that is laying an egg. Whether you score 30 points or not.
Why he gets a pass on a lot of people's eyes is because he has done his share of the weight in a lot of the series that they've then been bounced. Like, he's done his part. And so, like, with Donovan, again, and if Donovan has one of these games, if Donovan has an 8-point or 10-point game, we'll be the first one lined up to say, hey, Donovan, you didn't do your share there.
But yet, see, I think that's what's interesting. Donovan can score 25 points, 30 points in a game, play like crap on defense, or have countless miscues, and, well, he scored 25, 30 points in a game, where the opposite doesn't work.
Because the offensive side of the ball matters a lot more than the defensive side of the ball.
I would completely disagree when it comes to a big. Especially with the impact that Evan can have as one of the 3 to 5 best defensive players in the NBA.
I mean, this is just how the NBA works. Offensively, it matters a lot more than defense. I think that's how the
perception it matters. I think that's a perception thing. I think defense still matters a hell of a lot, night in, night out, than a casual fan thinks. Not going to say you don't know ball because you do know ball.
Sounded like you just called me a casual fan trying to make defense a priority in the NBA. Sounds like a real non-ball knower over there.
Are we being too hard on Evan Mobley? John Fanta weighs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up. It's time to start tackling our spring home improvement project list, like making sure we get our roof inspected to make sure it's still keeping water outside of our home, right? Because that's
relationship with. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder, as they recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer coming up in just about 60 minutes' time. We'll get his take on the Browns at 6. Are the possibilities truly endless and a ceiling/floor in the draft for Carnell Tate? We obviously have the A.J. Brown stuff, of course, more Miles innuendos and texts and whatnot coming up with Albert in about 60 minutes. But Cavs, Raptors, Round 1 gets underway for the Cavaliers this Saturday. We have not talked with our next guest here, as we do every single Tuesday at 4:20, since we found out that the Raptors and Cavs were going to play in the first round, so we go out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Cleveland's own of NBC Sports, John Fanta. What's up, buddy?
What is happening, guys? Ready for playoff basketball, ready for the draft. It is a fun time.
It is a fun time. There's been a lot of talk about pressure on Donovan Mitchell. Kendrick Perkins saying he's got more pressure on him than anybody else in the NBA. There's actually been multiple people who have said that. I'll ask you, is it now or never for Donovan Mitchell?
Well, it certainly feels that way, at least in Cleveland. He's in year 9 in the league. He is talked about as a top 10 to 15 player in the NBA. Depending on what night it is, he's talked about as a top 6 or 7 pure scorer. We're looking at scoring. He's identified as that type of player, his ability to get buckets, and he's never been to a conference finals. So when you've been in the league for close to a decade and you want to be talked about as one of the league's best players, the way that you increase that stock, the way that you validate that is by going on a playoff run. And in Cleveland, he and the Cavaliers have been underwhelming this time of year. They've entered with high hopes, high expectations, even at the top of the Eastern Conference, and it hasn't ultimately mattered because they've been out-physicaled, they've been dominated in the physicality department and the toughness department. And he's the face of this operation. So most pressure, I think that's a little bit of hot take city from people because I think there's other people that have a lot of pressure on them. Ask the Knicks how they're feeling right now. I don't think anyone has more pressure on themselves entering the postseason than Mike Brown because he was brought to New York to win a championship, and I don't think they're going to win a championship. I don't even think they're going to get to the conference finals, to be candidly honest with you. So the fact is Donovan Mitchell has a lot of pressure on him. The most, don't know about that, but he's got an immense amount of pressure on himself. And this team has a lot of pressure on them because they made changes at the deadline not to be a first-round winner and then a conference semifinals exit. They made changes to be, at worst, one of the last 2 standing in the Eastern Conference.
All right, John, now that we see the path, though, and despite me and you saying, hey, get the seating figured out, they really didn't do that, all things considered. I mean, they got it done at the end of the day, John, but they won a lot of games in the meanwhile. They finished 11 out of 14 in the winning department and really didn't take to our advice at all. But they got the easy path. They got what's set up very nicely between the Raptors and then the Pistons. Are you now feeling like the road to the Eastern Conference Finals, not a cakewalk? Nobody's saying that. Detroit's still a good team, but are you saying it's all right in front of you?
It's all right in front of them. Now, I do think that Toronto is not a strong shooting team. Them being in the bottom 10 of the league in three-point shot making is a huge problem for the Raptors because the Cavaliers are going to be they should be able to score more effectively than Toronto. But I think this series, this game 1 Saturday with a long layoff, right? With the lead up to it, like sometimes these game ones could be a little bit tricky. And I just hope that the Cavs come out and do what they're supposed to, because they're supposed to win this series in 5 games. They should win this series in 5 games. I firmly believe that. I think they could lose a game in Toronto, but I expect them to take care of business and win this series in 5. The draw works out. Atlanta is a long, versatile team that's got Johnson and Nickeil Alexander-Walker playing their best, and they've been one of the top 5 records in the NBA since the All-Star break. So in that regard, it did work out, and you avoid Boston and New York. But Nick and JP, is it not poetic that we're talking about this pathway, and we're talking about the possibilities, and the Cavaliers I expect to be in the Eastern Conference semifinals against one J.B. Bickerstaff and the Detroit Pistons? You fired J.B. Bickerstaff because you said that he was part of the problem, a big part of the problem. You hired Kenny Atkinson. All of these things of how far have they come? Have they, in fact, taken the next step? Are they one of the best 4 or 5 teams in the NBA? All of those things are truly going to get answered here in the next couple of weeks, because I think it's especially poetic that you're facing your former coach and that you're facing a Detroit team. Mind you, Detroit, they didn't go after a James Harden. They believe Cade Cunningham's got enough around him. I do not believe that. Detroit's going to put that theory to the test in the postseason. The Cavaliers went and got James Harden for reasons like facing a Detroit team that offensively at times is very, very reliant on Cade Cunningham and Withers.
John, I feel like Evan Mobley is not getting the respect that he deserves from certain segments of the conversation here in town or otherwise. So I'll ask you, if you had to choose between these 2 players, Evan Mobley or Chet Holmgren, who do you think is the better player?
I'm going to take Chet Holmgren. I am. I think that Chet is number one, and I know he's on a great team, but he's contributed to a championship. Number 2, offensively, he's shooting 56% from the floor, and I think is a 3-point shooter that can be counted on more steadily than Evan can be. And he's averaging close to 18 points per game on a team that is a well-oiled machine that is incredibly deep. Now, you could counter and say, well, what about Evan? Evan's averaging 18, 9, and 4. Evan Mobley's a better passer. He's not as efficient from the field, and he's certainly not as he's not as good of a 3-point shooter as Chet Holmgren can be. Evan Mobley, the perimeter shot is the biggest flawed area in his game, and he has not steadily proven that he can make that shot. He shows it in glimpses, but is there that far? Is it that far of a gap? No, but you asked me who I would take, and the answer I would take is Chet Holmgren. I hope that's not disrespecting Evan. I like Evan. I think Evan's a good player. Evan's only 24 years old. He's grown quite a bit as a Cleveland Cavalier. But when I look at the 2 players, I think Chet Holmgren would probably get drafted ahead of Evan Mobley by an impartial person the majority of the time.
Yeah, I was arguing it'd be very, very close, though, is the idea.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, even just down to the numbers. They're both basically 18 and 9 players on 55% from the field. Like a lot of what they do from an output standpoint is very similar.
What I'm guessing Mr. Wilson picked Chet Holmgren.
I don't think, but I don't think Nick was. No. He took Mobley, obviously, but I don't think he was upset at the. I think. Well, go ahead. Just speak, Nick.
So earlier today, Ken said that he said Evans no Victor Wembanyama. And then he said, Evans, no, Chet Holmgren. And I took umbrage to that because I do think it's a real conversation.
Ken? Who's Ken? I'm just kidding. This will surely make it back his way. Here's the deal. I take umbrage to that, too. I agree with that. So the gap between them, it's a very legitimate question. It's close. You heard in my answer. It's close. I would take Holmgren, but it's not. We're not talking about oh my gosh, I would scoff at someone if they drafted Mobley ahead of Holmgren. On certain days, Evan Mobley has not shown the results that Chet Holmgren has, but part of that is because Chet Holmgren's on the same team as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's the most valuable player and should get MVP again, which is a very rare class to be able to go back-to-back. But I would argue Evan Mobley has a higher ceiling than Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess, and then it kind of moved into a different discussion about like whether or not Mobley would become the fall guy if they don't, in fact, perform in the postseason. And I guess the thing I'm looking for, John, from Mobley this postseason is to just be more consistent from an offensive standpoint. There are nights where he's incredible, and there's also nights where he scores 8 points and disappears for long, long stretches. And I think that's the key for Mobley, is becoming a more consistent player.
And when he's more consistent, you would think that Jarrett Allen will benefit. I mean, Jarrett Allen got so much hate last year, and rightfully so. It did not go well. And, he got punked by the Pacers, and he wasn't himself in the postseason. But, look, Mobley, he's grown. He just hasn't progressed as a player to the degree that everybody thought he would at this point. It's all in what you think. Do you think that he's going to be a significantly better player at 27 than he is right now at 24? Or is he capped out offensively? This is Toronto's front court is nothing to write home about. It's not. And Evan should be able to gain confidence defensively because Toronto has trouble scoring at times. They do. And they're not a perimeter shot. They are a team that struggles from a perimeter shot-making standpoint. Now, defensively, if you look at the ratings and you look at their length, they've caused teams some problems, and they've been physical with teams. But, Jakob Poeltl, he's not – Evan Mobley's a better player than anybody that Toronto has at the five-man position. It's time to show it. It's time for Evan to be the best big man in a series. It's time for him to command a series. I think that's what people are looking for, and they're right to. Like, this is his time. So – can I predict that he would be the guy who takes the fall? Well, not if he has a great series and James Harden disappears. But it's time. Like, I think we all would agree. It's now or never for this operation. And Evan Mobley he's the second most important part of the operation, short-term, long-term. He's got to show it here.
All right, John, I do want to get to the Gardos. They're stuck in first place. They're tied for first place through the first 17 games with the Twins. What stood out early from the Cleveland Guardians for you?
Angel Martinez is standing out.
Hell yeah.
I didn't have him doing this on my bingo card. I don't know if anybody did, but he showed some glimpses last year of this. And when the Guardians got going, in the second half of the season, he had that big grand slam against the Houston Astros, and then from there he was a different player. I mean, the OPS at 896, is that going to last the whole season? Probably not. But they now it felt like you enter this year and you say, all right, DeLauder's going to be fun. Ramirez is Ramirez, and Steven Kwan you hope can get cooking. And the fact is, Kwan's OPS is at 682, and Kwan's been up and down. Last night was a good sign. He had 2 hits last night. He had that nice 2-run single. But if they've got Kwan, Martinez, Ramirez, DeLauder, if these guys are cooking to the degree that they could, the Guardians lineup is better than expected and better than last year. That lineup at times was terrible last year, and they still won the division. They went on a heater of a run. So I've been encouraged by Martinez. I don't know why David Fry gets relied upon to the degree that he does. He just, to me, I don't know what he's offering for them day to day. I'm interested to continue to see what Brito can do for this team. I think just watching him hit the ball, watching him at the plate has been interesting for him to get this opportunity. And Parker Messick has stood out. I think we talked about it last week. Tanner Bybee and Gavin Williams at times are throwing way too many pitches for what they end up getting. And Bybee on Sunday night, that was a damaging start by him. And there's questions around Bybee and whether or not he can be that dude for this team. But Parker Messick has been a real bright spot for this club. And I will give Williams credit for this. I thought last night after the first inning, the Guardians were going to lose last night, because it took him 30-plus pitches to get out of that inning, and I just thought this is setting up for a not good night when you're traveling from Atlanta to St. Louis. St. Louis, I don't think it's a particularly good club, But that was a good win for the Guardians to respond. And, they've won every series but one. You give them credit where it's due because they faced as hard a schedule in baseball as any. I think a deeper lineup than I expected, and it's really fun continuing to watch this pitching factory bloom talent.
John, it's really fun to keep watching you bloom as a talent. And a little segue there. We appreciate you, buddy. Great stuff. We'll talk to you next week ahead of the NFL draft.
Thank you, John.
I'm on the Carnell trade train, boys. But better go offense. I want a receiver.
Hey, John, do you want a receiver?
I think he wants a receiver.
Thanks, boys. I want a burger, too.
Receiver? I hardly know her. Thank you, John.
I would like a burger.
Well, John. I mean, he comes on weekly, dude. I don't know that you're...
Well, then
you want
he
to
was
cash
coming
in
on
the
weekly
burger.
regardless.
I felt like that was a free roll burger bet for him, though. It was like if I win the burger bet, then great.
Not
Nick
the John
can send
Fanta I know.
Nick can send me a burger, but if I lose the bet, then I just don't ever have to pay because I come on weekly for him anyway. Like I think it's worth a burger.
That's dirty pool. I expect more from an Ignatius man, but we'll see. We'll see. John Fanta there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Evan Mobley's a better player than anybody that Toronto has at the 5-man position. It's time to show it. It's time for Evan to be the best big man in a series. It's time for him to command the series. I think that's what people are looking for, and they're right to. Like, this is his time. So can I predict that he would be the guy who takes the fall? Well, not if he has a great series and James Harden disappears, but it's time. Like, I think we all would agree. It's now or never for this operation. And Evan Mobley he's the second most important part of the operation, short-term, long-term. He's got to show it here.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, in the previous segment, giving us his Evan Mobley take there. So can it just be any series? Like, if Evan Mobley has just 2 real, you-know-what kicking kind of games against Toronto, you win comfortably. Can we just cross off Evan Mobley has to prove something?
Probably doesn't work that way. It probably works in the series that everyone's going to weigh the most into, which is probably the Celtics series.
Which is funny about that because, we had, I think it was our guy Radu on Twitter when we were having the Holmgren Mobley discussion. And again, it wasn't, I understand that they should be in the same conversation. But it was just, I just chafing at the idea that Holmgren is a definitively better player. In the NBA Finals, Chet Holmgren had 4 points, 9 points, and 6 points in about half the games. But because OKC won, not in spite of him, but certainly because of him in half of the games in the NBA Finals, because they won the Finals, he just kind of gets a free pass to, I guess he's good enough.
If they had lost, it probably would have been a very different conversation, though.
Well, no, which is fair, but I think we're giving him a lot of credit for team success when he can disappear for half a series offensively and it doesn't kill them.
I just think Ken got carried away. I think when people think about the Thunder, you think SGA and then J Will first 1 and 2, and you think about Holmgren, but I don't think about Holmgren nearly the same way I think about Mobley with this Cavs team.
I mean, even John said he'd take Holmgren over Evan. And so, I don't think it's just Ken. So I know we played the audio of Ken, but I do think, Yeah,
but you could hear as John was going through it, John's instinctual thought was it's Holmgren because of the title and because of the NBA playoff run that they went on last year. And then as he was diving deeper into it, I think he was even having that realization of, from a production standpoint, they're really incredibly close. It almost got laughable when he was like, well, Holmgren's got a better outside shot. That's not a realistic part of that conversation. If the tie doesn't go to Holmgren having a better perimeter game when his perimeter game is basically non-existent to begin with.
Well, here's even the thing there. We wouldn't have said that coming into this last year. Evan had this is the other part with Evan.
No, I give Evan credit, by the way.
Evan's 3-point shooting was bad this year, but how much of that was all the other stuff that happened?
No, but I give him credit. He stepped aside. One thing that we have not talked enough about with Mobley is that since Harden's arrived, he has taken a step back in shooting threes, and I think that's very intentional. It doesn't mean he's waving the white flag on what he can be as a perimeter shooter. I think the understanding is with this team and the usage rate and the amount of they just don't have enough basically possessions for everyone. You got to get a little pickier, and he's letting that part of his game go in favor of having a better field goal percentage and making the touches matter more.
216-474-0092. We are continuing on the Evan Mobley. Is it time to blame train Evan Mobley, or where we're at?
Make no mistake about it. If they had lost, if the Thunder had lost the finals last year, Holmgren would have taken a beating, an absolute beating with some of the performances you mentioned. And that should be the same expectation we'd have with Mobley as well. But if you win, all of it tends to, it just kind of goes away. It's same thing if the Cavs win, no one's going to bring up Mobley if he has a couple stinkers.
But we're still talking about the third most important player on the team, offensively at least. I guess if Evan Mobley was the center point of the Cavs offense, I would feel more the same way. And listen, there are things I would love to run the ball through Evan Mobley more. I think he is not the Draymond Green point forward thing, but could you run the ball through more at the elbow? Yes, I do think you could do even more stuff like that. But then we can even get into deeper talks about context and fit, which continues to be a problem for him and certainly Donovan Mitchell before the Darius Garland trade.
Yeah, but you mentioned like third best player or third biggest scorer on this team, and it's like, yes, that is the reality for him. But I think for a lot of Cavs fans, we've been stuck where just 4 months ago, the Cavs seemed like they were making every decision with the idea that it was going to be Moblin ascending higher than Mitchell, and this was going to be the handoff year between the two of them. They adjusted. They didn't buy into that. Clearly, that's what the Harden trade meant, but I don't know that every Cavs fan has. And so, yes, he wears some of that weight of that responsibility because of the expectations put on him for years leading up to this spot.
Also, for the Evan doesn't show up in the playoffs, he's averaging 17 points per game, 9 rebounds per game, and 3 assists per game. That's not too far off his career averages.
No. Again, it's all about consistency with him, though. Like, again, his career averages are what they are for a reason. But we've watched how many games where he goes in, he goes out, he disappears for stretches. That's what it's all about. He gets to his normal averages. It's just I need to see it more consistent.
Scott in a car. Welcome to the show, Scott.
Hey, thanks, guys. Really appreciate you having Fanta on. He's great. As far as Evan Mobley goes, my take on it, and Jonathan, you just said it, I think the expectations on Evan Mobley have been wildly just overblown. If you take a look at his first 3 years in the NBA, very similar statistically. He did make a jump from year 3 to year 4 in that they wanted him, and he consciously shot more outside shots, specifically three-pointers, to the point that once Harden got here, he made a conscious decision to stop shooting so many three-pointers. But the one thing that frustrates me the most with Evan Mobley has nothing to do with him. It's all the expectations everybody else has put on him along the way when he has never really shown any signs that he's going to be an NBA superstar. Don't get me wrong. He's a very, very good player and a big part of what the Cavs do. But I don't know that he's ever shown NBA superstardom where it's delusional to think the Cavs would hand the team off from Donovan Mitchell to Evan Mobley at some point, just based on history. It's all about expectations, and I don't know where they all came from. I don't know if the Cavs started blowing him up to be something he wasn't. Were they trying to motivate him? He's still a young guy. He's, 24 years old? I don't know where these expectations came from. That's my biggest frustration.
I mean, I think it came from reality. Real quick, Scott. I think it came from where he was drafted, being the third pick. The unicorn label hasn't helped him.
Well, and then the actual the Garnett and Duncan stuff didn't help at all.
I mean,
either.
And there was a lot of hype around the NBA. I guess to my greater point to you though, it's still TBD. Like I agree with you that he hasn't shown that he can be an elite offensive player. I also think those guys are forged over time, and some guys have a tougher path to it than others. And we'll never know here in Cleveland if Evan can be the best offensive player on a championship team or otherwise until you actually make him the offensive focal point. I know there's a risk there, but the Cavs haven't done that. If anything, they put 2 ball-dominant guards around him at all points, which can complicate a big's offensive development.
Yeah. Very fair point. I guess I would say what I've seen, and we have a partial season ticket plan, so I've watched him for the last 3 years. Not his first 2, but the last 3. His ball handling when he's in the paint and he tries to put the ball on the floor, 3 out of 4 times he's getting it stolen. He turns it over. Now, if he's at the rim and he doesn't have to put the ball on the floor, he's got some great moves around the rim, and he's got to get better at free throws. I know he's a big man. Big men typically don't shoot free throws at a high percentage, but he's dropped off this year. The first 4 years in the NBA, he was hovering around 70%. Mm-hmm. This year, I think he's somewhere around 60. You got to be at 70%. And that would, put another point or 2 average on his nightly scoring. But
Scott,
listen, you guys are great. Appreciate you.
We appreciate you too, buddy. And by the way, I actually agree on the free throw shooting.
Yeah, took a step back this year.
I'd like him closer to like 75%. You get to 75%, you're probably closer to 20, 21 points a game, and people kind of look at things a little differently.
Yeah, again, like some of the playoff stuff. Game 1 against the Heat last year, 9 points. Game 3 against the Pacers in that series, he just got to 10 on 3 of 7 shooting. Like there's
any 4-point nights. I got one of those for Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, he had a 3-point night in the Game 6 against Orlando.
Which year was that?
That was 2024.
2024.
Yeah, that was the Game 6, the one they lost, and then forced the Game 7. He went 1 of 5 from the field, scored 3 points total.
216-474-0092. Are we being too hard on Evan Mobley? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you, because if you're
news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes' time. The Browns, the 6th pick. Myles Garrett's future, A.J. Brown's future, all the big headlines come with Albert in about 20 minutes here, but had a loaded show so far. Let's look back a little bit here at The Lead as John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour, and we asked him if he feels like it's now or never for Donovan Mitchell and the Cavaliers.
Well, it certainly feels that way. When you've been in the league for close to a decade and you want to be talked about as one of the league's best players, the way that you increase that stock, the way that you validate that is by going on a playoff run. And in Cleveland, he and the Cavaliers have been underwhelming this time of year. They've entered with high hopes, high expectations, even at the top of the Eastern Conference, and it has now ultimately mattered because they've been out physical, they've been dominated in the physicality department and the toughness department. And he's the face of this operation. They made changes at the deadline not to be a first-round winner and then a conference semifinals exit. They made changes to be, at worst, one of the last two standing in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I mean, the heart of what John is saying is correct, in the idea that if Donovan, from a national perspective, if the Cavs won a title this year, whose title would it be considered? It'd be considered Donovan's title. And so because of that, Donovan then, from a national perspective, takes the most amount of pressure heading into this whole entire thing. And he's also got a career amount of pressure attached to never making it out of the second round.
There are valid conversations to have about Evan Mobley and James Harden and Jared Allen, but this is, you're building this to win with Donovan. So Donovan has things to prove. And so it might sound heavy-handed with now or never. The stakes should be high. You're in a pivotal, starting from back in February, you're in a pivotal 6 to 12 months with this Cavaliers team. As much as everybody needs to prove around Donovan that they're here to help elevate him to a potential title, Donovan also has to prove he can elevate it. And I think sometimes when we go to the Evan Mobley conversation or when we go too hard in the paint on somebody else on the roster, it does feel like, well, okay, but he's the best player. Let's start having these conversations about him, no matter how much we've enjoyed the last 4 years or how much we love Donovan Mitchell.
It's a big stretch, and the team is obviously, they've invested a ton into Donovan being the guy that's going to get him over the hump. That's the whole idea on this. Part of that Harden trade is baked into that, is that they are sacrificing some for the now with the idea that they believe that Donovan is that guy. Well, Donovan, you got to go be that guy now. Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, joined Baskin and Phelps today. He broke down the changes that could be coming for the Cavs if they fail to make the Eastern Conference Finals.
If they don't get out of the second round, it's DEFCON 1. For all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flame out in the playoffs. And I just don't think a lot of people in this organization are going to be able to survive that. They shortened their championship runway. They narrowed their championship window. It wasn't an all-in move, but it was close to an all-in move. So if that doesn't yield a result that's better than what they've had recently, what do you do it for? If you're looking at the potential path that they have to travel to get to the NBA Finals, it's as favorable as they're going to get. It is. And you've got all of this pressure, all of these expectations. And if they can't get to the conference finals, then changes are going to be significant in this organization.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've thought a lot about the on-the-court thing, which is fair. I think anything's on the table on the court. I think the same off the court. Like, I think there's going to be a conversation about Kobe Altman. Probably more so than even Kenny Atkinson. Kenny Atkinson has just done what J.B. Bickerstaff did. I don't know that I should necessarily put him on the chopping block, but I could certainly see there being a real conversation for Dan Gilbert about Kobe Altman, because he is the guy that constructed this team, and he's the guy that waited to this year to make that big move that we talked about, and he's the guy that pulled the trigger on James Harden.
I mean, everything's on the table. I would imagine if Kobe's gone, I would think Atkinson would also be gone. I would kind of pair them together. It'd be odd if he blamed Kobe Altman and then was like, let's just let everything run it back or everything stays status quo. Like, I think Chris is right, and good use of DEFCON, by the way. He used the right level. DEFCON 1. People always mix that up. They always think DEFCON 5 is the highest one. DEFCON 1 is the highest one.
Also, the orange, remember the national security where it was all color-coded?
It is color-coded,
I could never get that as well.
Yeah. But within DEFCON 1, anything goes, anything can happen, and the changes would be bountiful.
Guys, we're at an orange threat. Awesome. No, orange is not good. Or is it? Nobody knew. Guys, it was
closest to red, right?
It was the odds. We didn't know anything. Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com was also on with Baskin and Phelps today, and she said the Browns will explore all options with a 6th overall pick.
I think anything is on the table right now. I think Andrew Berry likes to make trades. He likes to engage in the trade market. Some of his best acquisitions have come via trade, and I do think that they will look at trading away a veteran if they have to. They will look at acquiring a veteran. And again, they'll look at going up and down in the draft. So he's open for business. People know that about him. I don't know if they would be willing to trade any of their quality veterans. I don't think that they want to. I think, as Jimmy pointed out at the owners' meetings, they feel like they're on the cusp of getting this thing turned around, and they don't want to be parting with their core players if they don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer of this is just nobody knows what Andrew Berry's going to do. He hasn't given out any, and I don't know, when he speaks on Thursday, Nick, I know you guys got to break it down. I'll be off on Thursday, so I can just say what I want to say right now. I don't know what you guys are going to be able to take away on that thing on Thursday.
I think he's going to say all options are on the table.
I mean, and he's going to send out, is he even going to do like smokescreen season? Is that even going to be a thing with him? If he even says anything, is he going to talk up Ty Simpson? Is that part of the equation?
Yes.
I
would imagine
just to have people be thrown off the scent. It's almost like anything he says on Thursday, you just have to think the exact opposite. It's Bizarro world, Bizarro press conference.
All right, I'm going to take 2 options off the table. I guarantee the Browns aren't trading up.
Okay.
And I guarantee they aren't trading for a vet.
Up from 6, not up from 24.
Correct. But they're definitely not trading up from 6, and they definitely aren't trading for a veteran with one of those 2 first-rounders.
Okay, then.
So not all options are on the table.
But 98 other options are.
94, maybe?
The majority of options still exist on this table.
I don't think they're trading a veteran on next week for another pick either.
Are we down to 93 options now?
I think we are.
Okay, good. We're getting there.
I'm going to whittle this list
down. We're just knocking them down one after
next
the
week.
other. It's like a bad Carney game we're playing here. All right, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst Joe DeLeon joined us today at 3. We asked him about Tom Pelissero, saying the Browns could trade up from the number 6 pick.
I don't really see a scenario where they would trade up, because who would that be? Unless you're panicked and you really love Maui Noah, or you really love Fano and you really think that the Cardinals are going to take one of those guys and you don't want to miss out on selecting them. That would be the only thing that would make sense, because as we just talked through here, defense doesn't feel dire enough that you would feel so motivated to orchestrate a trade to go grab one of these top defensive players that we've talked so much about. I feel like the Browns, if we look at the roster, it just doesn't, and the available players, it just doesn't seem like they make the least amount of sense to trade up, because the only other player that we can maybe talk about would be Jeremiah Love for a team to trade up for, and the Browns don't really need a running back.
Not trading up for running back. I'm not trading up for an edge rusher when there are 3 similarly ranked players in the top 3 there. I'm not trading for up for Maui Noah, who might be a right guard. The only guy I would even consider trading up for is Fernando Mendoza, and you know my thoughts on Fernando Mendoza as the unquestioned number 1 pick in this draft.
What if they love Carnell Tate in a way that we just didn't understand?
Find a way to love somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are plenty of fish in the sea, guys.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Apparently, there's going to be 6 wide receivers taken by pick number 24, according to Peter Schrager.
Draft number 7, right? Chris Bell. I don't think he's going there. Game 2 of 3 for the Guardians and Cardinals tonight. Joey Cantillo on the bump. Here's skipper Stephen Vogt on last night's starter Gavin Williams.
Tough first inning for him, obviously, but for him to recover and turn in 5+, what an outstanding performance by Gavin to limit them to 1 run there in the first as well. We know that that's what he's capable of. Just locked it back in. I mean, I think that can happen where you come out and don't find your rhythm for a little bit. Limited the damage, got us out of that inning with only 1 run.
Yeah, what's funny, the advanced metrics really don't like Gavin Williams' start to his season. The traditional ones like ERA do, but like when you get into like the ones beyond that try to do like park adjusted and all the other little factors into it, they really don't like the season that Gavin Williams is having, and I find it really interesting. Obviously, he was better with controlling his walks yesterday. Only walked a couple batters. That's a good sign. But I don't know. I like yesterday's outing from Gavin.
Yeah, I think the Guardians are sitting pretty right now. We're in a really great spot where they're winning. They're winning more series. They're winning series more often than not. How they're doing it is fun because the offense has been better than expected. I don't think we officially know who they are. Like, I do think if they're going to be a really good team this year, if they're going to win the Central, it's going to be on the back of that rotation. But we don't really know the ceiling of the offense. We don't really know the ceiling of that bullpen who just got Hunter Gaddis back. But you're in the spot where you're keeping it interesting because you're playing a fun style of ball. You're getting some runs across. I mean, hell, we had 9 runs last night. We had couple. We had a big night over the weekend with runs. So, like, you're right where I want you to be. Right? Like, that's like this is as good of it as I could have imagined the first 17, 18, 19 games going.
Oh, definitely.
So just keep the series going, and then, once you hit your stride, because then it just gets easier. If you get hot, then all of a sudden you can just build a lead in this division out of nowhere.
And tip of the cap to Zabrowski, somebody that we have not talked about.
Yeah.
He's been incredible. Another incredible night last night. But like 3 hits allowed so far in the season. Yep. I always love looking at relievers this early in the year when you can just map it out and you can be like, oh yeah, that's a whole game. On the season, 8 innings, 3 hits allowed, 0 runs across the plate. Like that's fantastic.
I feel like one secret of the pitching factory is they've just been able to find big left-handed relievers who throw harder than hell the last 3 or 4 years. Zabrowski and Herron being there's another guy I'm forgetting that was here the last 3 years as well. Well done is what I'm trying to say. Albert Breer talks. The Browns want to move up, want to move down. To what end? And Carnell Tate's ceiling and floor in the draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from an incident at an apartment of a staff member that he had an inappropriate relationship with. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We are 9 days away. The countdown continues till the NFL draft. And this is a great time of the year to have the most plugged-in man in all of football on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him from his great work on the MMQB and so much more. He joins us every single Tuesday. Albert Breer, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
We're living the dream here. I want to know, is this because we've felt like this has been a slower NFL offseason. Do you feel that same way as the lead up to the NFL draft here? Have we kind of had a little slower than usual offseason?
I mean, I think there's probably less buzz around the draft than there has been, in quarterback-rich years. I just think a lot of it rides on what sorts of players you have at the top. And, so we know who's going first overall, and we've known that for a while. I don't think there are any other quarterbacks that are going to go in the first round. And then, you're talking about a couple of edge rushers or running back. I think to some degree the draft, at least at this point, has lacked the juice that we've had in past years. Now, that could change as we get closer, if there's some trades, some movement, that sort of stuff. And then we haven't had, the big box trade yet. Now, the A.J. Brown thing is still kind of circling around out there. He did have Jalen Waddle traded, and the Aaron Rodgers thing is I think still to be determined. But yeah, I mean, it might be just a lack of juice in the draft in general, and then there maybe isn't the one storyline that everybody's just attached themselves to for the entire offseason.
Well, Albert, you did have the Browns involved in your latest mailbag about one of 5 teams eyeing to trade down. Can you tell us what you're hearing about the Browns and a potential move out of number 6 overall?
Yeah, I think most of the teams at the top are looking at the idea of moving down because the top of the draft really, I think you look at it and it's I'd feel good about taking this guy at 11, or I'd feel good about taking this guy at 14. I don't know, and I've talked to you guys about this over the course of the last few weeks, of course, but the lack of the Julio Jones receiver prospect or the Joe Alt left tackle prospect or the Myles Garrett defensive end prospect makes it so you're really choosing between, do we take a high-end guy at a non-premium position like a Love or a Styles or a Downs, or do we compromise a little bit and take a premium position higher than maybe we would in a normal year? And so, for that reason, I think there's a lot of teams looking to get down. And I think the Cardinals are kind of the ones holding the cards now. Most people assume the Jets are going to stick there at 2 and take David Bailey, and then I think the Cardinals are going to see if they can drum up a market for Arvell Reese. The problem that all those teams have at the top is what are you coming up for? What is another team coming up for? And that remains to be determined.
Albert, I think it's interesting with this draft that we've cycled through so many names at 6 and 24 that I feel like I've almost lost the plot a little bit here. So yeah. I feel like we're close enough to ask this question. I know it might sound different next week if we ask it again, but just who do you think are the big names in play for the Browns, the first 3 names that we should be paying attention to for the Browns at 6?
If I give you 3 right now, it would be Francis Maui-Noa, the tackle from Miami. It'd be Spencer Fano, the tackle from Utah. And then it would be Carnell Tate, the receiver from Ohio State. Those would be the 3 I'd give you for the Browns. I think if Maui-Noa and Tate both make it to 6, my guess would be that'd be a tough call for the Browns. But those would be the 3 guys that I would sort of say I've heard most associated with them.
Which is funny because Maui-Noa and Tate have been linked basically the entire time. And then Fano, we had Dane Brugler on last week, and he was like, yeah, Fano should be the pick for the Browns. And then it just kind of kept going that way. And every person we had on just kept bringing up Fano. What have you heard about him in recent, I don't know, maybe since the Combine, I guess, that has shot him up?
Well, he's really a good player. I don't think he's shot up. I think coming into the process, he was seen as the 1 or 2. And, you know, your question with him, again, like this comes back to there not being a real prototype at the premium positions. Are you comfortable with his arm length? You know, some teams view him as a guard. So, like, there's that question. It's the same sort of question you had with Will Campbell at the top of the draft last year, you know? And the Patriots swallowed hard, and they took Will Campbell 4th overall, and he did a good job at left tackle for the most part over the course of the year and then struggled in the playoffs. So, you know, I think that's sort of what you're looking at is, like, how comfortable are you with Bono's deficiency, which is the arm length, you know? And, you know, it would be something that a team that relies on analytics like the Browns do would probably have more of a problem with. I just think they have such a need along the offensive line to just get good players up there that Bono would have to be part of the equation if Maui Noah is gone. And look, like I think Tate is very much in play for them as well because they've obviously got a very big need at receiver.
Albert, what do you see as the ceiling and floor for Carnell in this draft?
I don't think he'll go higher than 4th to Tennessee. I don't think he'll go lower than 8th to the Saints. So somewhere in there, between 4 and 8, I would say.
That's interesting. What has he done to separate himself from, it seems like, between Tyson and Lemon? At first, they were all kind of grouped together, and now it does seem like Tate has made some distinctive separation here. Yeah,
I think Tate's just, like, the most well-rounded guy. Like, I think he's the one when you look at him, like, he's a good route runner. He's tough, really good kid, really football smart, like, has a lot of the things that you're looking for. And you're not really compromising much with him outside of the speed. The speed might bother you a little bit. But he's shown an ability to make plays downfield, so he plays faster than maybe he times. Whereas, you know, at Tyson, you've got a million questions when it comes to injuries, right? And Tyson's interesting because the way I've heard him described pretty commonly by NFL people is he's a 6'2" guy who moves like he's 5'10". Really great route runner, but not as tough as you might like. And again, you got the injury question. And then with Lemon's got all the toughness in the world. He's a really good all-around receiver, very polished. But, you know, the question is he just a slot? You know, so Tate is the one, I think, of the guys there that, like, where you probably have the fewest questions. Good size, good toughness, good length, good speed, not great speed, really good route runner, really good kid, really good football IQ. I'd say it's probably not one thing more as much as it is, like, the amount of boxes that he checks.
Albert, we can't escape Myles Garrett rumors and innuendos. It's been a few weeks now since Andrew Berry said he's a Cleveland Brown for life, Myles Garrett will be. And yet, we've got people still speculating about him, you know, no-showing to voluntary training camps, which he's done historically. The contract adjustment, there's... Dan Graziano saying that Myles is more likely to get contract extension or a raise out of all of this. So I'm going to give you 2 very strong bookends here, and you choose what is more likely. Myles Garrett is at some point post-June 1 a move by the Cleveland Browns traded elsewhere, or Myles Garrett gets a new contract. What do you think is more likely?
Oh, geez.
I told you it was going to be tough.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know if they're going to give him a new contract this soon. I mean, if it was trade him in 2027 or a new contract, I'd say trade him in 2027. I don't know if they're going to do it this year, though. So I guess the new contract would be. I just don't think either of those scenarios are very likely right now. But that's just me. You know, I think if they were going to trade him, they would have probably traded him by now. I've been on record saying that I think it would be logical, it'd be smart to trade him. I wouldn't argue with trading him after the draft either. But I think if they are going to trade him, it's more likely at the deadline or after the year.
How much of the Myles discourse is about, like, what the compensation could be in return? Is it I don't know what you think the value would be. I guess maybe we could start there. What do you think the value would be in a return for Myles Garrett?
I mean, I don't know if you get 3 first-round picks for him. It's hard to get 3 first-round picks for anybody who's not a quarterback. But, like, I think you'd be talking about something maybe equivalent to that. Like, would it be 2 1s, a 2 and a 3? I think it'd be 2 1s plus a lot, or 3 1s, I guess would be my answer. And I think one of the reasons why I would look at moving him now is because that's not going to be the value forever, you know? And, like, whether he gets hurt, he has a bad month at the end of the year that people might ascribe to his age. I mean, he's 30 now. So, like, I think that there's more of a chance now that his value starts to taper off a little bit than there was a couple of years ago. So, like, you know, you're looking at the idea, do you trade him now, or do you put yourself in a position where, you know, you get to the middle of the year or the end of the year, and now he's looked at a little bit differently, and teams might not be as willing to give up high-end draft capital to go and get him based on the shrinking amount of time he has left in his prime. I think that's been part of the reasoning for me all along, and part of why I actually advocated for trading him before the last trade deadline, because I think the value you've gotten him now is fleeting just because of his age, nothing to do with his play, just because of his age. And, you know, I'm not sure the timelines match up as far as, like, how quickly the Browns are going to be able to get themselves into true championship contention versus what's left of his prime.
So it's interesting. Obviously, Miles wanted Jim Schwartz as the head coach. They went Todd Monken. Obviously, Miles wants to compete and win for championships, but he did get the contract extension last year. It's been a weird 12 months here. Do we know, is any of this coming from the Miles camp? Is there maybe more push maybe from Miles, maybe unhappiness from Miles than maybe we even realize?
Not that I know of, but if he was frustrated, 15 months ago, I don't know what's happened over the last 15 months to allay that, you know? I don't think he had a bad relationship with Kevin Stefanski, so it's not like firing Stefanski was a plus. Like you said, I think you would have applauded a hire of Jim Schwartz. That didn't happen. So, you know, I just kind of look at the totality of it, and it's like, okay, so what improved the situation here, or he still wouldn't have it in the back of his head that he wants to go compete for a championship? I think, of course, that's in the back of his head. He's a competitive guy. I think competing for a championship matters to him. His legacy matters to him. And I think he understands he's only got so many swings left at that. And so, I think it should be human nature. Now, I don't know, but I think it'd just be normal. It'd be human nature for him to look at this and say, I mean, man, if we're not going to get on our horse here and compete for a championship soon, I may have to do it somewhere else.
All right, Albert, I want to share a little theory I have with you here. The Knicks owner, Dolan, when he bought the Sphere in Las Vegas, he started working on that, and it got him distracted. And then you notice over the couple years that he was gone working on the Sphere, all of a sudden Knicks basketball started to be good again. They started to be competitive, and it was like, how is this happening? It's, well, he's distracted. He's over working on the Sphere. There's a report out of Milwaukee that Jimmy Haslam wants to have the majority ownership of the Bucks and the controlling interest within the Milwaukee Bucks, and it's very close to being done, and they're almost there. As a Browns fan, should you be rooting for that to happen because it almost takes him away from the Browns as often as he is, or is that not something that ever really exists when you have an NFL owner?
I mean, I think the cross ownership thing is interesting because I do think it gives your team some resources that the Browns already have. You know, they already have that resource and the connection to the Bucks. I don't know how much it would change. Jimmy's always struck me as somebody who's passionate about football first. You know, he's got the soccer team obviously too, and I don't know that anything would take his primary focus away from football. I think he realizes what a good investment professional sports franchises are now. I mean, what other business can you buy into that's guaranteed appreciation, or you're going to get value back for what you bought? And so I think it intrigues him, the idea of running an NBA team. Sure, I'm sure it does. He wouldn't have gotten involved in the first place if it didn't. It could cause him to delegate a little bit more. I think that's fair, but I don't think you're going to see him pushing backs on the table if he winds up buying the Bucks.
Albert, I was out and about this weekend, and part of the reason to move on from Baker and go to Deshaun 4 years ago was you looked at the AFC, you looked at the AFC North, you needed a franchise quarterback just to be in the Super Bowl conversation, and now 5 years later, Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. Not perceived to be a elite franchise caliber guy. Sam Darnold winning one this last year. Do you think that is the era of non-elite Super Bowl winning quarterbacks here to stay?
No, I mean I think I think it just sort of illustrates where you're at, and like that, like there is a way to do it. And the way to do it is to build a really great team around him. Now, the Jalen Hurts example, you look at the Eagles and they've spent cash over cap over the last 3-4 years to the point where their cap debt is like almost insurmountable. Like they're going to have to take a couple year reset at some point to clean everything out. And that's a credit to their owner. They've been willing to spend like that, but they basically circumvented the whole, once you get a quarterback on a big contract, it changes everything. The Seahawks obviously had Sam Darnold on a much more affordable contract, and they've drafted really well. I think the blueprint was always there. The blueprint is that you draft really well, you find a way to keep your own, you draft really well behind your core, and you eventually build to a point where you've got good affordable talent in your rosters playing like front-end players. You've got a really good core that you're paying, and then that lifts up the quarterback. But I'd say over the years, there's no question as quarterback pay has elevated, as like the rules have kind of leaned into the quarterback becoming more and more important. It's become harder to win without a great one, and that path to doing it has gotten narrower. It's just that, organizations like the Seahawks and Eagles are so well run that they can pull it off.
Albert, dynamic stuff as always, my guy. We got one more hit before the NFL draft. Can't wait for that, and hope you have a great week, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He gave us plenty to react to, and I do kind of want to get into your Jimmy Haslam Bucks theory in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
tech and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Right now, it would be Francis Mauigoa, the tackle from Miami. It'd be Spencer Fano, the tackle from Utah. And then it would be Carnell Tate, the receiver from Ohio State. Those would be the three I'd give you for the Browns. I think if Mauigoa and Tate both make it to 6, my guess would be that'd be a tough call for the Browns. But those would be the three guys that I would sort of say I've heard most associated with them.
Albert Breer of the MMQB about the options at 6. And I really use that as like a reset because we funneled through Monroe Freeling. Obviously, you and I both like Jordan Tyson a lot.
Yeah.
Well, even David Bailey, Caleb Downs, Ruben. We've talked about so many names. Obviously, trading down has been a huge thing that I was just curious. The names recently he's heard most tied to, none of those surprised me. I do think it's interesting. And again, I like Mauigoa. I like Fano. It's just crazy to me that we would be deciding between Carnell Tate and those two guys because I think Carnell's a day one starter at a really significant position of need. I think Mauigoa and Fano are day one starters, but it's right guard.
Well, but think about
center.
Even with like Fano, for instance, and again, like Dane Brugler comes on and he's just cannot stop talking about Fano and how great he is, and it's like that's fun and that's fine. But then you hear Albert and he's like, people just don't know if he might be Will Campbell.
Yeah,
those short arms they kind of scare him a little bit, and it's like he's not. For someone that's going to be more likely than not your starting right guard, he still comes with a lot of questions for someone at 6 overall.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, I think 32 teams are going to look at Spencer Fano and think of something different. I think 20 of 30, meaning like, oh, he's a left tackle, he's a right tackle, he's a center, he's a right guard. With Mauigoa, it does seem like people have just resigned to the fact that he's going to kick inside.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Like, I would really love to hear the conversation if it's between Tate and Mauigoa, if they're both there at 6, just because it seems like if you think Carnell is just he's going to walk in, be a solid starting wide receiver at the X position day one, I'm not trying to get into positional bias because you do need just as many good offensive linemen or great offensive linemen as you can get. They'd probably take that over a right guard.
Well, so we got to think about like the context of it. I thought Todd McShay had a good write-up on Mauigoa, for instance, where he mentioned how he's one of the best offensive linemen in the class, but he goes, part of why he's at 6 is the idea that he'd be at a right tackle spot. If you're going to take him as a right guard, then he belongs somewhere in the mid-teens to even the later part of the first round.
Where Ioane is.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and so like there's a distinction there, and it's like, what exactly are the Browns going to try to do? And it's like in that moment, if they take him at 6 overall, I think the thought process would be you got to be the right tackle. You're taken to be that right tackle.
So we'll have more on this in just about 12 minutes here. I do want you to you spun your Jimmy Haslam theory to Albert just there. I didn't get a chance to engage with it, so run it back for us here.
All right, so I do think it's interesting. So there's a report out of Milwaukee today that's making the suggestion. Right now, Jimmy Haslam is in a 3-way share of the ownership, okay?
Landed the plane.
Is this a 3-way?
Thank you, Phelps. Anyway, so the controlling interest belongs to all 3 of them, and he is trying to take over and have the major controlling interest in the Bucs, right? Mm-hmm. And so if that was able to happen, which it seems like it's probably going to end up happening, I'm just trying to figure out how much of his attention can be diverted away to the NBA team. And I maybe Albert kind of stopped me where I wanted to go because I really do believe, like the Dolan example I've used a lot, the idea that he owned the Knicks. Knicks sucked for a million years. He wants to launch the Sphere in Las Vegas, and then the Knicks get competent as he's dealing with this other toy. He's distracted by what's going on there. But Albert's right. The NFL is the NFL. So I don't know that it works the same way where the NBA could just distract Jimmy Haslam enough.
I mean, wasn't that kind of the working theory with the Columbus Crew? When they were in the process of trying to save the Crew and get a stadium and all the stuff that was going on there, I think there were kind of people who were like, oh, Jimmy doesn't seem as involved. I don't know how real that was, but I remember that at least being a conversation about 3 years ago.
Yeah, but why that's different is that it's still soccer compared to one of the 3 major sports. Like owning the Bucs is a legitimate, not that owning the Crew isn't, but like owning the Bucs is that's a legitimate all-time thing, like that's not just something that is. I'm really insulting the soccer people here, aren't I? But
that's
like,
fine. Insult away.
We understand
I'm
the
not
differences.
a soccer person, so it's cool.
We understand the differences between the NBA and soccer, but it's part of the reason why I thought the going after the dome thing was such a good thing for the Browns, or was going to be such a good thing for the Browns. Is that like a distracted Haslam? I think is a good thing. Ultimately, giving him something that keeps him away from obsessing about the football team and letting the football people do the most of the work is a good thing. And so if this is just another one of those things, I don't think that's the end of the world.
Like, here's the thing. It couldn't hurt.
That's exactly right. It couldn't hurt.
After it felt like the coaching search was going in a specific direction, and then Jimmy kind of put his hands on the wheel. Again, I happen to like where he steered it. I like Todd Monken. But if that's true, if that read on the situation is Andrew Berry was going to go this way and Jimmy said, I think we're going to go over here, okay, sometimes it works out in your favor, like it did for me with Todd Monken, and some days it's going to work out to be something that I don't like or something that'll be really. So at this point, why not?
I just want to give him shiny objects. If we're being truthful about it,
I think he's got enough. He's worth $20 billion these days. I think he's got enough shiny objects.
I kind of wish we could get him something that would compete with him on the level of football, because I think Albert is right. I think Haslam loves football more than he loves anything, and so the NBA is not going to be able to live up to that.
Do we need to plant a story about Diana Rossini and Josh Heupel, so he's got to go try and fix Tennessee football?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I think that helped for a minute.
Another one of these things. It can't hurt. Does he have to create a big giant box instead of the sphere? His thing is a box, and he's got to what is his? Stop yourself. What is
you started talking about it, fella?
What is his deal that is going to interest him more than football possibly could? Is there anything at all in life that could do that?
No, because you listen. If you and I owned the Guardians and the Browns, one, I think we'd probably just let the Guardians people do what the Guardians do. I might. I don't know that you would.
What does that mean?
I think you'd be a little bit more of a meddlesome owner. You'd be like, hey, have you seen Fangraphs today? Have you seen the what is the
No,
damn
I mean, I definitely would.
Savant?
I definitely would.
Have you seen Baseball Savant for Jordan Walker?
Would, but you acting like you could keep your paws off of it is rich.
Oh, in baseball? No, I would just let them do their thing. No, in football, it'd be a real problem. You said something earlier that if you had bleep you money, you'd buy the Browns
I would.
And then put me in charge
I would, just
to see if I could do it or not.
100%.
And here's the thing. It only goes one or two ways. I'm either Bill Walsh or more likely, I'm Ray Farmer. And at least this time I said more likely Ray Farmer.
I just want to see, because your whole life has been built around all these ideas, and mine in many ways as well, like how to fix the Browns. How can we do this? Spending hours upon hours. If I won the lottery, I want to put you in charge and see how it goes. And that comes with the idea that 92.3 The Fan would talk about you incessantly.
Oh, I wouldn't even care.
But what if you pulled it off?
Wouldn't it be funny?
What if you pulled it off? What if you just did it?
It'd be the greatest win for sports talk ever.
Oh my gosh, shut it down.
Fat sports talk guy actually does know what he's doing.
You would legitimize the position that we're in a way that it would just, for 50 years, no one would be able to question it.
But how many times did you call in just to do victory laps after each game, though?
Oh, I don't know. The funny thing is, I go back and forth with other shows here, and obviously I have fun with Radio Wars. I think if I had that I don't know that it would. I think I would just let my results speak for itself. I think it'd be a lot of humility in my winning.
That's a move in silence, like the Gian Lasagna moment right there. You're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. You're like, they can do the talking and then wax poetic about how great of a job I do.
I could also see you walking out onto the field, do a DX chop, and then just walk back.
No. Here's the thing. I would come on the shows whenever anybody wanted, and then they would say really nice things. They'd be like, listen, it takes a village. It takes a village, right?
Yeah, it's a real team game.
I got to say, Kat Hickman, her verticals. I mean, come on now.
You're keeping Kat Hickman employed, huh?
Whoever the Kat Hickman is in this. Glenn Cook is he's a rising star as an NFL GM. Todd Monken, horsehead himself. Come on now. I'm going to get him a new porcelain horse head, a better one, because that's how much he matters to our success.
That's right. In this scenario, I love that Monken is the coach you're staying with.
Oh, you dance with the one you brought.
Yeah.
Come on now.
You didn't bring him, though. Somebody else did.
That's true.
New Nick, new owner.
I feel like Monken and I would vibe.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be that's just two ball knowers knowing ball together.
Yeah, you guys know ball's all right.
My own joke against me. A different way to look at the Browns' first four picks, That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
With the first pick,
the build-up to the NFL Draft is here, and we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app. Lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up at 6:40 tonight on what has been an interesting day on the show. If you guys missed any of Albert Breer, good stuff earlier. The Myles Garrett stuff, I really, obviously Myles, Albert, we gave him the 2 tent poles of, Myles is a post-June 1 trade for the Browns, or Myles gets a contract extension. And Albert was like, well, I don't think it's either, but if I had to lean one way. But I do think I thought it was even more interesting when we then went into even further than that, like, hey, how do we know how Myles feels?
Yeah.
And even then, it was like, well, I don't think he's going to feel better about where the Browns are, but I don't know he's unhappy.
Probably not. What I do know is I checked Myles Garrett's Instagram story a couple hours ago, and it's like, well, what is Myles up to? He's posting, like, Pokemon packs.
Nice.
Apparently he's big. It was funny because, like, the second one was him, like, being upset with some of the stuff he didn't end up getting out of a Pokemon draw.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you're Myles Garrett. Just go buy the cards.
I think that's the fun, right?
I know, but I'd have a hard time with that. If I was worth as much money as Myles Garrett is, I get it. The whole part of the fun is like seeking out the packs, buying the packs, and then being able to open them and get the right rip. But like, I would just buy them all the things that I wanted to.
Oh, see, I think this is like when I stopped scratching off lotto tickets. I just started scratching off the barcodes.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out why I wasn't getting the same joy out of it. And I was like, well, yeah, I won $300 on that ticket, but who cares? It was because I didn't scratch it off. I didn't enjoy the process of it.
Yeah.
I was simply turning it into hey, how much money am I getting?
Well, but that's why I kind of feel like sometimes these things can be ruined for people that are ultra wealthy,
Mm-hmm.
Like the downsides of ultra wealthy, I do feel.
I feel it.
Because, think about it,
Thoughts
though.
and prayers, Myles.
Well, because it is cheating, right? Because he can just buy unlimited packs until he gets what he wants.
I mean, yeah, well, okay.
Like, does he give himself a limit of how many, like, Pokemon packs he can buy in a day?
I don't know.
Like how do you keep that excitement
how
going?
expensive are Pokemon packs?
And the hobby's not cheap.
Our Pokemon master here, Mac, can you walk us through this?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it depends on the set, depending on what you're going
Easy
for.
there.
But, I mean, usually they're around, like, maybe $8 to $10, but there have been, issues with scalpers and stuff like that that'll buy them up and try to sell them for twice as much, if not more.
Oh, so I thought it was like baseball cards, where baseball cards you can buy like $2,000, not even sets, like legitimate rips that you get to do. You can also buy $10 rips that you get to do.
So there have been some of those where it's the kind of mystery of it, where you don't know if you're going to get if you could get a better pull depending on which ones that you're kind of dealing with and how much you're paying into. But those in particular, like with Pokemon in particular, it's. At times, it also is like the bigger bundles and stuff like that you'll be able to buy in there as well.
Okay.
I feel like that was comprehensive.
That was one of the worst answers I've ever heard.
Because I think eventually you just confirmed with what you said, which is you can spend $10 on one or you can spend $100 on one, right?
Yeah, our correspondent over here.
Well, no, for certain ones for graded cards, which can be more expensive, but again, it's like what you had said, where it's the mystery of not knowing what you're going to get in terms of pulls. That's the whole reason why you're paying that in order to get like the one card in particular.
I feel like this is your version of telling Mac he doesn't know ball.
Is that what that is?
You don't know Pokemon.
I don't know Pokemon.
Pokemon?
I was going to.
It's the Mexican version.
Taco Bell trading cards. What are we doing?
We all need to understand we're flying a little close to the sun right now. All right. I feel like I'm secure with where I am, but just don't get yourself fired.
Yeah, keep living
right?
Pokemon. So the point is that I don't know what Myles is doing, but what I do know is that he's not tweeting out or Instagramming out positive things about Todd Monken, because we haven't seen that yet.
All right, babe. I'm going to hit the Monken post. I just got to open up this last Pokemon.
I just got to Instagram about literally anything else in life outside of the idea that I want this guy to be the head coach.
I mean, I think with Miles' affinity for Japanese culture, I dare say he might care more what's happening on Dodondan or whatever the other latest thing is, rather than whatever's happening with the Browns.
No, it certainly seems like it, and that's okay. Listen, that's fine.
But I think that's Miles. I don't think that's because of anything the Browns are doing. I think the Browns are fighting a losing battle with Miles' Japanese interest.
But I think we wrap ourselves so much into this of like, why isn't Miles saying positive things, or where's Miles been? We can't hear from him. We can't do this. And I do wonder, I watched that LeBron video with the Bob Does Sports guys a couple weeks back where he was, on the golf course and all that. And all he kept talking about is how basically like for 2 months in the offseason, he just doesn't do anything basketball. Like he shuts it completely down and doesn't do anything in regards to thinking about team building, roster building, any of that nonsense or whatever he's been doing his whole entire career. He just needs that 2-month break. And I just wonder if that's where we're at with Miles. He just needs this elongated break to basically do anything in the world that isn't football, and that's how it recharges him.
So, great stuff with Albert on Myles Garrett. I'm sure we'll have more on that, more mysterious texts being sent to people at the station that we'll get into. But I did want to visit, every day now through the end of the draft. I think we're going to have to start looking at a mock draft a day. That just how does it make us feel? Okay. How do we feel about it? And Mike Renner of CBS Sports is giving us the optimal chance to do this.
Okay.
So we're going to start with the top 5. So I'm going to give you, that's different because you've already seen it.
I've already seen it.
But I'll give you the top 5.
Okay.
Fernando Mendoza to Vegas, David Bailey to the Jets, Arvell Reese to Arizona, Jeremiah Love to Tennessee, and then Mauanoa to the Giants with the number 5 pick. If you are, I'll be honest with you, I would love for Mauanoa to be there at 6 so you can truly choose.
Do we have to get that worried about Mauanoa getting sniped?
I think so.
I did not understand
I think
that.
that's more of a fair concern than Tate.
I hadn't really considered. I've considered Tate getting sniped, but I hadn't considered. In the back of my mind, I always believed that Tate would be the first wide receiver off the board. It would be to the Browns at 6, and that's just what that is. I had not considered Mauanoa being the guy and him just being gone.
I think Mauanoa could go to either Arizona or the Giants.
Arizona is just a massive wild card in all of this. We talk about the Browns being a wild card. Yeah. Arizona, nobody's got a feel on Arizona.
Well, nobody should. That's you want to talk about directionless franchises with a first-time head coach. I don't love where Arizona's going a lot more than any reservations I have because we can fall back on the defense.
They did have a Drew Aller in for a visit today.
That's true. Oof. I just want better for my guy Drew Aller.
I know.
I want him to go to a place where he can sit for 2 years.
I think LaFleur's going to have it turned around. I do. It's just not going to be this year.
Not a LaFleur guy. All right, so those were the first 5 picks. That brings us to the Browns. At 6, Caden Proctor, tackle out of Alabama. Here's the thing. I do think, listen, the thing that really bums me is Caden Proctor seems like like an all or nothing, meaning he's either going to keep the weight off, be a left tackle, and be a really nice player, or he's going to eat himself out of the league within 2 or 3 years. And it's like, I've already got a DeJuan Jones, and I enjoy DeJuan where he is as a former 4th rounder.
Yeah, more Caden Wills Jr. is what he is, and so that's the hard part. You're right, he's a massive human. The athleticism within being that massive human has obviously been appealing to teams. I just think at 6, it sounds crazy.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing.
Did Mike Renner, did he give a distinction as why?
No. Well, I didn't actually, so I just wrote down the picks, but I don't remember him actually having logic for each pick.
Because if this is a draft and run, I don't know that I love that either.
I just think it puts a lot on George Warhop, and if Bill Callahan could only do so much with Jed Wills, I'm going to imagine there's only so much that George Warhop could do with Caden Proctor. This does bring us to 24. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver out of USC. If you could tell me Jordan Tyson was going to be there at 24, I would be beyond ecstatic.
Yeah, and I think we both don't think that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go somewhere in the teens. But if somehow you maneuvered it, whether it's David Bailey, Caleb Downs, Reuben Bain, or one of these tackles, and then at 24, Jordan Tyson falls in your luck, I would give Andrew Berry a lot of credit for taking that risk.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of last year's draft, how when the Browns ended up with Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round and Shedeur in the 5th round, at the end of it, everyone's like, well, if you inverted that and took Shedeur in the 3rd round and Dylan in the 5th round, people would look at that as if it was a really, like, a job well done. And I almost wonder in this instance, if you had inverted that, you would have gotten the same result as you had, but people would look at it in a much more positive light.
So here's the thing. At 24, I don't even like Caden Proctor. I like the Arizona State guard, Ihi Anchor. Ihi Anchor.
Sure, yeah.
Anchor. Pokemas. And I like the kid from Strongsville, Blake Miller.
Pokemas is all time to me.
It really is. But no, I mean, I would prefer, even if we get to, hey, Caden Proctor and these other two guys, I'd rather those guys. Because I think Ihi Anchor might end up actually being a left tackle in the NFL. And I think, worst case scenario, Blake Miller just steps into right tackle, and you just have your right tackle for the next, 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely opens up in the back part of that. It just we'll see how thirsty they get.
All right, let's continue to open these Pokemon packs here. At 39, he's got the Browns taking Avion Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson, and then at 70, Genesis Smith, safety out of Arizona. I think with where the Browns secondary is going, both picks make sense. I think if 2 of your first 4 picks were on the secondary, I actually do think people would be pretty disappointed for the Browns.
Yeah, I think so too. It's interesting, in all the cornerback conversations we've had, and that's obviously why, Terrell's coming into play. Delane and McCoy out of Tennessee, we have not discussed them at all in the first round as options for the Browns.
Yep. And Delane is going to be really good. McCoy's interesting because he's got a lot of hype, but I like Delane out of LSU.
I mean, there are people,
not for the Browns.
There are people that believe they should be top 10 as far as big boards are concerned.
Yeah.
We just raw talent, raw ability, and we don't discuss any of those guys with reason, because a lot of people believe that our cornerback room is pretty well situated now.
I've got to put a verdict out on this one. I hate it. From Proctor, you get one player that I really love, which is Jordan Tyson, and I like having the Stones to make the roll on Tyson.
Yeah.
Terrell's going to be fine. I guess maybe I just don't I don't even see corner as a bigger need than some of the other potential positions over the next 3 years. You've got Denzel. You do have Tyson Campbell, who's under contract for several years. And I do think one place that I'll give Andrew Berry credit for identifying and developing has been, cornerback. MJ Emerson was on his way to something until he got hurt.
I really liked MJ until he got hurt.
They've had other guys that they've drafted and developed. Even Greg Newsome wasn't an abysmal disaster.
Are we putting too much in the idea that Campbell's just going to continue to be what he was since the Browns acquired him last year?
Maybe. I mean, especially depending on a new defensive coordinator. But if you're going to keep running up the man rates the way you did the last couple years, I don't know why you would think he's going to take a step back.
Terrell, by the way, he's interesting. He aligned mainly at the outside part at Clemson, but he did go about 112 snaps in the slot in 2025. And so there was some versatility attached to that. And so I think that part, anytime you get these guys that are versatile that way, I mean, it just seems like Andrew Berry falls in love with them.
Mike Renner's 3-round mock draft for the Browns. Caden Proctor, Alabama fatty at 6. Jordan Tyson, Arizona State wide receiver at 24. Avion Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson at 39. And then Genesis Smith, safety out of Arizona at 70. And so we love it or hate it. Where are you with that? And multiple generational runs for one NBA star. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The playoffs are here, and the intensity is at an all-time high. 92.3 The Fan.
team. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. I will tell you, last year, Tyrese Halliburton, that was a generational run, right? Like, Tyrese went from being thought of as a good player, had that incredible finals run, and it ended with the Achilles, but, like, that was in terms of everything we want for Donovan Mitchell, about how people view Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton got it last year.
Unquestionably. I mean, it vaulted him into the top of the NBA.
Which makes what's happened since also a generational run, because we know he tore his Achilles in the NBA Finals last year, but he also recently has been dealing with a case of shingles. Here was Tyrese Halliburton, obviously end of the season for the Pacers. They missed the playoffs. They're in the high lottery odds of potentially getting the number 1 pick this year, and Halliburton was talking about dealing with face shingles on top of coming back from his torn Achilles.
Mine's been on my face, so like I couldn't even go in front of a camera if I wanted to early because my eye was basically closed shut and it was all over my face. And then, you know, I've lost like part of my eyebrow. My eye is always like swollen from itching it. I've been taking unbelievable amounts of medication to try to get rid of it. It hasn't worked. It's obviously caused me to like gain weight and look a little bigger, and so that's been a topic of conversation through social media and stuff. But what can you do? But yeah, no, it's not been fun.
So he's actually made a couple media appearances. Can we just say, I really wish I could hate that guy more, but every time I hear him talk, he just seems like a really nice guy who's totally down to earth.
Yeah, no, unquestionably, yeah. No.
And so it makes the fact that not only did he tear his Achilles and he's still not back from it, and now he's got shingles, and like that was just a snippet of it, but like, that dude's like, yeah, I wear glasses because I don't want to scratch my face, right? They were like, the doctors told me about the itching, and then for like 2 weeks the rash went away, and then that's when the itching started. Like, he broke down. And listen, I know what shingles are, but I've never really seen it firsthand. I can just tell you, misfortune-wise, whatever, hey, generational run, I've changed the narrative on what I am as a player is. For the good, this is the opposite of that.
Yeah, no, it sucks. Now I'm thinking, like, he's had half his eyebrow. I had a buddy of mine, Colin. I remember in like 7th grade, we paid him $5 to shave his eyebrow, and he did it. And then, like, when he did it, everyone was like, "Oh my god!" But it's like a risk that your eyebrow might not actually grow back. Like, his eyebrow is his eyebrow screwed now?
No, I think I thought that was a wives' tale. That if you shaved your eyebrow, it might not come back.
Might be. I'm not sure. I haven't looked
It feels
into
like
it
something that 7-year-olds might believe.
We were 7th grade, not even 7-year-olds. It was 7th grade. $5 was a big amount of money back then.
In fairness, it was also the 90s.
I mean, it seems incredibly stupid now that I'm saying it, but I haven't looked into this at all.
I mean, in fairness, my dad was trying to give me the Vanilla Ice lines when I was 5, and my mom said, "Hey, Nick," and I turned and I just lost an eyebrow. And there, as you can see, I'm just this side of a unibrow, so we're doing all right there.
So Google says that it usually takes about 3 to 4 months if you completely shave them off, but usually if it's minor plucking, it takes 2 to 4 weeks.
So my dad, obviously, because I lost one eyebrow, my dad took the other one off me because I would look really strange. And it was that point that it was the first time I ever shaved my head. And there were a lot of really uncomfortable conversations.
So it says plucking.
A lot of people thought I was a Make-A-Wish kid.
Plucking too vigorously will prevent them from growing back.
Well, but plucking is different than shaving, no?
Well, I mean, I listen. Yeah, plucking sounds like you're aggressively yanking them out.
Somebody
but
needs to tell the middle of Anthony Davis's unibrow that just pluck the hell out of those bad boys.
Yeah, you see how the wives' tale could keep going on this, huh?
Now, there's the other part of this, which is Tyrese Halliburton's meds that caused him to gain weight.
Yeah.
And again, this is another place where Tyrese Halliburton, who was on the Pat McAfee show after his initial media availability and talked about some of the different comments he's gotten about his alleged weight gain.
I'm going on 8 weeks of shingles right now, face shingles. I haven't been able to get rid of it. I've switched my meds like 3 times, and I've gotten a Botox injection. None of it has helped. And the new meds, side effect of the meds is that I'm always hungry and weight gain. And so now the bulking has turned into just
fat.
I'm just bigger for no reason. So now they're killing me on social media. I've seen I'm being called Tyrese Halliburger.
I gotta say, that's funny. We don't fat shame. We do fat shame a little bit here. But that is a very funny. If you're going to knock somebody, turning their name into a play, that's really good.
I was thinking Halliburger weighs a ton, but that doesn't it doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
And also, you can tell that he knows it's funny.
Yeah, he likes it.
Now, here's the funny
part. In some
part.
respect.
He's not fat in any way. Like, there's this, like, if you look at him, can you see a little fullness in the face? Yes. But people are acting like he looks like me right now. He doesn't look anything like he looks like he might be just a normal human being.
Yeah, but look at what people did when James Harden put on a hefty 15-20.
Well, that was Fat Harden. That was a real thing.
Yeah, we did a lot of jokes off of that.
Halliburger is not real.
Did Halliburger?
Right, that's a medicinal issue.
Who gained more weight, Halliburton or Harden in that little stretch with the Rockets?
Fat Harden. Everyone knows. Fat Harden was a brisk 270.
I think Fat Harden is why Halliburton's scared that everybody's going to be antagonizing him.
I think it's Halliburger can stick.
He's like, I know what happened
sticking
here.
Power.
Well, he is different. You mentioned how different of just a human he is. He's your type of geek. In the Jared Allen is your type of geek type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's obsessed with the Legos and Star Wars Legos, and like that's like how he spends his free time is doing. I've seen multiple videos of him going on like these side quests to different Lego stores, and then puts together like these really elaborate, very expensive Lego sets, and like that's your type of guy.
Does he also not have kids? Because I can't do those things because I have kids.
I don't think he does have kids, but I'm not sure about that.
Because somebody always takes one pack, opens it, accidentally kicks it over. As a matter of fact, we found out yesterday, speaking of things that kids just do that they don't realize, they apparently pitched some of the tax documents I needed for taxes this year. And fortunately,
wait, what did they do? You said they hid them?
So no. They pitched them. They threw them out.
They pitched them. Oh,
so
yeah. You get everything online, though.
The things that they threw out, I did, but I don't have
good.
like the one of the forms is something that was like specially sent to me because it's the first year we bought a house.
Yeah,
or bought our new house. So I have all my papers stacked neatly. My girls love to use my office, and they knocked some things down. So when I told them to pick up the floor, they didn't really look at what they were picking up, and they threw away like 3 tax documents. Again, all of which were easily read, but they were all Vanessa's. It was not great.
What did they do back in the day? Like 40 years ago when everything wasn't also just on the computer as well. What did they do? If you're like,
out today.
If your kid just like spilled juice on your W-2 and you're like, sorry government, not happening this year. Like how did they... Did you have to file an extension because your kid just poured juice on the W-2?
I think that's exactly what happened.
That would be ridiculous.
Although it's probably easier to get your W-2 because you would just go into the office and be like, hey, can you reprint that for me? Now everything's up in the cloud or in New York or Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's been back when people had like assigned roles and like HR was everywhere within offices.
We call that 2012.
I don't know who our HR guy is here. Okay, guys, that's what I'm telling you. I don't know who that is.
Call him Tim.
We have one anymore.
Could
I really
be a Pat.
I don't know.
Could be like an AI. Could be like a Miss Minute situation here. Who knows?
At one point we did. I don't know that we have one now.
That just means I can't get written up. That's not what that means. Now, getting back to Halliburton, I was thinking about this in the car. All right, the two balances of a 12-year here, the 12 months for Tyrese Halliburton are life-changing NBA championship potential run or NBA Finals run versus Achilles tear and shingles. How many modern-day athletes, if you said 12 months out, you can get to go to the NBA Finals, you're going to change your perception, make yourself a lot of money, but at the end of it, you're going to tear your Achilles, and you're also going to have an 8-week bout with face shingles. Are you signing up? How many people do you actually think sign up for that?
99.9%.
I will tell you right now, there's no generational run you can throw me on in my career or anybody else's career right now that are worth a torn Achilles and shingles. Maybe I just don't want it that bad. And I know we're talking about modern-day athletes.
I don't want it that bad. I guess I don't know.
I don't want success that bad. No, thank you. I'll take the middle. I'll take a little bit of arthritis in the foot and a lot of number one ratings in the afternoon. I'll take that over, succeeding Howard Stern and tearing my Achilles.
So, but that's the next venture on this. Succeeding Howard Stern, let's say it's a $100 million deal from Spotify. That's not worth tearing your Achilles and then shingles?
Well, you said $100 million.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
And now is there just 100 for the next 5 years maybe?
You need anything more than $100 million?
Yeah, I want to get paid after that. I want to have a robust career. Howard's been getting this kind of money since what? Since 2001?
Well, I guess it would be up to you on this. It's same way it's up to Tyrese Halliburton.
Do I have to tear my Achilles every 5 years?
Do you get to go back to it? I don't know if you're any good.
Do you have shingles in a certain amount of time?
If you're any good, yeah, you might be able to go back to it. I don't know, but like, is Spotify interested in giving you $100 million or Sirius, one of these whatever places? I don't know, but what I do know is that offer is on the table for one Achilles tear and then some shingles.
So are you taking it?
Of course, I'm taking it.
I think you're.
Of course,
I don't know what you're downplaying more: Achilles tear or shingles.
Hell, and in
Halliburton's
line of work and how he's doing this, he gets to actually skip work for the next year while taking this ACL and the shingles. You're gonna pay me that much more money, and I don't even have to go to work on top of it.
Maybe in this case, my equivalent would be instead meds cause me to lose weight.
Also, if we're doing this ahead of time, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to sneak the shingles vaccine in and make sure that I'm taken care of, and then we're good. I just have a torn ACL for $100 million. We're good.
But you still have like a lesser case of the shingles, which just merely annoys you as opposed to really.
Is that right?
Yeah. You get some of the shingles, but not all the shingles. 216-474-0092. So Tyrese Halliburton went to the NBA Finals last year, then tore his Achilles, and has shingles. How many athletes would trade a run to the finals for an Achilles tear and shingles? You said 99%. I vehemently disagree.
I want to meet the one person that wouldn't out of the 99 in the 100 NBA person quota that we're talking about.
I can't get random NBA dudes to show up on Wednesday in Memphis. You think this pampered NBA class, this group of guys who we're having debates about, we got to put a 65-game rule in just to see if they'll play enough to qualify for awards that will be worth, $40, $50, $100 million.
Yeah.
We can't even force them to do that. And you think they'll tear an Achilles and have shingles?
I'm pretty sure Halliburton got his own shoe now. I think they would.
I don't know. They've already got money. They've already got the success. They just don't have that success. You think Zion going to tear it, put more weight on? You think Zion is going to
Zion to go to the NBA Finals and rewrite how people think about Zion?
You think Zion cares?
He's going to tear his ACL anyway. This is Zion.
You're just spotting him a torn ACL.
That's one of the most injured players I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, he's gonna tear an ACL anyway. You might as well just take on the shingles as a bonus and then get yourself to the finals.
The whole time.
Oh no, I have to eat more.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm gaining weight and people are talking about it. Like I haven't been through that.
Damn you, shingles medication. There was a part of me that was thinking, do you think a guy...
He just makes up having shingles?
Yeah, I had shingles for breakfast. Zion, it's not something to eat. There is a part of me that when we said Zion, what my struggle is, there's a guy who reportedly enjoyed Mariah Mills and spitting in each other's mouths. I kind of think shingles would be like a day at the park for him. Right?
I don't know about that.
Like he's not really caring about the cleanliness of things or things maybe itching. I'm sure he's got a few things itching already.
How did we never get any good Zion Williamson playoff of Zion Nielsen is the best we got? We didn't have too many good ones.
216-474-0092.
Zach Randolph being called Snacks Randolph.
I'll never say a damn word to Zach Randolph. That guy would kick the living you-know-what out of any of us.
Some just flowed, some just didn't.
How many athletes would trade a run to the finals for an Achilles tear and shingles? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say big thanks to our guest, Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. He joined us at 3:20 today. Great stuff on the Browns at 6. Who he would trade up for from the Browns at 6? Answer, no one. But, no, great stuff with Joe. John Fanta at 4:20. Explosive stuff on the Cavaliers. Big thanks to Albert Breer as well at 5:20. Strong stuff on the Myles Garrett scuttlebutt, on the Browns trading down, on 3 names that he has for the Browns at 6 as of right now. More great stuff as well. We are going to have, I believe, Matt Miller tomorrow. We are going to have Lee Steinberg, legendary NFL agent, as well tomorrow. And we're going to be out at the Rally House here in Eastgate, just down the road. Stop on by and see us if you're out. We love to be seen. And this is my first time actually broadcasting live from this Rally House. We usually do it from Crocker Park.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that as well.
The downtown one is fantastic. The selection there, Nick, you're going to be blown away.
Well, the good news is I have a Rally House gift card for my 40th birthday that I have yet to use, so I'm about to use it.
And you can watch Mac try to haggle for like old Guardians jerseys, and then they like when they pull them down, they're like, yeah, so this is actually this one's not on a discount. Like everyone that Mac wanted was then like, no, we're not doing a discount on this one.
Yeah, they had an old Tristan McKenzie jersey that was all the way at the top. That I'm like, okay, like this has to be discounted, like. Because I figured
We're just looking for discounted jerseys.
No, well, the McKenzie jersey, I was like, hey, you know what? If it's a low enough price, fine, I'll go for it.
I think he wanted them to be like, hey, yeah, we're getting ready to throw this one out. No one's bought it in a long enough time. You're $20.
Listen,
it's like, that's
you
just not how
work
they
at the
operate.
radio station. We'll take. Listen, it's for $150. Give us $30. You got it. Is that what you're hoping for?
I just wasn't sure what they were even selling it for, and they were like, yeah, no, they told us the price. I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
I do love, though, if like on the Cavs wall of jerseys, like they legitimately have like every older player you could possibly imagine, and the collection on that is insane.
Jop?
Okay, maybe not everyone you could imagine.
They got a Jop jersey.
They got a lot. I'll say this. They
want to chop it up.
Way more options than you could ever imagine.
That'd be the name of his podcast.
Chop it up?
Chop it up.
You get one listen off of that.
Yeah.
That's a good enough name. You get one listen.
Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Don't forget, if you missed any bit of today's show, you can follow the full 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget to like our videos. So we like to be liked around here, but let's go and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, the conversation has gone from, it started with John Allrand, and now it has moved to ProFootballTalk.com, whether or not Sunday Night Football could be stolen by a streaming platform. I find it interesting because I love Sunday Night Football on NBC. I have for a million years. But the idea that what would be taken, because they're constantly trying to take as many of these things away from us as they possibly can, Sunday Night Football could be stolen by Netflix. It could be stolen by Amazon, any of the like. It's a big loss for the league if the end of Sunday, typically just the end of capping off a great football day, isn't on traditional television.
I mean, it's so tough because I would like to keep it on traditional television, but I also have we just not hit the critical mass of nothing sacred, so it doesn't matter anymore?
Well, and so I kind of wonder, are people concerned about that, or has everything moved enough that people are just used to this is how this is going to be? And so I don't know that answer. One thing I did think of in the process of this, it does kind of stink. There's no back button when dealing with all these different streaming companies. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That I think they have to find a way to fix. I think I'd be much more in favor of the streaming world if you found a way to have like a universal remote that then hits the back button, and then I can go from like Amazon to Peacock or whatever without having to like re-sign in or without having to like
special football.
Yeah,
remotes.
or like having to like re-press the button. That's the most annoying part. I used to love You know, you're in watching a game, commercial happens, and then you're flipping around, you watch like 3 minutes of Bar Rescue, and then bam, I'm back. But if I got like a Peacock game going on, I'm not leaving at all. I'm just sitting through the commercial breaks.
I want to talk about Diana Russini resigning from The Athletic today, and obviously you guys can read her statement on her social media account. I think the reaction to it from actual media members is ridiculous. There were several people that have been at either networks or whatever having commentary on it as if they know firsthand what's actually happened. Even like some anonymous a-holes on Twitter.
I saw your guy Zach Gelb getting in the mix there.
Yeah, I mean, he's been all over the story too. I like Zach. I just think I don't agree the way he's covered or talked about the story. People have made these allegations. Oh, the rumors around Diana, as if these things should become fact. Guys, Scott McLuhan's wife tweeted something out a decade ago that in no way should be taken as confirmation about Diana's abilities as a reporter, and nor should innocuous pictures with Mike Vrabel. I just think, I don't think Mike Vrabel should be, whatever happened between these two or didn't happen is, quite frankly, none of my damn business. But the way Diana Russini's being treated, I'll tell you, I want to go back on this again. So many of the women reporters that I know, love, and respect in this business, I've heard some guy off mic say, oh, did you hear about her and so-and-so? It is the tale as old as time with female reporters, especially in sports. And so I don't care what Scott McLuhan's wife tweeted 10 years ago. I don't care about some innocuous damn pictures. It's none of my business. And quite frankly, Diana Russini is so much better than most of the reporters out there. I think it's just... I think social media is showing its ass on this one, and it really has me cheesed off today.
I just hope that she's not hanging it up. I hope the idea is that she's just going to go to a different outlet, and an outlet's going to respect her and pay her a lot of money, and she's going to be able to continue to do what she wants to do. Because it shouldn't cost you your career, and so that's really ultimately all I hope out of that. I've lost interest in the story. I'm over it. I'm done with it. I'm ready to move on.
It's so weird just not having empathy, like being in the media scape and understanding what social media is, and then people just being like, oh, I'm going to jump in on that. Instead of refraining, which I think is the respectful thing to do. I don't know, I wasn't there. No, we're going to jump on pile, as it were. We're going to go full Danny Shelton.
It just shouldn't have been the story that it's become. It's been a week of only Diana Russini convos, and that being the one thing that's existed online, and I'm just over it. Although I do think she should end up at I saw Carrington, your guy Carrington, put out Barstool as a great landing place for her. She's got a good relationship with them.
She's also got a great personality.
You can and you can showcase that there. I feel like that'd be a great spot for her.
I just hope the funny thing is,
her and our guy Ohio State getting after it.
This Scoop City podcast, I think people might not have understood. Other than Chase Daniel, it's one of the best podcasts I had out there. Diana, what are we doing? Go to Barstool.
Diana,
they'll respect you there.
Let's both get a job, Diana. I want to ride your coattails, Diana.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks. You lost it with the Pokemon analysis.
Pokemoss.
Yeah, Pokemoss. Miles, we can't open any more cards. Pokemoss!
Miles, these might be counterfeit.
Pokemoss! Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Katie Pollock. We will be back tomorrow. Again, at Rally House, Matt Miller, Lee Steinberg. A lot of guests tomorrow. Ashley Bastock is normal as well. Very excited, buddy. Good stuff today.
Should be fun. I'll enjoy the show, and I'll enjoy talking to you tomorrow. It got very awkward there because I forgot what I normally do at this spot.
Pokemoss!
Pokemoss!
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.